If the Big Dipper Academy and the Sky Conduct Academy were to make their moves at the same time, I'm afraid that eldest senior brother might not be able to conquer Yen province. Eldest senior brother only has Hua Chongyang and 7th junior brother by his side. The Big Dipper Academy is not an easy opponent to deal with. Moreover, they have Wei Zhuoyan, Ming Shiyin said with a bow. Master, please help eldest senior brother. Your eldest senior brother is obstinate. He won't allow anyone else to interfere, Lu Zhou said. Ming Shiyin nodded. In that case, we can send old Huang to help. Island Master Huang and eldest senior brother are close. I think that he has rested enough. We shouldn't keep him here forever. At this precise moment, a coughing sound rang from behind Ming Shiyin. Brother Ji. Huang Shiji's expression was neutral when he entered the eastern pavilion. How awkward. The ancients had the wisdom of saying that a loose tongue could cause a lot of trouble. Ming Shiyin greeted Huang Shiji as though he had not spoken those words earlier. Greetings, Island Master Huang. Hello. Lu Zhou looked at Huang Shiji and asked, Did you manage to rest, Island Master Huang? Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Ji. Huang Shiji replied. I heard that Sect Master Yu is marching on Yen province at the moment. If you don't mind, Brother Ji, I'd like to go have a look. Naturally, it was helpful if Huang Shiji was willing to go there. However, sending him there on his own might not be enough. 8-leaf cultivators were not required to conquer the 9 provinces. However, the current situation was that the divine capital was surrounded. The imperial family would not turn a blind eye to it. After muttering to himself for a moment, Lu Zhou said, There's no need for that. Why do you say so, Brother Ji? I believe in Yu Zhenghai's abilities, Lu Zhou replied. I'm not doubting Sect Master Yu's abilities. It's just that. Before Huang Shiji could finish his sentence, Lu Zhou turned around and walked away after he said, We'll discuss this another day. 2 days later, Lu Zhou could sense that half of his extraordinary power had been replenished. It was the same volume as his full capacity before he obtained the Earth Scroll. After that, he did some breathing exercises. Throughout the past 5 months, he had basically been exploring the Earth Scroll and meditating. His own cultivation base did not improve much. Fortunately, he had 100,000 merit points, which was equivalent to 2 golden lotus leaves. He was satisfied with this pace. Lu Zhou got up and flexed his limbs. He went behind the screen and looked at the old parchment drawing. No new parts of the map had appeared. Then, he turned around and left the room. He stood before the Eastern Pavilion's hall and flexed his limbs. At this moment, Ming Shiyin entered the pavilion. He bowed and said, Master, 7th junior brother sent another letter saying that the Big Dipper Academy and Sky Conduct Academy had left. Lu Zhou frowned and said, Where does Lu Gu get the confidence to disregard me? Underestimating Yu Zhenghai is underestimating the evil Sky Pavilion. Master, since Lu Gu possessed a sword like High Void, the 9-leaf elite might actually be in the palace, Ming Shiyin said offhandedly. Something stirred in Lu Zhou. What did you say? Ming Shiyin kneeled with a thud and said, You're the first 9-leaf elite, Master. There's no one else. Regardless of the elite, you can take them out with a single palm strike. Lu Zhou raised his hand and said slowly, Repeat what you just said. You're the first 9-leaf elite. Before that, Lu Zhou frowned. You're usually smart. Why are you acting daft today? Since Lu Gu possessed a sword like High Void, the 9-leaf elite might actually be in the palace. Lu Zhou felt this was a possibility. The armor, the diary, the red coffin, High Void, the red talismans inside the box. Everything came from the palace. Lu Gu had said that the 9-leaf elite had once come to the Great Yan's divine capital. Apart from that, Lu Zhou had overlooked a fact. It had been quite some time since the Lotus Severing era began. Who could say that there were no geniuses who had cultivated to the 8 or 9-leaf stage? It was just like the games he had played in his previous life. No matter how hard he trained, there would always be some fucker who would reach the maximum level in a matter of days. As the Lotus Severing era progressed, the possibility of that happening increased by the day. Tell Huang Shiji to accompany me, Lu Zhou said. Ming Shiyin was shocked upon hearing this. Are you going to help eldest senior brother to attack Yen province? No, Lu Zhou waved his hand. I'm only passing by. Understood. Ming Shiyin turned around obediently and left. Lu Zhou would not allow the two great academies and some other secret actor to plot against his disciple. When the sun was high in the skies, the Evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot left the barrier slowly and flew to the western side of Yen province. This time, apart from the three prisoners from the Taishu Academy, only Lu Zhou, Ming Shiyin, and Huang Shiji were on board the flying chariot. This way, the others could work harder in cultivating. It was also safer for them to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Moreover, they would not have been much of a help. On the flying chariot, Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back as he looked at the three people from the Taishu Academy who were kneeling on the wooden floorboard. Zhou Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong shuddered as they kneeled on the floor. They did not dare to move at all. They had been imprisoned in the Evil Sky Pavilion all this time. They lived in constant fear and could hardly eat or rest. The villains would take turns using them as punching bags for their training. It had been a harrowing experience. Ming Shiyin, who was manning the helm, turned to look at them as he asked, "Master, why are we bringing these pieces of trash?" Before Lu Zhou could answer, Huang Shiji smiled and said, "The Taishu Academy has always been on friendly terms with the imperial family and the two academies." Lu Zhou looked at the three of them and asked indifferently, "Do you want to live?" Zhou Wenliang immediately prostrated himself and stammered, Why yes. Only a fool would throw his life away. In that case, I'll give you a chance," Lu Zhou said airily. "The two great academies are already on their way to Yen province. I want to meet their presidents. If the three of you complete this task, I'll spare your lives." Zhou Wenliang responded immediately, "Don't worry, Pavilion Master. We'll certainly make it happen. I'll write to them right away." Half a day later, the cloud-splitting chariot appeared on a mountain peak several miles west of Yen province. The flying chariot descended. It did not head toward Yen province. Lu Zhou sat with his back straight on the flying chariot, looking down at Yen province city in the distance. Only a vague outline of the city could be seen. Zhou Wenliang said softly, "Elder Ji, I have contacted the Big Dipper Academy." "I see." Lu Zhou did not look at Zhou Wenliang. Huang Shiji said, "Knowing sect master Yu's temper, Yen province should have long been conquered. Yet Yen province is quiet at the moment. Seems like something worrying him. With the two academies and Wei Zhuoyan making their moves, it was only natural for Yu Zhenghai to be cautious. He was not a fool after all." A moment later, from the direction of the divine capital, white-clad cultivators flew through several peaks. They moved at a fast speed and had impressive auras. They formed a long dragon with their formation. There were roughly 1,000 cultivators. "Master, here they come." Ming Shiyin leaped off the flying chariot. He stood on top of the mountain and seemed exceptionally excited. "Master, use your 9-leaf power now and kill them. That way, eldest senior brother can rest easy." Lu Zhou frowned. "Stop spouting nonsense. I'm not a person who kills without reason. It was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me, Master." Ming Shiyin hurriedly said, "You're a man of reason and morals, Master." Huang Shiji cupped his fists as well. "I don't know about anything else, but I know that you're a highly tolerant person. The people you killed deserved it. If this is what it means to be a fiend, then Penglai Island is willing to follow the Evil Sky Pavilion." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenliang and the others shuddered. Even the Penglai sect was supporting the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Evil Sky Pavilion's charm was evident. The Evil Sky Pavilion was like the sun at high noon. It was not surprising for it to have a huge following. At this moment, the 1,000 white-clad cultivators were drawing closer. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cultivators stopped near the mountain's peak. They arranged themselves in square formations and lowered their altitude. Zhou Wenliang looked at them. He said in a hushed voice, "Senior Ji, I'll go greet them." "Go." Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. He was not worried about Zhou Wenliang defecting at the final moment. He had countless ways to kill Zhou Wenliang. If Zhou Wenliang was bright enough, he would not dare do something as brainless as that. Zhou Wenliang tapped the ground with his feet and flew away. Zhou Wenliang of the Taishu Academy extends his greetings. 1,000 Big Dipper Academy disciples flew toward him. They were well-trained, and their movements were neat. The one who stood at the lead was the Big Dipper Academy's president, Zhou Yukai. Zhou Wenliang, you're actually here. The Taishu Academy's patriarch, Lin Xian, had always been on good terms with my academy. Now that the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple, Yu Zhanghai, is stirring up a storm, you and I should work together with the Divine Capital to take down the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhou Yukai said. Zhou Wenliang was filled with the urge to cry. The current Taishu Academy had no master, patriarch, barrier, and core disciples. What were they supposed to use to fight against the Evil Sky Pavilion? They were in no position to be discussing a collaboration. Although he was the second elder, he was powerless and helpless. In the end, he shook his head and said, diving into the heart of the matter, "Senior, look over there." Zhou Yukai looked in the direction where Zhou Wenliang pointed. On the mountain's peak, half of the cloud-splitting chariot could be seen. He frowned immediately. Shortly after, he saw a man standing on a huge rock waving at him. "Hello, President Zhou. We meet again." Zhou Yukai frowned and said, "Who are you?" "The Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Fourth Mingshi, Zhou Wenliang said. Zhou Yukai glared at him. "So, it's the fourth villain of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Man, here. Take him down swiftly. I want him alive. With him, we can negotiate with Yu Zhanghai." Zhou Wenliang, good job. Although the Taishu Academy isn't what it once was, as long as I'm here, nobody will be allowed to bully the Taishu Academy. Zhou Wenliang. How did he become the president with that brain? Zhou Wenliang was filled with the urge to cry again. He hastily flew to Zhou Youcai's side and said in a hushed tone, President Zhou, Senior G. I is here as well." The last few words of his sentence sounded like the buzzing of a mosquito. It was barely audible. Zhou Yukai widened his eyes, and he shivered involuntarily. "You!" The source of the Divine Capital's confidence was the 10-terminal formation and the Imperial family. Zhou Yukai might be able to fight the Nether sect outside the capital, but he was far from worthy of being Old Villain G's opponent. At this moment, a gruff voice reached them. "President Zhou, won't you come and have a chat with me?" Zhou Youcai's heart sank. He felt as though he was facing a terrifying monster. The hot-blooded young Big Dipper Academy disciples initially intended to go and capture Mingshi. However, at this moment they had retreated. "It's really Old Villain G. Get ready to retreat. I'm scared. I can't do it. I'm done." One of the Big Dipper Academy disciples who was especially scared fell from the skies when he lost control of his primal chi. Zhou Yukai turned and glanced at that disciple. He said disdainfully, "I'm ashamed on behalf of the Big Dipper Academy for having such weak members." Mingshi stood on the huge rock and continued to say, "President Zhou, come on. My master is waiting for you." The Big Dipper Academy disciples dared not move. Zhou Wenliang said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, President Zhou. On the surface, it might seem like I've pulled you into the inferno, but if you think about it, Senior G would be watching two tigers fight from another mountain if you provide help to Yen province now. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Do you think you'll be able to defend yourself against a 9-leaf cultivator at that time?" Zhou Youcai's heart shuddered. Although he was not too happy to hear that, Zhou Wenliang had spoken the truth. He flew out after he turned around and said, "Big Dipper Academy disciples, here's my order." "Yes, President. Everyone is to wait here. Nobody is to move without my order." "Yes, President." Zhou Yukai stepped forward in the air toward Mingshi. Zhou Wenliang followed behind him. Soon after, the duo arrived in front of the peak where Mingshi was standing. The scenery and environment of the peak were pleasant. There were even trees that provided shade from the sun. Leaves fell slowly from the trees. Under a huge tree, Two elders sat on chairs and chatted away merrily. When Zhou Yukai stepped past the huge rock and saw the two old men, he could not help but widen his eyes. He gulped before he instantly turned on his heels. If you dare to leave, the Big Dipper Academy will certainly be annihilated in the future. Lu Zhou's voice was gruff and forceful. Zhou Yukai shuddered. He stopped in his tracks. The situation of the divine capital was not clear yet. The emperor had been using the Big Dipper Academy to develop the leaf-sprouting pills. He was not interested in governance as well. The evil sky pavilion was like the sun at high noon, and the nether sect was the greatest fiend sect. If the divine capital fell, how would the Big Dipper Academy continue to exist? Don't worry, President Zhou. My master doesn't kill innocent people. Why would you be killed if you're obedient? However, if you try anything funny, you can't blame anyone else if you die, Mingshi said airily. Zhou Yukai sighed helplessly and walked up to the duo. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and said, "Have a seat." Mingshi leaped onto the flying chariot and fetched a chair. Huang Shiji cupped his fists together and said, "Huang Shiji of Penglai Island extends his greetings. President Zhou, I've heard a lot about you." "Hello, Island Master Huang." Zhou Yukai sat down rigidly. Lu Zhou looked at the 1,000 disciples hovering outside and said, "I've always been reasonable and never kill the innocent. Naturally, I won't hold back against my enemies." This statement made Zhou Yutsai's heart shudder. He mustered up his courage and asked, "Are you going to interfere in Yen Province's matter, Senior Ji?" "I don't have time for that. I'm merely passing by. Although Yu Zhenghai has betrayed me, he's still my disciple. I'd like to see if he's capable of conquering Yen Province as well." Zhou Yukai. He's only here to have a look? At this very moment, dong! A thunderous noise rang from Yen Province City. A firework-like energy saber burst forth in the air. Zhou Yukai rose to his feet immediately. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Yen Province City in the distance. The Big Dipper Academy disciples turned around as well as looked at Yen Province City. Lu Zhou looked at Zhou Yukai and said indifferently, "Sit." Zhou Yukai instantly felt as though 1,000 caddy stones were tied to his feet. He could not move at all. When Lu Zhou saw Zhou Yukai remain standing, he said with a sigh, "If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Go ahead." Mingshi nodded. Master's move of making concessions in order to gain advantages is great. Would Zhou Yukai be bold enough to move when there was an implied threat? Huang Shiji smiled brightly and said, "What's the hurry, Brother Zhou? Isn't it wonderful to sit down, chat about the past and current events while admiring the scenery?" Zhou Yukai had no choice but to sit down. At this moment, his face was flushed red. Big Dipper Academy is the most magnanimous academy in Great Yen. Regardless of gender, age, or condition, the Big Dipper Academy deals with everyone the same. Hence, the academy became famous for that. Even if a relative of the imperial family joins the academy, they'll have the same standing as the other disciples. President Zhou, have you ever thought about when the academy's common practice had changed? Zhou Yukai was taken aback when he heard this. Many years ago, the Big Dipper Academy was known as the greatest academy in Great Yan's divine capital. They had numerous elites and looked down at the others from above. The sword of the emperor, Emperor Yongshou, Lu Gu, and Zhu Tianyuan of the ancient saint cult from Mabe were students of the Big Dipper Academy. Unfortunately, the academy was short of manpower in recent centuries, and the quality of the disciples had deteriorated with each generation. It was slowly becoming an imperial academy and a subsidiary of the imperial family. Boom! Yen Province City's formation flashed again. From the mountain's peak, the city looked as though it was covered by a huge transparent bowl. Many cultivators rose from Yen Province City and charged toward the city walls and the skies. Yen Province City was clearly in chaos at this moment. Zhou Yukai clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The Big Dipper Academy should be loyal to the imperial family. Yet, at this moment, Zhou Yukai could only stay on this mountain while he looked at the nether sect attacking Yen Province City. Unbridled. He was powerless. When Lu Zhou saw the turmoil brewing in Zhou Yutsai's heart, he said, The garrison general, Ma Lupang, one of the 8 great generals, is cunning and sinister. He'll do anything to reach his goals. He used the civilians as hostages to threaten Yu Zhenghai. Although that rascal of mine is of the fiend path, he's not a person without morals. The Big Dipper Academy educates people with books. Do you think that it's right to gamble with the lives of the people? Zhou Yukai frowned. Is that so? Mingshi said, You don't believe us? Aren't you guys part of the cause why the Nether sect is able to recruit several 100,000 members in a short amount of time? Zhou Yukai was dumbfounded. If they had a choice, who would willingly pick this path? He clenched his hands together and said, That's a different matter. I'll submit a memorial to the Emperor about Ma Lupang's misconduct. However, with the Nether sect being this insolent and plunging the Empire into chaos, aren't you going to do anything about it as Yu Zhenghai's master, Senior Ji? When Zhou Yukai was at the Big Dipper Academy, he heard that Yu Zhenghai was the greatest traitor to come out of Evil Sky Pavilion. There was a conflict between the master and the disciple. Up until today, the Evil Sky Pavilion had never openly supported the Nether sect. That was why he was bold enough to ask this question. Lu Zhou said, It's just like you said, that's another matter. Naturally, I'll deal with Yu Zhenghai for betraying me. You don't have to worry about that. But it's Yu Zhenghai's personal conviction and ambition to rule the world. President Zhou, we are both teachers, so you should understand that. Otherwise, why did the Big Dipper Academy allow the Sword Emperor, Emperor Yongshou, to sow disturbance in the world? In other words, he should not have double standards. If the students of the Big Dipper Academy were allowed to correct the world, why would his own disciple be denied that same right? Zhou Yukai was at a loss for words. The Nether sect is of the fiend path, after all. Everything the fiend path does go against the heavens. Aren't you worried that the people might reject a change in government? Oh, so now you're thinking about the people? As the saying went, water may keep the boat afloat, but it may also sink it. This was a truth that had never changed since time immemorial. Although cultivators wielded the power to destroy mortals, the new blood that the cultivation world needed was forever dependent on mortals. If the oppression continued, as time passed, mortals who became cultivators would lash back cultivators who trampled on them once they gained enough power. Even the animals in the forests understood this basic law of survival, let alone humans. This was the lesson humans learned after paying with generations of bloodshed. How can you guarantee that Yu Zhenghai won't harm the civilians? Senior Ji? Zhou Yukai asked. In truth, nobody could guarantee that. Where there was war, there would always be casualties. However, the entire act should be justified, at least. Before Lu Zhou could answer, Mingshi said, You're shameless. Ma Lupang has already done something that incurs the wrath of humans and gods, and yet you're turning a blind eye to it. My eldest senior brother hasn't done anything of that sort, and you're already assuming that he will. What distorted reasoning is this? Zhou Yukai had no retort for that. Besides, the imperial family has provoked the Evil Sky Pavilion time and time again. My master is already very merciful for not killing all of you here and clearing the path for my eldest senior brother. Don't you go thinking that you're worthy to sit here and debate with my master just because you're the Big Dipper Academy's president. If my master wasn't a reasonable man with morals, you would have been killed with a single palm strike long ago. Zhou Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong, who were standing nearby, shuddered. The statement seemed awkward. What a joke! It was delivered by a villain talking about reason and morals. Nevertheless, it still made them shiver despite the temperature. However, he had a point. If the old villain wanted to solve the problem, killing Zhou Yukai with a single palm strike was a more efficient method, right? Boom! A thunderous noise rang in the air again before Yen Province City's barrier finally shattered like glass. There was no longer anything protecting Yen Province City. Tens of thousands of Nether sect members swarmed into the city. The cultivators who hovered in the air immediately began their slaughter. Smoke rose from the city. People were being killed everywhere. Wars had always been cruel. Zhou Yukai sighed helplessly and shook his head. At this moment, Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhou Wenliang and asked, When will the Sky Conduct Academy be here? Zhou Wenliang answered, I've contacted the Sky Conduct Academy, but its president holds himself in high regard. I'm afraid that he won't meet me since I'm only the Taishu Academy's second elder. Lu Zhou looked at Zhou Yukai and said, the Sky Conduct Academy has a greater ego compared to the Big Dipper Academy. Zhou Yukai said, indeed, Meng Nanfei is proud. The battle at Yen Province City has already started. I don't think he'll be coming. If I'm not mistaken, he'll be rushing to Yen Province City to aid Ma Lupang. The others looked at the fierce battle in Yen Province City. Without its barrier, avatars, energy blades, and energy swords could be seen everywhere in the city. Meanwhile, the Nether Sect's flying chariot advanced slowly, taking out dozens of people as it moved. The Sky Conduct Academy disciples are nowhere to be seen, Mingshi said as he looked at Yen Province City. Looks like eldest senior brother is winning. Zhou Yotsai's expression was unreadable. He dared not move. Even the 1,000 disciples waiting for him outside dared not move as well. Who would be bold enough to rush to their deaths in front of a 9-leaf cultivator? At this very moment, a blue-clad cultivator flew toward them between mountains on the left. It's someone from the Sky Conduct Academy, Mingshi said. I'll go meet him, Zhou Wenliang volunteered. He flew and greeted the newcomer in the air. I'm Zhou Wenliang, the second elder of the Taishu Academy. May I know who you are, sir? The blue-clad cultivator responded with a question. So, you're Zhou Wenliang? Yes, I am. You cur. Zhou Wenliang frowned when he heard the insult. It was common etiquette to not hit a person's face during a fight. The Taishu Academy was in a sorry state as it was. How could Zhou Wenliang not be angered by this insult? Alas, there was nothing he could do. Even a tiger outside its territory would be bullied by dogs. Moreover, this was someone from the Sky Conduct Academy. In the end, he gritted his teeth and asked, Where's President Meng? The blue-clad cultivator said scornfully, That's none of your business. Do you think a stray dog has the right to speak to President Meng? Zhou Wenliang fought back his anger and said, If you're here to mock me, then I'll ask you to leave. Swoosh! A figure flew toward the duo from behind and called out, Hey! Don't go! The blue-clad cultivator asked, And you are? Zhou Wenliang introduced the newcomer. This is the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Fourth. The blue-clad cultivator frowned deeply and shouted, Zhou Wenliang, are you colluding with the Fiend Path now? Watch your words. What do you mean by colluding? Mingshi was not pleased with the blue-clad cultivator's choice of words. Isn't he? My master's on the Twin Rock Peak. He has invited the two presidents to enjoy the scenery and discuss the affairs of the world. How's that colluding? I'm not too happy with that term. In fact, I'm angry, Mingshi said. Are you nuts? The blue-clad cultivator looked at Mingshi, perplexed. Zhou Wenliang shook his head. At this moment, a majestic voice rang from the mountain's peak. Old Fourth. Mingshi immediately bowed. Yes, master. If you can't reason with him, kill him. When the blue-clad cultivator heard the majestic voice, he was about to lash out in anger when he saw Mingshi moving toward him at lightning speed. Mingshi speed sent chills running up his spine. A cold light glinted in Mingshi hand. Swish! The blue-clad cultivator felt a chill. He quickly summoned his avatar. Too late! Mingshi cried out as he shot past the blue-clad cultivator. He did not even spare the cultivator a glance. The battle had ended before it even began. Zhou Wenliang gulped. The blue-clad cultivator did not seem weak, but he had been killed in just an instant? Just how powerful was the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Fourth? The blue-clad cultivator felt his chest being slashed open. He saw the blood gushing out from the wound. His eyes wide open as he looked at Zhou Wenliang. He pointed at Zhou Wenliang. Why you? You! Don't blame me. You brought this upon yourself. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,000 merit points. On the peak, the atmosphere was slightly tense. The Big Dipper Academy disciples were silent. President Zhou Yukai lifted his sleeve to his face to wipe his sweat away. Lu Zhou said, There's no need to feel nervous, President Zhou. I've always been reasonable. However, trying to reason with an unreasonable person is a waste of time and effort. Don't you agree? Why? Why yes. President Zhou was slightly nervous despite Lu Zhou's words. Huang Shiji applauded and said, I never knew Mr. Fourth is this skilled. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, It's not that he's powerful, it's just that the Sky Conduct Academy disciple was too weak. His tone was airy despite its heavy meaning. Everyone's heart thumped wildly in their chests when they heard Lu Zhou's words. It seemed like Lu Zhou was saying the blue-clad cultivator could not blame anyone for his death but his weakness. In terms of cultivation base, Mingshi still has much room for improvement. Look at that. Lu Zhou pointed at Yan Province City. A saber flew out of the Nether Sect's huge chariot. Energy sabers filled the air. There was a rain of blood. Anyone who got close to the flying chariot was minced by the energy blades. Dismembered limbs rained down from the sky. Huang Shiji nodded and said, Sect Master Yu's Great Dark Heaven Memorial has reached great heights. Even I have to admit defeat. Zhou Yukai looked at Huang Shiji. He sounded less confident now. Island Master Huang, you're Penglai's most powerful 8-leaf umbrella cultivator. You have the Black Umbrella, a peak Earth-grade weapon. And yet, you don't think you're a match for Sect Master Yu. In front of Lu Zhou, he, naturally, did not dare to use the offensive word villain when he spoke about Yu Zhenghai. Huang Shiji replied, President Zhou, you flatter me. Your comparison of me and Sect Master Yu is akin to comparing the students of Big Dipper Academy and yourself. This is an insult to Sect Master Yu. It's also an insult against Brother Ji. Although Zhou Yukai was the Big Dipper Academy's president, due to the Big Dipper Academy's gradual decline because of its lack of manpower, it was now just a shadow of its former self. He rose to the position of president in the Big Dipper Academy 100 years ago. In terms of cultivation base, he knew he was not a match for Huang Shiji. However, since an 8-leaf elite such as Huang Shiji regarded Yu Zhenghai so highly, where did this leave him? Huang Shiji smiled when he saw the stunned expression on Zhou Youcai's face. There's no need to doubt me, President Zhou. Have a look for yourself. Inside Yan Province City, the Nether Sect disciples swarmed into the city. The entire eastern wall was occupied by them. Yu Zhenghai had been continuously unleashing his energy sabers in the air. Anyone bold enough to fly up would be sliced by his jasper saber. Meanwhile, inside the general's mansion in Yan Province, Ma Lupeng led his 4 deputy generals outside. General Ma, things aren't looking good. Should we move the remaining civilians to stop the Nether Sect? Do it now. The Fiend Path is the Fiend Path after all. If we sacrifice these civilians, it'd be easy for us to join forces with the cultivators under the heavens. Ma Lupeng said. See it through. Understood. One of the deputies left the general's mansion. Ma Lupeng ordered, Welcome the Crown Prince outside the southern city. Roger. You, meet Wei Zhuoyan at the eastern gate. Roger. And you, meet the Big Dipper Academy and the Sky Conduct Academy. Be quick. The Nether Sect has already been drawn in. We must take them out in one fell swoop today. Roger. The 3 deputy generals swiftly left the general's mansion after receiving their orders. Ma Lupeng walked to the courtyard with his hands on his back. When he saw the corpses on the ground, his eyes flashed. I'll have the Nether Sect members accompany you to the afterlife. As soon as Ma Lupeng finished speaking, a green-robed swordsman appeared on the courtyard's wall. His arms were crossed as he looked down at Ma Lupeng with a faint smile on his face. His expression was one of confidence and calmness. Ma Lupeng shuddered as he stared at the green-robed swordsman. He was surprised he did notice the newcomer's presence until now. How long has he been standing there? Ma Lupeng forced himself to remain calm and asked, Who are you, sir? My apologies. I killed your brother, Ma Qing, by mistake. He wasn't on the hit list, but I had no choice, the green-robed swordsman said. His tone was gentle despite his words. It's you. My condolences. May you find peace and closure. Yu Shangrong lowered his head as a sign of respect for the dead. However, Yu Shangrong's words sounded like mockery to Ma Lupang's ears. Furious, he raised his hand and struck with his palm. Boom! 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 Yu Shangrong pushed away from the wall. He flipped in midair before he dove. Ma Lupang ran and unleashed a blast of energy. Boom! The walls of the general's mansion crumbled. The two of them flew toward a nearby lake along the promenade and gazebos. Palm seals flew in the air. Unsheath, Yu Shangrong said softly. A faint scarlet sword flew out. Meanwhile, Ma Lupang's palms were shining with golden light. Boom! 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 Both of them returned to the courtyard. The sword slashed out, launching an energy sword. The entire gazebo was cut in half. Ma Lupang's fighting style was fierce and formidable. Every single palm and fist strike contained tremendous power. Sword devil? Is that all you've got? Ma Lupang shouted and folded his palms together. Dozens of palm seals spun in the air. Yu Shangrong's expression remained unchanged. He brandished his sword, leaving afterimages. The sword sliced each of the incoming palm seals precisely. This was why heaven-grade weapons were formidable. The sword could cut through energy. It cleaved through the energy fists and palm seals like running a knife through tofu. On the other side, in the skies above the eastern part of the city, on board the Nethersex flying chariot, Yu Zhenghai had unleashed Sovereign's Descent numerous times. He had exhausted about half of his primal chi. He withdrew his hand, and the Jasper saber flew back into his grasp. Eldest senior brother, please conserve your strength. Allow me and brother Chongyang to take care of the rest. Si Wuya stepped forward. He was about to use his peacock plume when Yu Zhenghai raised a hand to stop him. Yu Zhenghai said, "Wise brother, you should remain on the chariot and plan our strategy. I won't forgive myself if anything were to happen to you." Hua Chongyang blasted the nearest ballista away and returned to the chariot. He said, "There's no need to trouble yourself, Mr. Seventh. The Nethersex brethren aren't too shabby. Look there." The Azure Dragon Hall's second seat, Yu Hong, led a team of men toward the other parts of the city. He summoned his six-leaf golden lotus avatar. He dove, effectively taking out a group of low-rank cultivators. Si Wuya nodded. "With the Nether sect at your command, it's only a matter of time before the divine capital is conquered, eldest senior brother." Yu Zhenghai felt as though he was on cloud 9 from the praise. He said, "But I can't be too arrogant. The time limit Master has set is rather short." "Don't worry, eldest senior brother. We have enough time. What we need to guard against now is the two great academies and Wei Zhuoyan," Si Wuya said. "Alas, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing aren't here." At this moment, Hua Chongyang saw throngs of civilians swarming the streets. They looked terrified. Some of them were injured with bruises and swollen faces. They were running toward the Nether Sect members' onslaught of attacks. "Sect Master, look at that." Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuya saw the civilians and frowned at the same time. "What do we do?" Hua Chongyang frowned as well. Those with a grand ambition would not fret about minor details. Indeed, the most appropriate action at the moment was to kill them right now. However, could they do it? If they were allowed to enter the war zone, they would surely hinder the Nethersex advances. If there were enemies among them, it would be an even bigger problem. Yu Zhenghai clenched his fists as he observed the situation. He was furious as he said, "Ma Lupang, I must kill that man myself." Hua Chongyang fell on one knee and said, "Kindly give your order, Sect Master. I'll follow it unconditionally." Si Wuya grew tense as he looked at Hua Chongyang. Yu Zhenghai did not respond. He continued to look at the civilians on the streets in silence. Many garrison soldiers were watching behind the civilians. A child was crying loudly, and the child's mother covered his mouth to muffle his cries. Everyone was terrified. There was no time to feel sorry for others. Hua Chongyang continued to wait for his orders. He clenched his fists expressionlessly. "Retreat." Yu Zhenghai raised his hand. Although Si Wuya could have spoken up, he felt relieved when he heard this. Hua Chongyang did object. He said gruffly, "Yes, sect master." Then, he leaped out and maintained flight under the flying chariot before projecting his voice. "Retreat to the city walls." The Nether sect disciples looked up in confusion at the flying chariot. They were in an advantageous position now. Why were they told to retreat? The civilians sighed with relief when they saw the Nether sect members retreating. Some of them fell to the ground limply as though they had just had a close brush with death. At this moment, in the western part of the city, several miles away, an 8-leaf avatar rose into the air. The 100-foot avatar shone with golden light as an 8-leaf golden lotus spun under its feet. Boom! Amidst the energy blast released by the avatar, a green-robed swordsman could be seen flying backward as he held a sword in front of him. He seemed calm and confident as he dodged the 8-leaf avatar. Xianxia stabilized himself by stepping on the buildings before he dove. He looked at Ma Lupang. Despite him suppressing his surging blood essence, a confident smile could be seen on his face as he said, "If I didn't sever my lotus and were still at the 8-leaf stage, you would have already died by my sword. However, I can deny it's much more interesting to fight a stronger opponent." Ma Lupang, who had summoned his avatar, looked at Xianxia with a fierce expression on his face. "You really are the sword devil, Xianxia." He did not expect that even with his 8-leaf cultivation base, he still could not force Xianxia to summon his avatar. On the flying chariot in the distance, Xianxia was not blind. He had, naturally, seen the 100-foot avatar. He scoffed before he said, "Wise brother, I'll leave the command to you. I'm going to take Ma Lupang's head myself." Then, he leaped out of the flying chariot without waiting for Si Wuya's reply. Si Wuya was much more observant compared to Xianxia. He had already seen the green-robed swordsman in the air who was illuminated by the avatar's golden light. The mysterious elite is second senior brother? Xianxia only had eyes for Ma Lupang. He was familiar with the 100-foot avatar and its huge fist and energy. After all, these things had betrayed Ma Lupang's identity. He flew horizontally toward the avatar in the sky at light speed. His jasper saber on his waist buzzed as though in anticipation for the battle to come. When Xianxia recalled the civilians who were held hostage, his heart was overwhelmed by a wave of fury. Due to his anger, his primal chi was agitated, affecting the jasper saber. The killing intent his body exuded was terrifying. At this moment, Xianxia realized that Ma Lupang's avatar had revealed their location. Ma Lupang did not notice Xianxia was rushing toward them. His attention was completely focused on the sword devil, Xianxia, the man who killed his younger brother. He wanted to get rid of Xianxia right away, more than anyone else. He looked down and retracted his avatar before flipping upside down. He hurled his right fist out, unleashing a meteor-like energy fist. Killing intent surged from his body as he glared at Xianxia with bloodshot eyes and cried out, "Sword devil, die!" With Ma Lupang's cultivation base, he could be considered superior among his peers. Xianxia looked up at Ma Lupang, who was diving toward him with an outstretched hand. He raised his longevity sword at once. Whiz! Xianxia's avatar finally appeared. His avatar made for a rather shocking sight. Most avatars had their palms folded like Buddha or a Taoist cultivating Zen. However, his avatar's palms were joined together. The 10 fingers then seemed to move in a grabbing motion. Ma Lupang was shocked. He had never seen an avatar like this before. However, he had already unleashed his technique. There was no turning back. He held his breath as he focused his mind and attention. He pushed down with his energy fist. When he finally saw the avatar's height, he said contemptuously, "A 6-leaf avatar. You're dead." It was undisputed that an 8-leaf avatar's energy fist was powerful enough to destroy the lands and shatter a 6-leaf avatar. That was what Ma Lupang thought as well. The nearby cultivators watched this shocking scene. In the air, Ma Lupang dove and continued to launch energy fists. Boom! It was an unexpected development. Xianxia's 6-leaf avatar had grabbed Ma Lupang's shoulders. Meanwhile, Ma Lupang's energy fist was about to connect with his avatar's right arm. Xianxia frowned slightly. He felt that his right arm was in a precarious situation. He immediately swung his right arm, moving Ma Lupeng to the left. Boom! The energy fist collided with Yu Shangrong's avatar, causing it to ripple the avatar. I've been waiting for this. Yu Shangrong stomped his foot and shot into the air. His longevity sword shone with a scarlet light again. The golden lotus leaves spun around his longevity sword as 3 Yu Shangrongs appeared. This was the skill he was famous for, the return and enter 3 souls. Ma Lupeng laughed maniacally. You've been tricked. He seemed as though he had been plated in gold and shone like burning flames. Energy Body Mahayana? Energy Body Mahayana was the highest realm of body cultivation. The cultivator could use his primal chi in layers to protect his meridian vessels and skin. He could even shrink his avatar to the size of his body. When the 3 were simultaneously done, the energy body would be formed. Only a handful of body cultivators in the world were capable of cultivating the energy body. With the energy body and the avatar, it was akin to having a golden Buddha body. This defense was shocking. Ma Lupeng pushed forward instead of retreating even though his vision was blurring. He chose to press on and hurled his fist out again. With the sword out of its scabbard, there was no turning back. The sword devil swung his sword forcefully as always. His eyes shone with determination as he swung his arm. Bam! 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 Yu Shangrong's 3 silhouettes merged into one and flipped backward. The instant he landed, he stabbed the sword he held in his right hand into the ground to stabilize himself. Ma Lupeng reeled back as well. Boom! 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 Ma Lupeng crashed through 3 buildings before coming to a stop, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured his vision. Everything was silent at this moment. A battle of this level had always been destructive and dangerous. The cultivators nearby could only watch. They dared not venture close. It was a shocking sight to see a 7 or 8 leaf cultivation battle in this city. Moving closer was akin to seeking death. Yu Shangrong looked in the direction where Ma Lupeng fell in confusion. His heart thumped heavily when he saw a huge emerald sword embedded on the ground after the dust settled. The sword glinted from the sunlight. It seemed like he could not avoid this in the end. No wonder that Ma Lupeng had been defeated so easily. He had even heard 2 noises. He was finally here. Eldest senior brother? Yu Shangrong looked up and searched the skies. On a building on the opposite side, Yu Zhenghai stood with his hands on his back. He stared at Yu Shangrong intently. He did not even deign to spare a glance for Ma Lupeng, who was lying on the ground. He said in disbelief, "It's really you." Yu Shangrong straightened up and said with a smile, "Yes, it's me. Why did you help me?" Yu Zhenghai asked. "I'm not helping you. I'm only helping myself." "Helping yourself?" "Of course," Yu Shangrong replied nonchalantly. Yu Zhenghai said, "Second junior brother, as the eldest senior brother, I've tolerated you, tried to understand you and accommodate you. I won't hold what happened in the past against you. But," at this point, his voice turned grave as he said, "in the face of our grand objective and hundreds of thousands of Nether Sect members, I won't and I can't stand back. I will kill Ma Lupeng on your behalf." "Junior brother." Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, "You're the eldest senior brother. I've respected you, honored you, and even tried to avoid you. A junior brother shouldn't be disrespectful to his senior brother. After all, your grand objective might be important, but he doesn't stand in the way of your cause at all. Since he's on my hit list, I'll be the one to kill him." Ma Lupeng coughed violently as he bit back the intense pain. He struck the ground with a single palm and rose into the air. He looked to his sides. To think that one of the 8 great generals was reduced to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered or a fish on the chopping board. Those 2 were just standing in the air and casually discussing who should kill him. How could he not be furious? He shouted, "Enough! Yu Shangrong, you merely possess a 6-leaf avatar. How exactly are you going to kill me?" "6-leaf avatar?" Yu Zhenghai's eyelid twitched. A sense of contempt rose in his heart. He could have cultivated as well. Alas, he was busy with his grand cause. Ma Lupeng turned to Yu Zhenghai and said, "Yu Zhenghai, my reinforcements are coming soon. You're now a turtle in a jar. What right do you have to hoot in my face? Yu Zhenghai did not look at Ma Lupang. His eyes were trained on Yu Shangrong as he said, "Second junior brother, you're only at the 6-leaf stage. I don't think you're capable of killing Ma Lupang. There's no need for you to meddle in the issue regarding the divine capital any longer." Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, "Eldest senior brother, forgive me for not agreeing with you." His longevity sword vibrated. Bzzzt. A faint scarlet light shone from the sword. Zing. The longevity sword hovered before Yu Shangrong. He joined his palms together with a calm expression on his face. The primal chi around him surged, stirring up a gust of wind. The tiles from the rooftops of the buildings around Yu Shangrong were lifted in the air, and everything around him shook. Shortly after, the vertical longevity sword flew out horizontally. Energy swords appeared in a fan formation. Yu Zhenghai was slightly shocked. Primal restoration? The origin of all things. The unrivaled path. This skill was one of the most difficult grand techniques in the Guiyuan sword technique. It was not inferior to Enter 3 Souls at all. The longevity sword that was in a horizontal position turned in a circle, and the circle transformed into an energy sword. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai flipped his palm. His jasper saber, which was embedded on the ground, flew toward him with a zing. Then he threw it out again. The Sovereign's Descent. Now that Yu Zhenghai had made his move, he would use his most powerful technique. If you were facing this duo at the same time, what would you do? Would you choose to face the peak 8-leaf Yu Zhenghai or Yu Shangrong, who seemed to have a new 6-leaf avatar? Ma Lupang stood in the air, stunned. As he bit back the pain and unleashed his energy body again, he was immediately wrapped in a flame-like energy. He stomped his feet. Boom! Ma Lupang flew out toward Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. He pushed his palms forward. The primal restoration. The energy swords merged with the longevity sword and sailed toward Ma Lupang. Ma Lupang said in a harsh voice, "Even if I die, I'll take you with me, sword devil." His eyes shone with determination and confidence. Ma Lupang's confidence made Yu Shangrong fight with all his might. Bam! 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 The energy swords stabbed Ma Lupang's body. At the same time, Sovereign's Descent shot out countless energy sabers toward Ma Lupang from behind. Yu Zhenghai extended his arms like a falcon ready to take flight. Below him, the wave of energy sabers flew toward Ma Lupang. Boom! 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 Yu Zhenghai focused his gaze. Several bloodied lines appeared on Ma Lupang's fist. Could be said that his death was certain. He was pincered by his enemies. On one side, it was the primal restoration. On the other side, it was Sovereign's Descent. However, Yu Zhenghai suddenly retracted his arms and joined his palms together. The Sovereign's Descent disappeared abruptly, and his jasper saber flew back between his palms. Then he attacked with his saber. Bam! A golden energy saber that was a few meters long swept toward Ma Lupang. It was out of the range of the primal restoration. Yu Shangrong leaped back again. His movements were delicate and graceful. However, despite his seemingly light movements, cracks appeared whenever his feet touched the ground though. Ma Lupang flew to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood, rolling on the ground. The energy saber and energy sword vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai was still looking at Yu Shangrong from the distance. From the beginning until now, he did not look at Ma Lupang, who was severely injured. "Do you know that his punch might cost you your life?" Yu Zhenghai asked. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, "Eldest senior brother, are you afraid that my primal restoration might kill him first? If I didn't do that, you would have been injured." "I don't think so. It's not a good thing to be conceited. You've already severed your lotus and are recultivating. Why must you compete with an 8-leaf cultivator?" Yu Zhenghai asked. When Shu, Ji Qingqing's 4 deputy generals, Mouse King Li Xianxia, the officials of Yan Province City's southern gate, "I killed them all," Yu Shangrong replied. Yu Zhenghai's brows knitted together when he heard this. However, His frown soon eased as he said disapprovingly, "Is this why you're so conceited?" However, Ma Lupeng is Yen Province City's general, one of the 8 great generals of the Divine Capital's Imperial Guard. Yu Shangrong replied lightly. Ma Lupeng was infuriated by the duo's bickering. He swept away the debris on himself and sat up. He glanced at the saber wound on his waist and the sword wound on his torso. The saber and sword both left deep wounds on his body. His blood was gushing out of the wounds. If it were not for energy body Mahayana, he would have been dead even if Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong did not use powerful moves. After all, even with his energy body Mahayana, it was still difficult for him to withstand the blows from the Sovereign's descent and the primal restoration. Yu Zhenghai's sudden change of technique had saved his life. Eldest senior brother, it's meaningless for us to bicker over this. Why don't we respect our opponent and have him choose? Yu Shangrong looked at Ma Lupeng. Yu Zhenghai scoffed and said disdainfully, "There are those in the world who are born to be humiliated, not respected. Ma Lupeng is one of them." He raised his left hand and aimed his jasper saber at Ma Lupeng. Yu Shangrong raised his sword as well and said, "In that case, it's a contest of speed then." When faced with 2 of the most powerful individuals in the world, anyone with a sound mind would only choose one course of action: run. Without a second thought, Ma Lupeng caught his breath and sprinted away. Energy surged around him as he ran, his legs stirring up the wind. At this moment, he discovered there was no one in his vicinity. He did not dare to fly, so he scurried through the alleys. Still, there was no one. Nobody. Not a single soul. It was empty. At this moment, Ma Lupeng finally remembered that the civilians had been brought by his deputy general to the eastern city gate to threaten the Nether sect. Ma Lupeng had no choice but to continue running along the alleys. Why isn't anyone chasing after me? He turned to look at the alley's entrance, puzzled. Above the alley, Yu Zhenghai waved before he said, "Think that you can escape?" Ma Lupeng activated his energy body and rammed into a wall on his left. A humanoid hole was left on the wall. He sprinted in the other direction madly. Before he could get far, he saw Yu Shangrong smiling at him on the rooftop at the side. "Why are you struggling?" Yu Shangrong asked. Ma Lupeng was going crazy. He panicked. He could no longer endure this cat and mouse game. He immediately launched himself into the air. As expected, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai appeared by his sides. "Madmen! You're both madmen." Ma Lupeng felt that the duo was deranged. They did not take him seriously at all. It was as though he was nothing but a tool for them to compete against each other. At this moment, a troop of men fully dressed in armor charged toward them from the skies. The sounds of hooves could be heard in the distance. Mounted soldiers and cultivators were entering the city. Ma Lupeng was overjoyed. He guffawed before he said, "My reinforcements are here." He activated his energy body and shot into the air, looking like a golden flame, as he summoned his avatar again. The 100-foot avatar vibrated. Naturally, it attracted the attention of Ma Lupeng's reinforcement. However, it also exposed his location to his enemies. When Ma Lupeng swept his gaze to his sides, he saw a saber and a sword shooting energy blades toward him with a terrifyingly destructive force. "I'm dead." Ma Lupeng's heart sank as he continued flying higher. Countless energy swords and energy sabers tailed him. Boom! 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 The attacks landed on Ma Lupeng. The sword and the saber continued rising in the air. They slashed at each other several hundred times before pulling back at the same time. Yu Shangrong stepped forward and grabbed his longevity sword. Yu Zhenghai stepped forward and grabbed his jasper saber. On the Twin Rocks Peak, Huang Shiji, Ming Shirin, and the Big Dipper Academy's Zhou Yukai witnessed all of this. They were riveted as they watched the battle. They could hardly believe their eyes. The 8-leaf Yu Zhenghai's saber strikes were domineering and ferocious. His energy sabers could destroy the lands. The 6-leaf Yu Shangrong's sword skills were outstanding. His sword moved like a swimming dragon. His performance was on par with the 8-leaf Yu Zhenghai. If they had not seen his avatar, they would not have doubted that he was a peak 8-leaf cultivator. Huang Shiji praised. See, that's what I was talking about. You shouldn't compare the likes of me to sect master you. Zhou Yukai was impressed. Huang Shiji continued to say, the Sword Devil's combat strength isn't inferior to an 8-leaf cultivator, even though he's only at the 6-leaf stage now. He could even make his avatar move. He's reached such great height despite recultivating recently. In my opinion, he has to be the strongest person among all those who have severed their lotuses. His praises were sincere. Naturally, he did not include Lu Zhou among those who had severed their lotuses. After all, he was not certain what method Lu Zhou had employed to reach the 9-leaf stage. Zhou Yukai nodded. I'm ashamed to call myself the president of the Big Dipper Academy. I'm a frog in a well. Why do you say that? Huang Shiji asked. I'm not surprised that Yu Zhenghai, the sect master of the Nether sect, is capable of defeating Ma Lupang, but the Sword Devil, Yu Shangrong, has the confidence of an 8-leaf cultivator after recultivating. That's shocking. Huang Shiji smiled and said, alas, we're too far away and don't get a clear view. The Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples can't be measured by conventional logic. Since you know about the Evil Sky Pavilion, do you know about its 9th disciple? I've heard of her. Huang Shiji continued to say, I've been to the Evil Sky Pavilion in the past, and I've met the little girl before. After 6 years, the little girl has already entered the 5-leaf nascent divinity realm. Zhou Yukai looked up. His fingers were visibly shaking now, and his throat was dry. 5-leaf nascent divinity realm. In 6 years? He was certain this cultivation speed was unprecedented among the current generation of cultivators. Just the body-tempering realm would take several years. He found it difficult to believe someone had only taken 6 years to enter the nascent divinity realm. His understanding of the Evil Sky Pavilion was being renewed. Mingshi rolled his eyes. Are you going to keel over from shock if I tell you about Conk? Lu Zhou, who had remained silent throughout all this, stroked his beard and said, rascals. His word was clearly directed at Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. Huang Shiji and Zhou Yukai were taken aback. He could have taken care of Ma Lupang sooner, but there he is, wasting time. Lu Zhou continued with his criticism. Yu Zhenghai's sovereign descent is an attack with a wide range. A wave of energy sabers should have appeared when it's unleashed. It's such a waste to use it against someone like Ma Lupang. Yu Shangrong's primal restoration needs time to gather his primal energy and condense it into energy swords. It's powerful enough but not cleanly executed. He's still thinking of concealing his strength at a crucial moment like this. They were working together, but they couldn't kill Ma Lupang in a short time. They used too many methods that it's confusing, and they weren't decisive enough. It seems like they're still too young. Lu Zhou's criticism rendered Huang Shiji and Zhou Yukai speechless. What else could they say? If I have talented disciples such as those two, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Yet, he's complaining about them. Huang Shiji coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. At this moment, Mingshi pointed at Yan Province City and said, Master, there are reinforcements. Zhou Yukai glanced in the direction and frowned. They're not disciples of the Sky Conduct Academy. Wei Zhuoyan is supposed to be in Liang Province. Mingshi was puzzled. Liang Province. Zhou Yukai realized that he had said the wrong thing. He immediately covered his mouth. Mingshi said, Indeed, it's a good plan for Wei Zhuoyan to attack Liang Province from the borders. However, it might be difficult for him to take down Liang Province. 3 of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors are guarding it. Unless Wei Zhuoyan is cooperating with the other tribes. Zhou Yukai. Huang Shiji. Since time immemorial, colluding with the other tribes was an unforgivable offense. If a person was proven to have committed such a crime, his or her name would be tarnished in history. Inside Yan Province City, an army of armored soldiers and cavalry headed toward the eastern wall. A flying chariot appeared in the air. It was not huge, but from its appearance, it was clear that its owner was someone from a notable background. There were cultivators in 3 square formations behind the flying chariot. They were all wearing black armor and masks. The Black Knights. Master, it's the Black Knights from the divine capital. Huang Shiji said. After the Black Knights leader, Lung Luo, left, the Black Knights are no longer what they used to be. However, I'm curious, who's the new leader of the Black Knights? Zhou Yukai shook his head and said, to tell you the truth, based on my information, there's no such person. Lu Zhou looked over. Inside Yan Province City, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai were facing each other from a distance. Ma Lupeng looked at the duo nervously after he landed. Yu Zhenghai said, second junior brother, the reinforcements are here. Let me kill Ma Lupeng. The situation of the war is dire and can't be delayed. Why don't we leave our competition for another time? Yu Shangrong turned his longevity sword around and said with a smile, since you've said it, eldest senior brother, how can I say no? The situation is dire. Let's leave it at this. All right. Fine. The two of them had been bickering about who would kill Ma Lupeng all this time, and yet they were suddenly compromising? An ominous feeling rose in Ma Lupeng's heart at this moment. He knew this was his only chance to make a run for it. He stomped both feet strongly, and his body shone with a golden light as he activated his energy body. Then he charged at a nearby wall. Bam! Yu Shangrong did not even look at Ma Lupeng as his longevity sword suddenly flew. The Jasper saber shot out at this moment as well. This time, the saber and sword did not collide. Instead, they were moving in a parallel line. As they sailed forth, countless energy sabers and energy swords materialized between the two weapons. The energy sabers were like a tidal wave with the potential to destroy heaven and earth, whereas the energy swords were like a meteor shower that seemed capable of cleaving heavens and earth in half. The sabers and swords attacked at the same time. Bam! Bam! The energy sabers and energy swords merged and pierced Ma Lupeng's back. Yu Shangrong withdrew his hand, and the longevity sword returned to its scabbard. The Jasper saber spun into the air and slashed Ma Lupeng's neck. It brought a bloodied head with wide eyes back to Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai stepped into the air and said to Yu Shangrong, second junior brother, you're only a six-leaf cultivator. After all, what do you say we spar again once you're returned to the eight-leaf stage? You took the words right out of my mouth, Yu Shangrong replied. Yu Zhenghai no longer replied and flew in the other direction with the head in hand. Yu Shangrong descended and shot in another direction at lightning speed. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guard's reinforcement troops marched toward the eastern wall in a dense formation. The Black Knights and the armored soldiers approached their destination. Where's Ma Lupeng? A gruff voice rang from the lying chariot. At the same time, Yu Zhenghai flew toward them. The Black Knights and the armored soldiers looked up with grim expressions on their faces. Yu Zhenghai stood on his Jasper saber. He turned around before coming to a halt. A head sailed toward them. Bam! The head fell to the ground and rolled until it was several meters before the flying chariot. Blood dripped from the head as it moved. The others exclaimed in shock. General! General! Yu Zhenghai placed his hands on his back as he looked at the flying chariot below him fiercely. Then, he looked at the civilians and said, this is what happens to someone who threatens the common folk. I've said that the Nether sect won't harm civilians. I will personally demand an explanation from the Emperor for today's incident. His rich voice rolled out, invigorating the hearts and minds of the commoners. For the common folk, it did not matter who was on the throne. The most important thing to them was the person governing the country could ensure that they lived good lives. Who among these people would not be moved by Yu Zhenghai's words? His words seemed to have boosted their morale. As they spoke among themselves, they could be heard blaming the imperial family and Ma Lupeng. The gruff voice rang from the small flying chariot again. Ma Lupeng deserves 10,000 deaths for holding the civilians hostage. As the crown prince of Great Yen, I'll surely sentence his entire family to death. However, that's a separate matter. I won't let the Nether sect go because of this. The crown prince? Many were surprised and confused by the crown prince's presence. At this moment, a person emerged from the small flying chariot. He wore a magnificent embroidered robe and a brocade cap. His expression was determined, confident, and composed. He looked at Xianxia with killing intent flashing in his eyes as he hovered in the air. This person was none other than Lu Ji, the crown prince of Great Yan's imperial family. Lu Ji's appearance immediately boosted the morale of the imperial guard. I'm here to eradicate the rebel army. Xianxia did not expect the crown prince, Lu Ji, to be here. With this army? Although Crown Prince Lu Ji was a genius cultivator, there was no way he had an 8-leaf cultivation base. Moreover, Ma Lupeng was dead, and Wei Zhuoyan had gone to Liang province. What gave him the confidence to face the Nether sect? Lu Ji rose higher in the air and drew level with Xianxia. For Black Knights and the remaining Black Knights rose into the air in a square formation as well. Lu Ji looked at Xianxia and said, "Of course. Not, behold." He waved his right hand. In the faraway skies, countless white-clad cultivators flew toward them. The white-clad cultivators appeared among the mist between the mountains. Then they flew toward the west. Clearly, they knew about the current situation in Yan Province City. When the several thousand white-clad cultivators appeared within their sights, the Imperial Guard's confidence was boosted. Meanwhile, Si Wuya, who was on the Nether sect's flying chariot, saw this and frowned. So, they've come. The Sky Conduct Academy's president, Meng Nanfei, flew southward for quite some time before shifting eastward. President, we're approaching Yan Province soon. All right, listen to my order once we're at Yan Province City. Yes, President. When the several thousand white-clad cultivators were flying eastward and were about to enter Yan Province City, one of them pointed at the mountain peak before them. President, what's that? At first, Meng Nanfei did not bother with the disciple's words. He continued flying forward at full speed. However, when he finally looked up, he saw a huge avatar slowly rising above the Twin Rocks peak. From the height of 10 feet, it swiftly grew to the height of 150 feet. Soon enough, a 9-leaf golden lotus appeared. Brilliant rays of light illuminated the eastern region immediately. The several thousand disciples felt as though the air was electrified. Their hairs stood on end as a terrifying aura blew against their faces. When Meng Nanfei saw this, his eyes widened as he shouted, "Stop!" The several thousand disciples came to a halt immediately. The 10 seconds that passed felt like a century. Every second seemed to have lasted a year. None of the Sky Conduct Academy disciples dared to move or make a sound. Shortly after, Meng Nanfei said decisively, "Retreat!" The Sky Conduct Academy's president, Meng Nanfei, decisively ordered his disciples. The disciples of the academy had seen the 9-leaf avatar as well, and they moved back instinctively. Why did the Sky Conduct Academy come here? Naturally, it was to help the Crown Prince and Ma Lupeng defeat the Nether sect. Who was the owner of the 9-leaf avatar on the Twin Rocks peak? There was no need for them to think about it. It had to be Ji Tiandao, the Evil Sky Pavilion's master and the master of the sect master of Nether sect. Who would dare to move recklessly under such circumstances? The smartest thing to do was to retreat at this moment. There was no need to think about anything else. Run. They had come here ostentatiously and in a grand manner. And yet, they were now fleeing with their tails between their legs. Inside Yan Province City, Crown Prince Lu Ji hovered before the small flying chariot with a smug expression on his face, as he waited for his reinforcement to arrive. So long as the disciples of the two academies were here and the formation was reactivated, the Nether sect would become a turtle trapped in a cage. At that time, they could take down the Nether sect and Xianxia in one fell swoop. Yet, one of Lu Ji's subordinates bowed and anxiously said, "Your Highness, the Sky Conduct Academy's people are gone." Crown Prince Lu Ji was taken aback. He frowned and said, "They're gone." He had difficulty believing this. He rose higher and looked in the direction where he had seen the people from the Sky Conduct Academy earlier. He was just in time to see the white-clad cultivators vanishing in the horizons at top speed, looking like fleeing rabbits. He was thoroughly shocked. What's happening? Are they rebelling? The visibility in the city was not great. The buildings easily obstructed their view. Xianxia's altitude was lower than the city wall. He did not see anything beyond the western wall. He seemed puzzled as well. However, Wuxia saw everything from the Nethersex flying chariot. He saw the 9-leaf avatar that appeared for a fleeting 10 seconds. It was not a long time, but it was enough. Master! He did not think there was another 9-leaf cultivator at the moment. Who else could it be on the Twin Rocks Peak apart from his master? At this moment, Wuxia seemed to have noticed something. He quickly said, "Brother Chongyang, sound the drums. Advance." Understood. Hua Chongyang leaped onto the highest point of the flying chariot and sounded the war drums. Dong! 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 The Nether sect members on the eastern city wall were roused to action. They dove at once. Another round of assault had begun. Xianxia turned to glance at the flying chariot at the other side of the city and nodded. How can I lag behind when my wise brother is helping me? Xianxia advanced instead of retreating. He charged forward. His jasper saber flew out of his hand at the same time. Lu Ji's eyes widened as he hastily shouted, "Retreat! Fall back! Use the formation! Why, Your Highness? You using a formation? W will only cut off our escape route." Lu Ji's subordinate could barely string his sentence together. Regardless, he knew using a formation at this moment would only serve to trap themselves here. Lu Ji descended on the flying chariot. Then the flying chariot turned around and flew away. Energy sabers shot out in the air. Dozens of Black Knights were instantly killed by the energy sabers. Their head fell to the ground as a shower of blood rained down. Xianxia glanced at the civilians in his vicinity as he hovered in the air. He said, "Those who believe in my sect shall live. The Nether sect will keep all of you safe." He was determined. If he wanted to rule the world, he had to win the hearts of the people. His voice sounded thunderous to the common people. His words brought hope to them, making them kneel and kowtow at once. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Hall's second seat, Yu Hong, flew past below Xianxia. He called out, "Yu Hong." Yu Hong bowed at once. "Sect Master, I'm putting you in charge of protecting the civilians. Protect them with your life. If any harm comes to them, I'll have your head." "Yes, Sect Master." Yu Hong accepted his mission. Xianxia's orders that were given in the civilians' presence earned their trust. After all, Ma Lupang's actions have made them lose their faith. The civilians began to run toward Yu Hong. Yu Hong guarded the civilians as they went toward the eastern gate. When Xianxia saw that the matter was nearly settled, he chased after the Black Knights. On Twin Rocks Peak, the appearance of a 9-leaf avatar shocked everyone. Zhou Yukai felt as though his soul had left his body, and his mind was blank. He remained in that state for half a day. The 1,000 Big Dipper Academy disciples stared at the now empty sky in stunned silence. Was that a golden 9-leaf avatar? 9 leaves? How could it be possible that all of them had seen wrongly? It was impossible for an entire group of people to be mistaken. Mingshi called out when he saw Zhou Yukai in a daze. "President Zhou?" Zhou Yukai did not respond. Who knew what was going on in his mind at this moment? "President Zhou," Mingshi called out again. Zhou Yukai shuddered and rose to his feet at once. He turned around and said to Zhou Wenliang, "Thank you for the reminder, President Zhou." Mingshi. Zhou Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong. What was this? Then, with a sheepish expression on his face, Zhou Yukai said, "I'm sorry. I haven't been getting much sleep recently. That was embarrassing." Zhou Wenliang thought to himself, "Yes, you should thank me." This was not Huang Shiji's first time seeing the 9-leaf avatar. Therefore, he was much more composed compared to the others. He knew Lu Zhou had summoned his 9-leaf avatar to intimidate and scare the disciples from the Sky Conduct Academy and the Big Dipper Academy away. In the end, he praised Lu Zhou. "Brother Ji, that's a surprising move. I'm impressed." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "I came to Yan province because I was passing by. What about you, President Zhou?" Zhou Yukai looked like a deer caught in headlights at this moment. Then he hastily replied, Naturally, I was also passing by. Huang Shiji nodded. That's settled. Then, since we're all just passing by, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Isn't it nice to stay here and chat? If only we have booze with us. Mingshi smiled and said, I'm afraid not. We left in a hurry, and I forgot to prepare some. Meanwhile, it was chaotic in Yan Province City. Yu Zhenghai displayed his might as an 8-leaf cultivator. He unleashed his sovereign's descent 3 consecutive times and cleared away the Black Knights. He spent much of his primal chi due to that. When he looked up ahead, he saw Lu Ji steered the flying chariot and speeding forward. When the flying chariot was about to leave the city, he saw someone with a pair of shining golden wings charging toward it from behind. Eldest senior brother, leave the rest to me, Si Wuya said as he flapped his wings. All right, be careful, wise brother, Yu Zhenghai said valiantly. Don't worry, I'm also an evil sky pavilion disciple after all. Si Wuya sped toward the flying chariot as soon as he finished speaking. Whenever he flapped his wings, tens of thousands of energy needles shot out. He easily took down the low-rank cultivators with that. Lu Ji saw Si Wuya's wings and frowned. He can do that? Faster. Step on it. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll surely make sure that Your Highness gets away safely. Swoosh. The flying chariot rose in the air and passed the towering city wall, flying southward. Si Wuya pushed his wings to the limits. He went after the flying chariot like a meteor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He fired his energy needles in rapid succession. Bam, bam, bam. They struck the flying chariot. Crack. The lower half of the flying chariot was sliced away by the energy needles. The formation veins disintegrated instantly. Your Highness, we're abandoning the chariot. A black figure caught Lu Ji and descended from the sky. The black figure wore a mask. He grabbed Crown Prince Lu Ji before he landed on the ground. He looked up at Si Wuya, who was speeding toward them, and said in a gruff voice, Your Highness, retreat! Stop him no matter what, Lu Ji said in a hoarse voice. Understood. A peculiar energy surged out of the masked man immediately. He pushed away from the ground and launched deadly palm seals into the air. Si Wuya frowned. He did not expect there to be such an elite by Crown Prince Lu Ji's side. He immediately flapped his wings and flew at a lower altitude. The masked man did not expect Si Wuya would have no interest in fighting him. He saw Si Wuya continue to speed toward Lu Ji. Si Wuya's speed was too fast. With his wings, Si Wuya's speed was on par with the small chariot. Lu Ji, who was without a chariot, did not stand a chance at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy needles shot out everywhere. The masked man moved swiftly to the back. He cast his grand technique. Is that all you've got? Bam, bam, bam. The masked man hurled punches after punches at Si Wuya's wings. Si Wuya ignored the masked man completely. He rode on the momentum and dove. Thanks. The wings suddenly detached from Si Wuya's back before they merged into one. The light from the wings faded immediately. The peacock plume appeared and shot out a beam of light that was packed with energy needles toward Lu Ji. A frightened expression appeared on Lu Ji's face as he unleashed a blast of energy to block the attack. Bam! The peacock plume easily penetrated Lu Ji's protective energy and landed on his chest. Lu Ji reeled back and crashed into a tree, gravely injured. Bam! 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 3 huge towering trees fell from the impact. Si Wuya did not relent. Instead, he sprinted forward. The masked man cursed under his breath. Shit! Although he could sense that Si Wuya's strength and cultivation base were nothing to be afraid of, Si Wuya's unconventional actions annoyed him to no end. He immediately unleashed his grand technique and appeared in front of Si Wuya before he struck with his palm. Bam! Si Wuya blocked the blow with his arms. He flipped backward and stabilized himself on the ground. The two opponents faced each other in silence. Since the fate of Yan Province City is sealed, what's the use of struggling, sir? Si Wuya asked. We're merely serving our respective masters. His Highness, the Crown Prince, has given up on Yan Province. Why are you still chasing after us, sir? I'm just killing my enemy. I'm just protecting my master. Wuxia said disdainfully. Crown Prince Lu Ji has been obsessed with the culture of the other tribes since his youth. He performed a dance from the other tribes in the Eastern Palace once. He'd even shown the wolf into his house just to pursue his interests. Is it worth it to protect such a master? Everyone has their role to play in this world, whether it's as a master or a servant. It's just how the world is. Rebels like you only know how to spout nonsense, the masked man gruffly said. It saddens me to see someone as blindly loyal as you. Die! The masked man struck with energy fists and moved at lightning speed. Bam! 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 Wuxia struck with both palms. The two of them engaged in battle. The masked man displayed shocking combat strength. Every single strike of his hit Wuxia. The energy fists landed on Wuxia's protective energy. For a time, Wuxia was overwhelmed. He could not fight back and could only retreat. Bam! The masked man struck with both fists, landing on Wuxia's arms. Wuxia retreated again. The masked man chuckled and said, Looks like not everyone from the evil sky pavilion is powerful. If it had been Yu Zhanghai, he would have escaped without a second thought. It's too early for you to rejoice. Wuxia flipped his palm. His peacock plume spun above his palm, shooting out energy needles. There were only a few of them, but they were powerful enough. The masked man continued hurling punches to parry the energy needles. When the last and thickest needle was upon him, it suddenly split into many finer energy needles. One of the energy needles skimmed past his mask. Crack! A crisp sound rang in the air. The mask was broken. As the energy needles faded away, the mask fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Hong, it's you? Wuxia recognized the masked man immediately. It's me. Wuxia, the evil sky pavilion has destroyed the Henku branch and killed my disciples. As the branch master, how can I stay idle? Wuxia shook his head and said, The Henku branch had provoked the evil sky pavilion over and over again. If my master learns about your defiance, I'm afraid. In other words, the entire Henku branch would be wiped out. Lu Hong smiled and said, That's why. Nobody will know if I kill you today. There was an explosion of energy fists as Lu Hong charged forward. Wuxia retreated. He raised both palms and parried Lu Hong's energy fists. Bam! 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 The two of them moved as they fought. Wuxia kept retreating. Bam! Wuxia reeled again to avoid Lu Hong's powerful strike. Lu Hong smiled and asked, Is this all you've got? Wuxia was not affected by Lu Hong's taunting words. Instead, he looked at Crown Prince Lu Ji, who was lying on the ground, and said, Lu Ji must die. Wuxia tapped the ground lightly with his feet and flew into the air. Then he threw the peacock plume into the air. The peacock plume formed a shining golden peacock instead of landing on his back. The peacock spun, and energy needles rained down. The Great Compassion Poem. It was rumored that the cultivators of Great Compassion Poem could bring about a rain of blood and make ghosts cry at night. With the peacock plume, this cultivation method could be unleashed to its full potential. Wuxia rarely attacked. He rarely displayed his techniques or spread his peacock plume. This time he had to do this to kill Lu Ji. His eyes shone with determination as he wielded his peacock plume. A shrill cry rang from the huge peacock plume gave a wail. Energy needles rained down wherever the peacock could reach. Lu Hong's eyes widened. He summoned his avatar and flew up to avoid the attack. Darn it! Lu Hong had a 7-leaf avatar. The 90-foot avatar stood before the rain of needles from the Great Compassion Poem. Bam! 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 The needles rained down on the avatar. Even so, Lu Hong could not block all the needles. Several needles landed on their target. Withdraw! Wuxia pulled his peacock plume back. The Great Compassion Poem ended abruptly. When the peacock plume returned to him, he retreated swiftly without any hesitation. Running away? Lu Hong did not expect Wuxia to flee after unleashing the Great Compassion Poem. He chased after Wuxia at once. Wuxia had achieved his objective. It was only natural for him to leave. Continuing a fight zealously was not his style. A seven-leaf avatar was not easy to deal with. Just when Lu Hong was about to touch Si Wuya, a voice rang from Yan Province City. "Wise brother, where are you?" Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai had been worried about Si Wuya's prolonged absence. He had rushed here after a moment's rest. Lu Hong, who had been advancing with a mighty aura moments ago, immediately became a stunned monkey. He withdrew his avatar and turned around decisively, speeding toward Lu Ji. "Wise brother." Another sound technique. Lu Hong's hair stood on end. Goosebumps rose on his skin. "Run. I can't afford to fight him." Si Wuya shook his head. He spread his arms helplessly. "That's it." Yu Zhenghai moved toward Si Wuya swiftly. When he saw Si Wuya hovering in the air, he cried out in delight, "Wise brother, I'm fine." Hanku branches Lu Hong. "We can't let him get away." Si Wuya pointed at Lu Hong, who was now in the faraway forest. Yu Zhenghai saw that Si Wuya's clothes were slightly disheveled. He frowned and said, "Leave this to me, wise brother." Swoosh! Lu Hong activated his grand technique again. He did not dare bring Lu Ji with him. He was occupied with thoughts of self-preservation. He did not hesitate to abandon Lu Ji as he ran for his life. He flitted past the trees without choosing a clear path. When a person was being pursued under a panic state, they would instinctively choose to zigzag as they ran in an attempt to shake off their pursuer. He did not fly away from the forest. Instead, he flitted in and out among the trees. He shot to his left and right at lightning speed. He had no idea where he was. He had lost all sense of direction. However, that was not important. So long as he could shake off Yu Zhenghai, he would be able to find his way sooner or later. His palms were clammy, and his fingers were shaking at this moment. He turned around, wide-eyed, to look behind him occasionally. He sighed in relief. Perhaps his trick worked. He felt that he had lost his pursuer. Alas, to Lu Hong's despair, a hearty laughter rang in the forest. In the sky, a spinning energy, the dark heaven starlight, that was released by the jasper saber swept through the forest. Lu Hong's heart shuddered. He stomped his feet and launched himself forward toward the edge of the trees. He was out of the forest in just an instant. A mountain with twin rocks? Aren't those the Big Dipper Academy disciples? Why are they here? Soon enough, a voice rang in the air. "Hanku branches Lu Hong?" Lu Hong was overjoyed. He shouted, "Help me! Kill the disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion's old villain Ji." Everything would have been fine if Lu Hong did not say those words. Alas, as soon as he had spoken, the expressions of the 1,000 disciples of the Big Dipper Academy changed drastically. At the same time, a palm seal flew out from behind them. The palm seal was clenched into a fist and was blue in color. It was the Buddhists' great seal of fearlessness. Once it was launched, the people would know no fear and find peace. At this moment, Lu Hong was charging right into the great seal of fearlessness. He showed the others the consequences of getting hit by the palm seal. Boom! Lu Hong was instantly reduced to ashes. Silence reigned supreme on the Twin Rocks peak. Zhou Yukai felt parched. He felt his strength leaving his legs as his knees knocked against each other. He wanted to get up, but he could not muster up enough energy to do so. Lu Hong, the Hanku branch's master and a seven-leaf elite, was killed by a single palm strike? Zhou Yukai suddenly remembered that when he first arrived, Zhou Wenliang came to greet him, and then he met Ming Shi'in before finally coming up to the peak. If there had been any mistakes in any of those steps, he would have ended up the same way as the Hanku branch master, Lu Hong. He shivered in fear and decided not to dwell on it any longer. Lu Zhou remained indifferent to Lu Hong's death. He had warned the Hanku branch before he went to Cultivation in seclusion that he would wipe them out if they persisted in going against him. To ensure that his palm strike was powerful enough to kill, he did not hold back when using his extraordinary power. He had used 1/3 of his heavenly writing power to attack. Based on his analysis, 1/6 or 1/5 of his extraordinary power was enough to kill a 6 or 7-leaf elite. To be safe, he used 1/3. He was satisfied with the outcome. One palm strike was enough to turn Lu Hong into ashes. Even Huang Shiji was stunned for quite some time when he saw this. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Zhou said, "Calm down. I am. Zhou Yukai waved his hands at once. He tried his best not to look nervous despite the panic state he was in. The others looked at the huge energy saber above the forest. Huang Shiji smiled and said, "Sect Master Yu is as grand as ever." The dark heaven starlight released through the great dark heaven memorial covered a wide range. There was only one objective, and that was to clear the entire forest to look for Lu Hong. This resembled the scene where Lu Zhou captured Yu Zhenghai on the Clarity Sect's main peak back then. The difference was Yu Zhenghai's attack seemed hasty and impatient. When the entire forest disappeared, Yu Zhenghai remained hovering in the air. His sharp senses made him shift his gaze toward the Twin Rocks peak. 1,000 white-clad cultivators came into view. At the same time, Yu Zhenghai saw a huge palm seal crushing Lu Hong like a fly. Despite his 8-leaf golden lotus cultivation base, he was shocked when he saw the huge blue palm seal. Was it a friend or a foe? Who was the person who launched this attack from the Twin Rocks peak? Why was the palm seal blue? The series of questions made him hesitate to make a move. He wondered if it was Zhou Yukai when he looked at the 1,000 Big Dipper Academy disciples again. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he dismissed that thought. With Zhou Yotsai's cultivation base, it was impossible for him to launch such an attack that seemed capable of shocking the heavens and making deities and ghosts cry. Yu Zhenghai was about to move closer to have a look when a voice rang out. "Eldest senior brother. What is it?" Yu Zhenghai turned around and saw Si Wuya flying toward him. "Let's prioritize the bigger picture. Yen Province comes first. There's someone up on the Twin Rocks peak. I'm worried that an enemy army might be lying in wait there. I only want to check it out," Yu Zhenghai said. The Twin Rocks peak was partly hidden by two huge rocks. It was difficult to see who was on the peak since it was high and far away as well. However, Si Wuya had seen the 150-foot avatar earlier. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. If they wanted to attack, they would have done so long ago. Why would they stand here until the Crown Prince is killed?" Yu Zhenghai pointed at the Twin Rocks peak and said, "Wise brother, you might not have seen it, but I saw an enormous palm seal. It was blue and about this huge." He tried to indicate the size with his hands but stopped abruptly. He coughed awkwardly. He was gesturing like a foolish person. "How unbecoming of the sect master of Nether Sect," he said. "Anyway, Lu Hong was killed with a single strike. That's great. With Lu Hong dead, the Henke branch will be without a leader. They're now a platter of loose sand. That's one less source of resistance against your plan to unify the world, eldest senior brother," Si Wuya said. Yu Zhenghai nodded. "So, the people on Twin Rocks Peak aren't our enemies? But wait, those seem to be the Academy disciples." Si Wuya understood Yu Zhenghai's temperament. If Yu Zhenghai knew their master had helped them, Yu Zhenghai would not be happy. Hence, he hastily said, "That's not important. The battle in Yen Province is at its most crucial point. We should head back at once. Eldest senior brother." Yu Zhenghai sighed helplessly. "Might as well. The bigger picture was more important after all." Si Wuya knew this and used it against Yu Zhenghai. Naturally, he knew he was not the only one who had seen the 9-leaf avatar. However, there was no need to seek trouble at this moment. With that, Si Wuya and Yu Zhenghai returned to Yen Province City. On the Twin Rocks Peak, Lu Zhou and the others were observing the battle in Yen Province City. The Nether Sect's forces were swarming into the city with a crushing momentum. Lu Zhou was in no hurry to leave. He recalled Mingshi Yin's words. What if the 9-leaf elite was in the palace? "Brother Ji, looks like the outcome is certain. I thought I'll have to enter Yen Province City. From the looks of things, I don't think I'll be needed there," Huang Shiji said. Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh right, we're just passing by." Huang Shiji corrected himself at once. He really felt useless here. Was there a need for him when there was a 9-leaf cultivator here? At most, he was just like a cheerleader, cheering from the sideline. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "It's not as if there's nothing you can do. Just give the order, Brother Ji. Penglai Island will give you our full support." Huang Shiji said, "Tell your first disciple to work harder. I've asked him to investigate the Luo woman, and I still haven't heard anything definitive from him since," Lu Zhou said. Huang Shiji smiled sheepishly. Then he said with a sigh, "That rascal of mine is born a loafer and a cunning one at that. However, he does have a knack for investigating things. I'll keep a closer eye on him when I return." Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. When he saw that the battle at Yen Province City was becoming one-sided, he lost interest. He asked, "How's the floating island? Ever since you propped it up, Brother Ji, the formation is mended, and the 5 islands of Penglai are stabilizing. You single-handedly fought back the tides of malice, Brother Ji. As the master of Penglai Island, it's only natural for me to repay your kindness," Huang Shiji replied. Zhou Yukai was shocked upon hearing Huang Shiji's words. "Senior Ji, it is true that you single-handedly propped up the island?" Mingshi rolled his eyes. He felt this man was truly stupid. Just how did he become the Big Dipper Academy's president with that brain of his? "I should have taken all of his leaf-sprouting pills the other day," Huang Shiji said. "President Zhou, if Brother Ji isn't here, I would have shed all friendliness with you due to your remark." Zhou Yukai. Penglai owes Brother Ji a debt of gratitude. It's one thing for the others to doubt Brother Ji, but as the president of the Big Dipper Academy, shouldn't you be able to tell between truths and lies? Huang Shiji asked. Indeed, it was mind-blowing to imagine someone holding up an island with a single hand. However, the truth would be revealed after some investigations. Why was there a need to doubt this? He was clearly trying to drive a wedge between Penglai Island and the Evil Sky Pavilion. Huang Shiji would not have this. Zhou Yukai apologized at once. "I'm sorry. I've been focused on refining pills and our research on the Golden Lotus. I didn't think that the incident of propping up the floating island with a palm is real." After apologizing, he cupped his fists toward Lu Zhou. "I didn't know that your cultivation base has progressed to this stage. I'm impressed truly." Lu Zhou was used to this level of flattery. He only asked, "What are the results of your research on pill refining and the Golden Lotus?" Lu Zhou's question stumped President Zhou. His research after the dawn of the Lotus-severing era had always been classified. The Academy's core disciples and the imperial family were the only ones privy to this matter. It had never been revealed to outsiders. As Zhou Yukai hemmed and hawed, Lu Zhou said with a sigh, "I remember there was a time where the Big Dipper Academy was righteous and magnanimous. What a glorious period that was. Back then, the scholars under the heavens longed to join the Big Dipper Academy. A few centuries have passed since then, and this is what the Academy has become. It's now isolated, egoistic, unconventional, overly subjective, and disregards the world. It's no wonder the Academy has been reduced to this." Zhou Yukai was ashamed when he heard these words. Huang Shiji said, "President Zhou, what's there to be afraid of when speaking in Brother Ji's presence? Brother Ji is already at the 9-leaf stage. Would he even covet the results of your research? In fact, if you receive pointers from Brother Ji, it'll be even more valuable than 10 years of research." That was not a lie. Many young juniors have been stuck. It was the same as reading. There were thousands upon thousands of books in the world about everything under the heavens. If a person could understand everything just by reading, what need would there be for teachers? Moreover, even the Evil Sky Pavilion's Yu Shangrong had recultivated to the 6-leaf stage after he severed his lotus. Why was Zhou Yukai guarding his research? Zhou Yukai was hit with a sudden realization. He said with a sigh, "You have a point, Island Master Huang. I have been narrow-minded. The Academy's objective is to educate the world. That's also the foundation of the Academy." Then, he continued to say, "I've been researching lotus severing for the past 6 months. I have only made minor progress. Let's hear it." Lu Zhou tried his best to make himself seem less fierce. He tried to appear nonchalant as though he was just having small talks over afternoon tea. Zhou Yukai said, From what we know at the moment, cultivating after the lotus has been severed is more complicated than we had imagined. After the lotus is severed, not only would the cultivation speed be affected, but the avatar would be affected as well. As we all know, avatars can't move. They're like statues. It only serves as a defense after the caster enters the avatar. However, after the lotus is severed, the caster can, through his own powerful will, control the avatar so that it can make certain moves, thereby unleashing more powerful techniques. The number of leaves before the lotus is severed will affect the cultivation speed after they're severed. The more leaves there were, the quicker their cultivation would progress. It'll become unbelievably fast. I've discussed this with the Sky Conduct Academy's president Meng Nanfei before. We agree that the post-severing state is like a restorative state. Huang Shiji exclaimed in shock. Is severing the lotus that beneficial? Not quite so, Zhou Yukai continued to say. The secret of the golden lotus still needs more research. Why do golden lotuses absorb the cultivator's longevity and energy? These are unsolved mysteries at the moment. There's something missing in the research. Avatars can attack or retreat with a shocking defensive strength. The golden lotus can also be used as a heaven-grade weapon. Without it, the avatar is 1/3 weaker. Also, up until now, there's no way to find out if it's possible to form another golden lotus after it's severed, if there's a limit at the 9-leaf stage, or if there's a 10-leaf stage beyond the 9-leaf stage. When Zhou Yukai finished speaking, he, along with Huang Shiji, turned to look at Lu Zhou. They were, naturally, interested in what Lu Zhou had to say since Lu Zhou was a 9-leaf cultivator who had a 9-leaf avatar with a golden lotus. If there were anyone who knew the secrets, it had to be Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou said, before the 9-leaf stage is stabilized, the 10-leaf stage is still too advanced. The two of them nodded. Now that the lotus-severing era was in full swing, there was no avoiding the tides of change. Nobody knew what the future would be like. Lu Zhou added, the Big Dipper Academy has always been close with the imperial family. Do you know if there's any 9-leaf elite in the palace? Zhou Yukai shook his head and said, I've never heard of anything like that. The mountain is too small for 2 tigers. If there's truly a 9-leaf cultivator there, His Majesty won't be able to rest easy. However, when the former emperor was still on the throne, there had been rumors. He paused briefly before he continued to say, the former emperor was on good terms with you, Senior Ji. His talent for cultivation was inferior to yours, but after he received instructions from a capable teacher, he improved by leaps and bounds. It was also because of that the former emperor managed to ascend the throne successfully. Something stirred in Lu Zhou. Do you know where this capable teacher is? Zhou Yukai sighed and said, he passed away a long time ago. The former emperor cried for 3 days and 3 nights. He was buried with the same rites as a member of the imperial family. The former emperor even guarded his tomb for 3 years. Did you witness that yourself? That happened a long time ago. I couldn't have seen it myself. All I've heard are rumors. Zhou Yukai replied. Where is that tomb? Zhou Yukai said. This was kept a strict secret. When the former emperor ordered for the tomb to be built, the workers involved were all killed to keep its location a secret. The scribes were prohibited from putting it into writing. I'm afraid nobody knows to this day where the tomb is. At this point, Lu Zhou was able to confirm that the former emperor's teacher was the mysterious elite who came on the coffin. No wonder Lu Gu trusted that elite so much. Was the elite dead or alive? Nobody could be sure about something that they had never seen. At this moment, Mingshi Yin butted in and asked, how many leaves does the emperor have now? Zhou Yukai started when he heard Mingshi Yin's question. Sweat began to drip down his face immediately. He hesitated as he looked at the 1,000 academy disciples who were waiting for him some distance away. He knew that a wrong answer could cost him the lives of these 1,000 disciples. In the end, he said, to tell you the truth, all of the leaf-sprouting pills refined by the academy have been delivered to the palace. For the past 6 months, the 2 great academies and the core Yang sect have refined 108 leaf-sprouting pills in total. Mingshi Yin's eyes widened. Who's the binge eater? Is he a 108 leaf elite now? Zhou Yukai coughed before he shook his head and said, consuming a leaf-sprouting pill doesn't guarantee the addition of another leaf. The theory behind the leaf-sprouting pills is that it aids in the absorption of primal qi to boost one's cultivation base. At the 5 or 6 leaf stage, the cultivator would have to consume 10 to dozens of pills at least to sprout a leaf. Like a dog refusing to let go of a bone, Mingxirin asked. So, how many leaves does the emperor have? It was annoying to hear Zhou Yukai go on, beating around the bush. If his master was not here, Mingxirin would have punched him. We honestly don't know how many leaves His Majesty has sprouted. Please forgive us, Senior Ji, said Zhou Yukai anxiously. Heh, not telling, huh? Mingxirin was on the verge of losing his temper. Lu Zhou raised a hand to stop Mingxirin. All right, I believe you. He did not even know how many leaves his own disciple, Mingxirin, had. How could he expect Zhou Yukai to know how many leaves the emperor had sprouted? Thank you for your trust, Senior Ji. Zhou Yukai sighed in relief. President Zhou? Lu Zhou suddenly looked at Zhou Yukai with a probing look. What are your plans from now? Well, Zhou Yukai cupped his fists at once and said, I will conduct myself with magnanimity and righteousness to restore the Academy to its former glory. The Big Dipper Academy has great potential. You're not a narrow-minded person, Zhou Yukai. I'd advise you to go back and think carefully about the Academy's future. What is it that the Academy should or shouldn't do? How is it going to survive in the long run? Don't make any hasty decisions or be confused by blind loyalty. Think long and hard on these things. He sounded earnest when he spoke. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and called out, Old Fourth, kindly board the chariot, master. Lu Zhou leaped back onto the flying chariot. Zhou Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong instinctively followed Lu Zhou. Mingxirin turned to glare at the trio. What are you doing? Get lost. Ha! Thinking of leeching off the evil sky pavilion again? Fat chance. Mingxirin gave them a kick each. Zhou Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong fell to their knees at the same time and said, Thank you for sparing us, Senior Ji. Thank you for being merciful. Huang Shiji stood up as well. He looked at Zhou Yukai and said, President Zhou, a wise man submits to circumstances, and a fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Take care. Take care. Take care. Zhou Yukai suppressed the fear he felt. He looked on as Huang Shiji boarded the flying chariot. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The flying chariot rose into the air. Lu Zhou looked down from up high and said indifferently, Tell Meng Nanfei the same thing. Zhou Yukai bowed deeply. I will pass the message in its entirety to him. Under Mingxi control, the cloud-splitting chariot instantly disappeared among the sea of clouds. When Zhou Yukai looked up again, he could no longer see the flying chariot. At this time, he staggered and sat limply on the ground, panting heavily. Took him a while before he recovered. Once the Big Dipper Academy disciples saw the flying chariot had vanished from sight, they hastily flew up to their president. They were shocked to find him sitting on the ground. A few of them landed and helped Zhou Yukai to his feet. A few disciples stepped forward, concerned. President, are you all right? President, where did old villain Ji hit you? Is it bad? Zhou Yukai, who had risen to his feet, suddenly slapped the disciple who had referred to Ji Tiandao as old villain Ji. Shut up. After slapping the disciple, he said, Remember the saying, loose lips sink ships. The disciple held his hand against his cheek and replied, Yes, President. Are we still going to Yen Province City? Why would we? Zhou Yukai did not even look in the direction of Yen Province City. At this juncture, unless they were seeking death, who would dare visit the city now? Did they not see how quickly the Sky Conduct Academy disciples had fled? Did I raise a group of fucking dimwits? Return to the academy, Zhou Yukai ordered. He stepped into the air before the others. Understood. The 1,000 disciples obediently took flight. Soon after, Zhou Yukai said, Let's visit the Sky Conduct Academy first. Understood. The Sky Conduct Academy in the Divine Capital. Meng Nanfei, the president of the Sky Conduct Academy, lifted his teacup to his mouth and finished the tea in a gulp to calm his nerves. It had been a while since Meng Nanfei returned. He could not help muse out loud. Was it an illusion? President, it wasn't an illusion. We saw it as well. There's no mistake that it was a 9-leaf golden lotus avatar. I saw it as well. It was most certainly a 9-leaf golden lotus. President, your call to retreat was made in a timely manner. Meng Nanfei looked at the two disciples. He was not in the mood to entertain these two. Meng Nanfei swept his gaze at the two of them. He was not in the mood to entertain these two people with glib tongues. At this moment, a disciple came running in and hastily said, President, the Big Dipper Academy's President Zhou is here. Show him in. Shortly after, Zhou Yukai hastened his way toward the Sky Conduct Academy's meeting hall with two disciples in tow. Meng Nanfei emerged from the hall to meet him. With a smile, he said, Please forgive our lack of hospitality, President Zhou. You've traveled far. I don't have much time to waste with you. The Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch wants me to convey a message to you, Zhou Yukai said with a tiny hint of impatience. A message? I saw how you ran away. Ran away? Who? Who's the coward? Meng Nanfei asked with a straight face. Drop the act. I'm not mocking you. After all, I was there, Zhou Yukai said. Meng Nanfei. The disciples. Then, Zhou Yukai recounted what he had seen and heard on the Twin Rocks Peak before he conveyed Lu Zhou's message to Meng Nanfei. Upon hearing Zhou Youcai's words, Meng Nanfei staggered backward. His knees were shaking as he thought to himself, That was close. When Zhou Yukai saw Meng Nanfei's pale face, he said, You didn't take Zhou Wanliang seriously when he sent you the letter? He's the Taishu Academy's second elder. For crying out loud. Brother Zhou, that's enough. I'm scared out of my wits now. Meng Nanfei kept waving his hands. He felt fortunate that he did not personally show up. Otherwise, based on his initial attitude, he would have been the one who was killed with a single palm strike. After the fall of Yan Province City, most people were divided into two opinions in the cultivation world. There were those who supported the Nether sect because it was backed by the Evil Sky Pavilion that housed the first 9-leaf cultivator in the world. Then, there were those who continued to support the Divine Capital because the capital was impregnable. Moreover, those who had severed their lotuses found their cultivation speed had increased. With that, they were confident new 9-leaf cultivators would appear soon. The next morning in the Evil Sky Pavilion's Eastern Pavilion, after meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls for some time, Lu Zhou reassessed his extraordinary power. Although he was meditating at a faster pace now, his capacity had grown as well. Hence, he needed about 5 days to completely replenish his extraordinary power. I have more than 100,000 merit points. It's time to raise my own cultivation base. Lu Zhou assessed his cultivation base in his Dantian's Sea of Qi. He nodded. It seemed his cultivation base was close to a breakthrough. He did not expect this. Perhaps it was the result of combining the human scroll and the earth scroll. In any case, this was good news for him. Let's reverse my lifespan, for starters. His current remaining life was 20,593 days. Lu Zhou used one reversal card. There was a great surge of life energy. With this, his days were increased by 500. Before this, every reversal card only gave him 300 days. Now, it was increased to 500 days per card. 57 years. He was satisfied with his lifespan. For a cultivator, the downhill road was always the final 100 years. In other words, as long as he was younger than 900 years, his cultivation base would not be affected by his lifespan. Currently, he had more than 40 years to go. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhou no longer hesitated. He said again, Use the reversal card again. The entire Eastern Pavilion was surrounded with vitality. In the past, it had merely been a slight disturbance, and the others in the Evil Sky Pavilion were already used to it. They no longer found it strange. At this moment, the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders looked at the Eastern Pavilion at the same time. I say, Is the pavilion master cultivating some arcane method? Hua Wudao looked at the eastern pavilion, puzzled. Arcane method? Look there, above the eastern pavilion. Powerful life energy is converging. The pavilion master is clearly at the 9-leaf stage. Why is he still absorbing vitality now? Hua Wudao wondered out loud. Sui Yushu shook her head and said, if it's an arcane method, isn't it more convenient to absorb the lives of other humans? Why would he have to go through this much trouble? Pan Lydian said, don't make a mountain out of a molehill. There's bound to be some disturbance when a cultivator experiences a breakthrough. The pavilion master, regardless of how extraordinary he is a cultivator as well. Get used to it. It'll die down in a second. You have a point, Elder Pan. BZZT. Another buzz of resonance rang from above the eastern pavilion. The 4 elders looked up in unison again. Didn't you say that it'll die down soon? It doesn't look like it's stopping. Pan Lydian said, perhaps. The breakthrough isn't complete yet. I've experienced this myself. There were 2 consecutive commotions. This is a rare occurrence. It seems like the pavilion master would benefit more than usual. A moment later, the eastern pavilion finally quietened down. However, the peace only lasted for a brief moment before another commotion broke out. BZZT. It was the same disturbance as before as vitality converged. This? Pan Lydian looked perplexed. Old Pan, go on. Lung Luo turned to look at Pan Lydian. How can this be? The 4 of them looked at the eastern pavilion at a loss. After the disturbance died down, another one started just as they expected. This went on for several cycles. From the first disturbance to the 10th life energy commotion, the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders sat in stunned silence, looking like statues. After the umpteenth commotion, they finally regained their senses. Sui Yushu suddenly said, why don't we make use of the vitality? Isn't it a waste to let it fade away like that? The other 3 elders glanced at Sui Yushu. When such a vast amount of life energy converged, there was bound to be some leakage and wastage. To put it bluntly, since the pavilion master was eating meat, the 4 elders were trying to see if they could have a taste of the broth. You have a point. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders walked toward the eastern pavilion. The vitality that could not be absorbed would be wasted if it leaked out into the surroundings. If that was the case, would it not be better for them to use it to their benefit? The 4 elders stood outside the eastern pavilion, looking up at the life energy that was still gathering above the eastern pavilion. They looked up at the vitality gathering above the eastern pavilion. After exchanging a look, they walked in. Once they were in the hall, they sat with their legs crossed and began their breathing exercises. The vitality in the surroundings flowed past them and into the room. At this moment, Lu Zhou was oblivious to the confusion his actions brought to the 4 elders. In any case, he was not worried about them disturbing his cultivation due to their personal experiences. After all, whenever he went to cultivate in seclusion, his disciples knew to actively avoid him. However, the life energy that had gathered this time was too dense. It might not be of much use to young people, but it was a treasure to these elderly people. So far, Lu Zhou had used 10 reversal cards. He looked at the system dashboard and saw the addition of days. Remaining life, 25,593 days. There were no other changes. Each reversal card added 500 days to his life. If he were not in a hurry to improve his strength, he would have continued to save more reversal cards. Continue. Lu Zhou produced another reversal card. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders were getting used to their surroundings. They kept absorbing the life energy that lingered in the air and did not enter the room. It was just like the saying, when a man achieves the Tao, even his dogs and poultry would ascend to the heavens. Soon enough, Lu Zhou had already used up another 10 reversal cards. His remaining life was now 30,593 days. 82 years. He sighed emotionally. He was 18 years away from regaining 100 years of his life. For a mortal, how many 18-year periods would they have in a lifetime? Even an 8-leaf cultivator would find these 18 years extremely precious when their lifespan was running out. 100 years would pass by in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou hurriedly dismissed his emotional thoughts and continued to use his reversal cards. After the 10 consecutive commotions from the life energy ended, Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard again. Remaining life, 235,593 days. About 97 years. Lu Zhou counted. 3 more years. Use 3 reversal cards. Remaining life, 37,093 days. With this, he had roughly 101 years left. He sighed in relief as he looked at his remaining life on the system dashboard. Shortly after, the effects of the reversal cards began to show. He tilted his head and looked at the strand of hair on his shoulder. A considerable portion of it was gray now. When he had first transmigrated here, his hair was completely white. Now it was salt and pepper. He looked at the folds of wrinkles on his arms and discovered there were fewer of them now. His skin seemed more youthful compared to before. Lu Zhou wanted to see how he looked. Unfortunately, there were no mirrors in the Evil Sky Pavilion. There was also nothing inside the room that he could use to see his reflection. He could not possibly pee inside the room and use it as a mirror. Forget it. I must be a handsome old man. Lu Zhou stood up and stretched his limbs. He felt great. If his remaining 16 reversal cards did not increase in value with time, he would have used all of them. Next, it's time to raise my cultivation base. Lu Zhou flipped his palm. Whiz! A miniature avatar materialized above his palm. 2 shining golden leaves spun around the golden lotus. Lu Zhou focused his attention and began gathering energy. In a blink of an eye, rings of golden energy dropped down from the avatar's waist. Meanwhile, the 4 elders who were seated at the periphery of the Eastern Pavilion's hall continued to absorb the lingering life energy. After a long while, the life energy finally faded away. The 4 of them opened their eyes in unison. Zhuiyushu said, I didn't expect Big Brother to gather so much life energy. Looks like this is the limit. Leng Luo said, perhaps, the Pavilion Master is researching some healing technique, such as the Buddhist Clear Mirror or Merciful Arc of Salvation. When the Merciful Arc of Salvation is cast, there would be a surge of life energy as well. Indeed, that's possible. However, casting for more than 30 times in a row, isn't that slightly outrageous? Zhuiyushu frowned. Bad-mouthing Big Brother behind his back? I'm going to tell on you. No. Forgive me, Senior Zhua. I was just joking. Hua Wudao hastily waved his hands. How do you guys feel? Leng Luo asked. Not bad, Panlitian replied. The life energy was dense and beneficial to our extraordinary 8 meridians, can extend our lives as well. The only downside is that it's not enough. Old Pan, you shouldn't be too greedy. As the 4 elders were lost in their discussion, suddenly a burst of bright light shone from the room in the Eastern Pavilion. Whiz! A beam of golden light shone from the room, stirring up a gust of powerful energy. The 4 elders were stunned and simultaneously turned to look at the room. The energy wind was not extremely strong. However, the 4 old individuals who were rich in experience were very familiar with this situation. Leaf sprouting? The Pavilion Master is sprouting leaves. Panlitian wondered, shocked and baffled. The Pavilion Master is already at the 9-leaf stage. Is he attempting the 10-leaf stage? Hua Wudao's eyes widened. How's that possible? Leng Luo hastily rose to his feet and looked at the room with a solemn expression on his face. Zhuiyushu shook her head and said, No, the energy wind isn't that powerful. It's only at the level of a 3 or 4-leaf stage. Let's not make wild guesses. Panlitian turned around and raised his wine gourd bottle. Once bitten, twice shy. I won't be surprised at the Pavilion Master's feats anymore. It's better to not be overly curious. You have a point. Hua Wudao turned around as well and walked out of the Eastern Pavilion. The remaining elders left in a haste as well. Big Brother's performance today is slightly different from usual. I think I'll stay out here and protect Big Brother. I'll stay as well. Panlitian stood under a horizontal beam outside of the Eastern Pavilion. The golden energy that burst forth was an indication that a leaf had sprouted. Lu Zhou looked at the 3 leaves before himself and nodded in satisfaction. Based on his original expectation, Lu Zhou had intended to save more merit points and leave sprouting leaves at the end. However, at this moment, his cultivation seemed to be improving at a snail's speed. He could always continue saving merit points. At this moment, it was better for him to earn merit points and raise his cultivation base at the same time. After all, now that he had reached the 3-leaf stage, he would not be able to raise his cultivation base through his own effort as quickly as he did before. Purchase Golden Lotus Leaf. Ding! Spent 50,000 merit points. Obtained Golden Lotus Leaf X1. Use. Unlike when he had sprouted a leaf with his own effort, Lu Zhou felt a surge of mystical energy as soon as he used the item. Rich primal qi surrounded him and quickly turned into energy before entering his avatar. Then, energy rings appeared on the avatar and descended. Swoosh! A shining golden leaf sprouted from the side of the golden lotus. Lu Zhou's cultivation base was now in the 4-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. He could clearly sense that his Dantian Sea of Qi had increased several times due to his avatar's influence. His store of primal Qi similarly had increased several times. Lu Zhou was overjoyed. He was in no short supply of skills, experience, or knowledge. This was what he was lacking in. Purchase Golden Lotus Leaf. Lu Zhou commanded. Ding! Spent 50,000 merit points. Obtained Golden Lotus Leaf X1. Use. The 4 elders had a glazed look in their eyes as they stood under the Eastern Pavilion's horizontal beam. Were my eyes playing tricks on me earlier? Hua Wudao rubbed his eyes. I saw it too. That was a sensation unique to the leaf sprouting process. It's the 2nd time, Leng Luo said confidently. Sprouting 2 leaves consecutively? Zui Yushu wondered in confusion. Old Pan, why aren't you saying anything? I wanted to say that it's rare but not impossible for a cultivator to sprout 2 leaves at once. However, 3 consecutive times are impossible. Be that as it may, I'm worried the Pavilion Master will do exactly that as soon as I make that statement. Won't that be too humiliating for me then? Pan Litian's voice had barely faded when another burst of familiar energy surged out from the room in the Eastern Pavilion's room. Sprouting 3 leaves consecutively. Pan Litian. The others looked at Pan Litian as though he was a foolish old man. They were mildly impressed that the old Pan Litian was capable of coming up with such a logic. He was once the greatest elite in the Clarity sect, after all, and was now an elder of the Evil Sky Pavilion. How could he not understand such a simple reason? The Pavilion Master was already at the 9-leaf stage. Why would he be sprouting new leaves now? The Pavilion Master was clearly not sprouting leaves, despite the familiar aura. It was likely that the Pavilion Master was attempting some novel technique. The 3 elders finally averted their eyes away from the foolish Pan Litian and looked at the Easter Pavilion where Lu Zhou was in. Zui Yushu said, 500 years ago, everyone feared and respected me for being a genius cultivator of the Confucian school. At that time, Big Brother's cultivation base wasn't very profound yet. However, even then, I could tell that Big Brother isn't someone destined for mediocrity. Then, 300 years ago, Big Brother climbed to the peak of the cultivation world as an 8-leaf cultivator. As you can see, I have an eye for talent. The only regret I have is that I was young and dumb, and I missed the... Hold it right there. Pan Litian raised a hand. We'll leave reminiscing for another day. Can't this old woman recall the glorious days of her distant past? Zui Yushu said indignantly. Pan Litian said, Sure. Carry on. Leng Luo kept quiet. He merely looked at them pointedly. It's no wonder that you're still a bachelor. With Pan Litian's remarks, Zui Yushu lost the mood to say what she wanted to say. The 4 elders looked at the Eastern Pavilion again. Everything was silent, and there were no other movements from the Eastern Pavilion for now. Inside the room, Lu Zhou looked at the 5-leaf golden lotus on his palm in satisfaction. In the cultivation world, Only those in the nascent divinity tribulation realm were considered fully initiated into the cultivation world. 1-leaf to 4-leaf cultivators were all considered small-time cultivators. From the 5-leaf stage onward, they were considered grand cultivators. In other words, from this moment on, Lu Zhou, who had successfully entered the 5-leaf nascent divinity golden lotus realm, was now a grand cultivator. He clenched his fist and the avatar disappeared. He stood up, feeling rather pleased with himself. He looked at his surroundings for a moment before he finally went behind the screen to look at the parchment drawing on the table. The map still showed all of Great Yen like before. The lines were clearer even though the range was still the same. If what's displayed on the parchment drawing has something to do with the 3 scrolls of heavenly writing, the next clue to find the other scrolls should still be in Great Yen. Lu Zhou sighed softly. He was still clueless when it came to his memory crystal. Similarly, his progress of searching for the 3 scrolls of heavenly writing, which were scattered all over the place, was at a standstill as well. You're just a map that's not even helpful in searching for the scrolls. What good would you do me? Lu Zhou walked away from the parchment drawing and left the room. Creak. Lu Zhou opened the door and crossed the threshold with his hands on his back. He stood in the eastern pavilion and looked down. The 4 elders looked up at the same time and saw Lu Zhou standing at the top of the stairs in the eastern pavilion. They were stunned. They looked at him with wide eyes and a baffled expression on their faces. Although Lu Zhou's clothes, posture, and aura remained unchanged, his hair, the look in his eyes, and even his skin looked as though they had gone through a 180-degree change. "Is that the pavilion master's younger brother?" Hua Wudao asked. "I've never heard anything about Big Brother having a younger brother. I suspect someone's impersonating him." "Impossible. Unless it's a 10-leaf cultivator, nobody would be able to slip past the pavilion master and 4 of us at the same time. And if he or she is a 10-leaf cultivator, is there a need to impersonate the pavilion master?" The 4 of them exchanged a glance. The final analysis made sense. Zhuiyushu walked over with her coiling dragon staff. Then, she bowed and said, "Big brother, you look 500 years younger." Lu Zhou knew his younger appearance would certainly raise some questions in their heads. However, weren't 500 years too much of an exaggeration? Although his cultivation base was only at the 5-leaf stage, he was not worried about the 4 elders causing trouble here. Even if the 4 elders joined forces and plotted against him, he could easily take them down with his extraordinary power and item cards. In any case, he was quite certain it would not come to that with the 4 elders. Pan Lydian cupped his fists and said, "You look spry, pavilion master. Surely you must have had a breakthrough in your cultivation base." Hua Wudao chimed in, "Congratulations, pavilion master." Lu Zhou descended the steps with his hands on his back. He glanced at the 4 elders as he said, "The addition of a single leaf increases your lifespan by 50 years. I don't even know how many years these 9 leaves have added to my life." When the 4 elders heard this, they were moved. As expected, the 9-leaf stage would be able to prolong their lives. Moreover, based on the pavilion master's appearance, it was definitely not as simple as 50 years. Although they did not sense any particular intimidating aura from Lu Zhou, they dared not act recklessly. Lung Luo cupped his fists and said, "Looks like the foundation of your 9-leaf avatar is officially stabilized, pavilion master. I'm duly humbled. I'll return to my cultivation now. It's about time for me to return as well." Hua Wudao and Zhuiyushu were not so shameless as to continue staying in the eastern pavilion as well. Lu Zhou waved his arm and said, "Go." Lung Luo's conclusion of him stabilizing his foundation was not unreasonable. There were 3 subrealms in the nascent divinity tribulation realm: the Tao Primal, the Chaotic Primal, and the Whole Primal. At the 2-leaf stage, Lu Zhou was in the Tao Primal subrealm. Now that he was in the 5-leaf nascent divinity realm, he was at the most stable Chaotic Primal subrealm. Lu Zhou was about to return to continue meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls when Mingshi appeared outside the eastern pavilion. "Greetings, master. What is it?" Mingshi bowed and said, "Master, Princess Yongning's recovery is nearly complete. I intended to let her stay here, but she insists on returning. Should we keep her here or send her away? Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he considered this. When he battled Emperor Yongshou Lu Gu, back then, Princess Yongning and Zhao Yu did not appear. After all, the two of them were from the imperial family. It was best they avoided such an awkward situation. Since Lu Gu died, it was not unreasonable if they harbor some resentment in their hearts. We'll respect her choice. Also, notify Si Wuya about this, Lu Zhou finally said. Understood. Then, Ming Shirin began to stammer as he said, "To the second thing is the eldest senior brother has sent a letter," he said. He said. Lu Zhou frowned. Ming Shirin started when he saw Lu Zhou frowning. He hastily said, "Eldest senior brother said he's grateful for your help in intimidating the other forces outside Yan Province City. However, he asks that you refrain from meddling in his affairs in the future." Bastard! Lu Zhou cursed. Ming Shirin hurriedly chimed in. "Why yes, that be bastard. How dare he talk to Master in that manner? Master, you can do whatever you want. He's only a disciple, and yet, he has the gall to complain. Ignore him. I'll send a reply to reprimand him. I'll teach him what it means to respect his master." Lu Zhou glanced at Ming Shirin and said, "Since he likes to put on a tough act, let him be. I have no time to waste on him. Please calm down, master." After doing some calculations, Lu Zhou discovered Yu Zhenghai had less than a month left. It would not be easy for him to conquer the divine capital. Lu Zhou no longer troubled himself with Yu Zhenghai. Instead, he asked, "How's Yi Tianxin? She's stable enough. But I feel that sixth junior sister has lost many years of her life. I wonder if she can recover from this. However, it's good enough that she's still alive. I think that her mind is in a great place. She'll be fine once she gets more rest. Should I summon her over? No need. In that case, I'll write a reply to eldest senior brother. I'll make sure to properly lecture him in the letter. Leave it to me, master." Ming Shirin left the Eastern Pavilion respectfully after he finished speaking. Nighttime in Yan Province City. Yu Zhenghai stood with hands on his back, and his back was facing Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang read a letter out loud. "Mr. Fourth also says that you shouldn't hold things against Senior Ji. He's old after all. Also, conquering the divine capital won't be an easy task, and you should think things through before making a decision." Si Wuya smiled and said, "Fourth senior brother is an interesting character." Yu Zhenghai nodded. "Master must be angered by the content of my letter. However, I can afford to care about that now. Not with what lies ahead. Eldest senior brother, isn't it nice to have Master helping us?" Why? Si Wuya could not understand Yu Zhenghai's stubbornness. He knew that his eldest senior brother wanted to conquer the world, and that he had made many preparations as he worked toward this goal. Before this, his eldest senior brother had been avoiding their master at every turn. It was good news for them that their master had given them 6 months and intimidated the 2 academies. Why was his eldest senior brother? Yu Zhenghai sighed. He waved his hand. "Stay here, wise brother. The others, leave." Understood. They could tell Yu Zhenghai wished to keep the following conversation a secret. The hall was silent and a gloomy atmosphere hung in the air when only Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuya were left. Si Wuya did not say anything. He waited for Yu Zhenghai to speak. After a long pause, Yu Zhenghai finally said, I might not have long to live." Si Wuya frowned. He had expected as much. He sat, motionless, on the chair as he stroked the patterns on the peacock plume, which he held in his left hand with his thumb. Yu Zhenghai glanced at Si Wuya and said, "You've already guessed it?" "Yes." Si Wuya's reply was curt. He knew that this day would come from the day he began to keep the diary. This was why he had kept it hidden. He did not know if the others had managed to guess it, but there was no denying it was the truth. Yu Zhenghai had been sold off to Lulan when he was a child. He went through countless hardships and bled to death at the hands of some aristocrats. His first death took 300 years from his life. His second death came after his battle with their master. Similarly, it took 300 years from his life. He cultivated in the Evil Sky Pavilion for 300 years. Based on his current age, even if he was a peak 8-leaf elite, there was nothing he could do to defy the 1,000-year limit of one's lifespan. It was just as he had said. He did not have much time left. Yu Zhenghai shrugged slightly before he said, "It's not a big deal. I'm satisfied with the way my life turned out." Eldest senior brother, I've always been curious. You don't have much time left, but why are you so intent on taking down the divine capital? Si Wuya looked up and said, "Don't give me those old heroic and valiant excuses. I wouldn't have asked you this in the past. However, are you still going to keep it from me even at this juncture?" Si Wuya could not rationalize Yu Zhenghai's action. Since Yu Zhenghai did not have long to live, was there any meaning in conquering the divine capital? Was it so he could hand it over to someone on a silver platter? Yu Zhenghai took a seat before he said in a grave tone, "Indeed, I have other reasons, but I've never lied to you. Seventh junior brother, let's not dwell on this anymore. I know what I'm doing." Si Wuya noticed Yu Zhenghai's change in the way he addressed him. This indicated that Yu Zhenghai's emotions were stirred. He chuckled lightly before he asked with a sigh, "Eldest senior brother, do you know why I'm helping you? As a fellow disciple?" "That's partially true," Si Wuya slowly said. "When I left the Evil Sky Pavilion, I was young and full of mettle. I wanted to accomplish many great feats to prove that I wasn't weak. Hence, I entered the divine capital and became the Grand Tutor. Then, I realized those things couldn't satisfy me. I started studying the 10 terminal formations, the source of the imperial family's confidence, the shackles of heaven and earth. Humans are insignificant. A person's knowledge is like a circle. The larger the circle gets, the more it comes into contact with. The more knowledgeable one is, the more the fear of the unknown would only grow. I once thought that there was nothing in the world that I couldn't solve. I know all about Great Yan's 9 provinces and how their cities work. I know about the rising and setting of the sun, the patterns of the transition between the warmer and colder periods. Yet, I don't know what the shackle of heaven and earth is." Yu Zhenghai was slightly taken aback by Si Wuya's outburst of emotions. "It's good that you have something to strive for. Eldest senior brother, we both have things that we'd work hard for. Is the divine capital all you want?" Si Wuya directed the conversation back to the previous topic. Yu Zhenghai frowned. "You'll find out soon enough. In any case, nobody can stop me from conquering the divine capital. When I die, return to the Evil Sky Pavilion and receive Master's punishment on my behalf," Yu Zhenghai said. When Si Wuya saw Yu Zhenghai's determination, he no longer pushed Yu Zhenghai. At this moment, Hua Chongyang appeared outside the hall. "Sect Master, an urgent report from Liang Province." "Come in." Hua Chongyang hurried into the hall. Before Hua Chongyang could greet Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuya noticed that his expression was off. He asked, "What is it?" "Liang Province is in trouble." Hua Chongyang took a deep breath before he said, "Wei Zhuyan has colluded with the other tribesmen from Roli and has attacked Liang Province City by surprise. Yang Yan, Di Qing, and Bai Yuqing defended the city with all their might. Currently, all of them are grievously injured." The discussion hall fell silent. Nonetheless, Si Wuya and Hua Chongyang could palpably feel Yu Zhenghai's anger. Yu Zhenghai's expression changed slightly. He did not lose his temper despite his anger. "How serious are their injuries?" "Bai Yuqing fares the best. His cultivation base is the most profound among them. He'll need to recuperate for 6 months. As for Yang Yan and Di Qing," Hua Chongyang shook his head, "I'm afraid that they'll have a hard time trying to stand on their own feet in the future. It's unknown if they could recover their cultivation bases." Yu Zhenghai clenched his fists tightly until his joints complained. "Bring them back. Our men are already on their way." Although the 3 of them defended Liang Province to the bitter end, a more powerful follow-up attack will certainly ensue. "What do we do?" Hua Chongyang appeared worried. "I request to be stationed at Liang Province to defend the city." Yu Zhenghai did not agree to this immediately. Even 3 of his great protectors were heavily wounded. Sending Hua Chongyang there alone would be tantamount to sending him to his death. However, if Liang province was not defended, the other tribesmen would only seize the opportunity and invade it. When that time comes, he would be condemned in history. Wise brother, do you have any wonderful plans? Yu Zhenghai looked at Si Wuya. Si Wuya did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Hua Chongyang and asked, "What's the situation at Ji province?" "It's been conquered. Only the divine capital is left." The battle of the divine capital was close at hand. The Nethersex troops were preparing to storm the divine capital. The invasion of the other tribesmen at this moment was no coincidence as well. This could also be considered as a test for the Nether sect. Contact the Penglai sect, the Fiend Temple, the Blossom faction, and the 10,000 Poison sect. Request for their assistance. Mobilize half of our troops from Jing province, Yu province, and Yen province to defend Liang province and Yi province. Si Wuya ordered decisively. He turned to look at Yu Zhenghai. "I'll mobilize some brethren from the Darknet as well." Hua Chongyang wondered out loud. There's no issue with mobilizing the Nether sect members, and Penglai sect's brother Huang should have no qualms in helping us as well. However, will the Fiend Temple, the Blossom faction, and the 10,000 Poison sect help us? Don't worry. These organizations have been torn between the imperial family and the Nether sect all this while. They have always vacillated between the two. Now that eldest senior brother is extending a hand to them, they definitely won't let this chance slip past them. Those who were destined to do great things would certainly be capable of enduring what others could not. What if they decide to defect at the last moment? Against the other tribes, I'm sure that even the fiend path is righteous. All right, let's do it then. Yu Zhenghai agreed right away. 3 days later, a flying chariot traveled from Liang province to Yen province city. 3 stretchers were carried into a courtyard. Yu Zhenghai, Hua Chongyang, and Si Wuya received them personally. The 3 of them were ghastly pale. There did not seem to be any blood in their faces. Bai Yuqing was conscious while Yang Yen and Di Qing were out cold. Yu Zhenghai frowned. As the master of the sect, when he saw his good comrades who had fought alongside him for many years in such a state, he could not help but feel flustered and helpless. Sect master. We're useless. Bai Yuqing struggled and failed to get up. He was too heavily wounded. He only managed to raise his shoulder before he fell back down. Yu Zhenghai stepped forward and lightly pressed Bai Yuqing's shoulder. He dismissed the sense of helplessness he felt. He had to be as dependable as a rock. He waved his hand and said, "You've done a great job, all of you." Such was war. There was never a battle in which no blood was shed or nobody was hurt. Sect Master, the Rolian General, Carol has recultivated to the 7-leaf stage. With the combined attacks of witchcraft, we were no match for him. Sect Master, be careful of that man, Bai Yuqing said haltingly. Recultivated to the 7-leaf stage. Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya, and Hua Chongyang were shocked. Bai Yuqing bit back the pain and said amidst fits of coughing, "Throughout the past 6 months, aside from defending Liang province city, we sent some of our men to contact the other tribes. The Rulians worshipped the Wolf King. Their survival rates and cultivation speed after severing their lotuses are peculiar. They improved very quickly." Yu Zhenghai rested his palm on Bai Yuqing. A weak surge of primal qi entered Bai Yuqing's body and stabilized his breathing. "Let them rest. Have the best doctors look after them." Understood. After his 3 subordinates were carried away, Yu Zhenghai frowned. Although Bai Yuqing had a hard time stringing sentences together, he understood the message. Si Wuya said, "That's unexpected. If that's the case, this might be the best chance for the other tribes to invade Great Yen. The Rulians have always eyed Great Yen like a predator eyeing its prey. After Emperor Yongshou ascended the throne, the Rulians have trespassed on our borders several times. Although Lulan is allied with Great Yen through marriage, they have the ambition of wolves. Rongbei, Rongxi, and the other 10 nations might follow suit as well," Hua Chongyang said. Si Wuya nodded. "It's still too early to worry about the alliance of the 12 nations, including Rongbei and Rongxi, but that's an inevitability that would soon happen. Once they synchronized their paces and reached an agreement of benefits, it would be the most dangerous time for Great Yen. Yu Zhenghai cursed. If the imperial family isn't so useless, these wolves would never have the chance. Hua Chongyang and Si Wuya knew that Yu Zhenghai loathed Lu Lan. He would leap at the opportunity to annihilate the nation. If that's the case, Island Master Huang as the sole 8-leaf cultivator won't be enough. The others nodded. The nether sect's strength was indeed one of the best in Great Yen. However, most of its members are now concentrated in the provincial cities around the divine capital as they prepared themselves for a siege. If they sent more of their forces to Liang province, it would be increasingly difficult for them to conquer the divine capital. Even without the disturbances from the other tribes, it would still be difficult for the nether sect to take down the divine capital, let alone with half of its forces. Wise brother, think of something else. We can't give the other tribes this chance at this juncture. Yu Zhenghai said, don't you have moles planted among the other tribes as well? Are there any conflicts among them that we could use to our advantage? You're good at sowing discord. That might be true, but it did not sound like praise. In fact, Si Wuya would have sworn that it was sarcasm. Eldest senior brother. I'll need time to investigate, and more time to instigate a quarrel. However, the battle of the divine capital is close at hand, unless, he continued to say in a lowered voice, unless Master helps us defend Liang province. When Si Wuya said these words, he had braced himself to be reprimanded by Yu Zhenghai. Knowing Yu Zhenghai's temper, Yu Zhenghai would probably mobilize all his troops there, then let their master leave the mountain. Even Hua Chongyang instinctively took a step backward. He knew it was best to stay out of this matter. However, contrary to Si Wuya and Hua Chongyang's expectations, Yu Zhenghai asked, would Master agree to it? Si Wuya. This is awkward. It seems like I've spoken without thinking things through. Moreover, your recent letter has angered Master. Aren't you asking for a beating if you ask Master to leave the mountain now? You should be grateful that he didn't come here to give you a beating. Wise brother, why aren't you saying anything? Hua Chongyang retreated further. He had a strong premonition that if his sect master truly intended to ask Senior Ji to descend the mountain, he would be sent to make the request. At this moment, an indifferent but gentle voice rang from outside the hall. The voice was light and clear. Leave it to me. The surge of primal chi was smooth as well. All the signs showed that this person was an elite. Who's there? The three of them looked at the source of the voice. They saw a figure descending from the sky before sauntering into the hall from the corridor outside with his arms crossed. The sun shone behind him. The hilt of a sword poked out from his left shoulder while the tip of the scabbard could be seen at his lower right. Although the trip could not see the figure's face clearly, Si Wuya recognized him immediately. He smiled as he cupped his fists together and said, Greetings, second senior brother. Upon hearing this, Hua Chongyang bowed. Greetings, Mr. Second. Yu Zhenghai was puzzled. Second junior brother? Yu Zhenghai greeted Yu Zhenghai calmly. How have you been, eldest senior brother? The duo had just seen each other a few days ago. There was no need to catch up. Yu Zhenghai said, Second junior brother, I'm currently busy with my grand undertaking. I don't have the leisure to entertain you. I'm not here to spar with you. Yu Shangrong shook his head and sat down. Liang province's location is important. I don't think Huang Shiji and some third-rate sects can hold such an important place. Victory might not even come easy with you there, eldest senior brother. I'm the only one who can solve this. I'm the only one who can defend Liang province. I'm the only one who can cut down the Wolf King. An expression of absolute confidence appeared on Yu Shangrong's face when he spoke. He smiled when he saw the unnatural expression on Yu Zhenghai's face. My apologies. I've always been frank. If I made you uncomfortable with my words, eldest senior brother, I'm willing to make up for it. Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya, and Hua Chongyang were speechless. Yu Shangrong smiled when he saw the trio keeping quiet. What do you say? Yu Zhenghai was about to speak, but Si Wuya beat him to it. Second senior brother, It's not easy to defend Liang province. Are you confident that you can do it? It's precisely because it's difficult that I find it interesting. That's not the point. The point is, what do you have at your disposal? In other words, how was Yu Shangrong, a six-leaf cultivator, supposed to defend Liang province? Yu Zhenghai shared this thought as well. He had always been at odds with Yu Shangrong. Moreover, Yu Shangrong was only at the six-leaf stage. I have confidence, Yu Shangrong replied with a straight face. What's the source of your confidence? Si Wuya asked. The sword in my hands. Zing. The sword flew out of its scabbard and hovered in front of Yu Shangrong as it glowed with a faint scarlet light. Si Wuya. He found it exhausting to speak to Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong did not seem to get the point at all. Yu Zhenghai asked, raising an eyebrow, second junior brother? You want to help me? Of course not. I have 2 reasons. First, I've been rather bored recently and need something to kill time. Second, the Nether sect is pincered by enemies on both ends. The battle of the divine capital will surely be one of life and death. If something were to happen to you, I'd no longer have an opponent. Such a life is too boring. Yu Zhenghai's expression did not betray his thoughts. He said, I'd be bored if something were to happen to you as well. Are you really going to Liang province? I've made up my mind. Yu Shangrong stood up and turned around calmly. Zing. His longevity sword returned to its scabbard on its own accord. Defending Liang province won't be easy. On top of that, you're only a 6-leaf cultivator. Hua Chongyang, you'll go with him, Yu Zhenghai said. Hua Chongyang bowed. Yes, sect master. Yu Shangrong came to a halt. He gave Hua Chongyang a sidelong glance. With a gentle smile, he appraised Hua Chongyang and said, If you can keep up, I'll show you something incredible. Something stirred in Hua Chongyang. When he looked up, there was a gust of wind. Grand technique. A lingering afterimage was left in Yu Shangrong's wake. Hua Chongyang wasted no time and unleashed his grand technique as well to catch up to Yu Shangrong. When he rose above Yen Province City, he saw an avatar heading west. In just a blink of an eye, it vanished from his sight. He muttered to himself, Is he really a 6-leaf cultivator? Si Wuya smiled faintly. He looked at Yu Zhenghai, who was walking out of the hall with his hands on his back, and said nothing. Yu Zhenghai walked into the courtyard. He looked up at the sky for a while before he looked away. Shortly after, Hua Chongyang returned to the courtyard and fell to his knees. I'm useless, and Mr. Second has escaped. Mr. Second's cultivation base is too profound, and I couldn't keep up with him. Yu Zhenghai did not blame Hua Chongyang. He merely sighed. Let him be. You're not mad at second senior brother? Are you, eldest senior brother? Si Wuya asked with a smile. Yu Zhenghai said, I hope that his confidence won't make him conceited. I believe in second senior brother, Si Wuya said. 2 days later, inside the meeting hall in Yen Province City, eldest senior brother, the Blossom faction, the Fiend Temple, and the 10,000 Poison sect have all replied. They will send all of their forces to defend Liang province, Si Wuya said. The Panglai sect hasn't replied? Yu Zhenghai asked. Island Master Huang departed yesterday. I didn't know that Zhang Aijian is Island Master Huang's first disciple. He's heading to Liang province with Li Jingyi. When Yu Zhenghai heard this, he nodded. Good. For the battle of the divine capital, everything will go according to plan. 3 days from now, we'll mobilize the force of our entire sect to lay siege on the divine capital, the Eastern Pavilion in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou opened his eyes as he emerged from his meditative state. He had replenished half of his extraordinary power. He remembered the first Earth Scroll power he gained. Feeling curious, he recited the chant in his head. To gain the power to hear everything so that we can hear voices in all realms at will. Faint blue extraordinary power appeared by his ears, and he could hear the roars of the waterfall at the back of the mountain. Then, he used more extraordinary power before he heard Duan Mushang practicing with his spear. He added more extraordinary power again, and he could hear the mixed chirps and growls from various beasts and the sound of the wind blowing. When he felt his extraordinary power swiftly depleting, he stopped. With this, he confirmed the range of this power was dependent on how much extraordinary power he used. The wider the range, the more extraordinary power was needed. Lu Zhou shook his head. He felt that this power was slightly useless. What practical use did it have apart from being able to eavesdrop? At this moment, Mingshi Yin's voice rang from outside. Master, 7th junior brother sent a letter saying that eldest senior brother is preparing to siege the divine capital 2 days from now. Also, the Penglai sect, the 10,000 Poison sect, the Blossom faction, and the Fiend Temple are heading toward Liang province to repel the other tribes. Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing are grievously wounded and have been sent back to Yan province. Oh, 2nd senior brother is going to Liang province as well. Creak. Lu Zhou opened the door. He placed his hands on his back and looked at Mingshi Yin, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. He said, "The other tribes couldn't hold themselves back anymore, it seems. Many other tribesmen in Rongxi and Rongbei believe in wild beasts. That's why they've grown more barbaric after severing their lotuses. They no longer fear death. Their cultivation speed has increased after they severed their lotuses as well. The other tribesmen will surely seize this opportunity, while eldest senior brother is occupied with attacking the divine capital," Mingshi Yin said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "I've been to the lands of the other tribes before. Indeed, they worship many beasts. However, I didn't expect that severing their lotuses would benefit them so much. They're dumb, if you ask me. If severing their lotuses is beneficial to them, they should just focus on cultivation to overtake Great Yen as a whole before they invade Great Yen. Wouldn't that be a better course of action?" Mingshi Yin said disapprovingly. Smack. Mingshi Yin slapped himself before he said, "They're not dumb. They can see this is a great opportunity for them, so they seized it. How despicable. Master, what should we do now?" Lu Zhou was lost in thought. He stroked his beard as he descended the steps. A moment later, he looked at Mingshi Yin and said, "Old Fourth." "Yes, master. Go to Liang province." "Huh. You don't want to?" Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Mingshi Yin hastily waved his hands and said, "It's not that I'm unwilling. I'm just surprised. Eldest senior brother told us to stay out of his business. I'm just worried that he'll get mad if I go over there. That's Liang province, not the divine capital," Lu Zhou said with a sigh. "Among all of you, you're the one I'm least worried about. Your 2nd senior brother has always been proud and conceited. He's obstinate and loves to show off." Something stirred in Mingshi Yin. He looked up and appraised the old man. The frivolous smile disappeared from his face. At this moment, he finally discovered the solemn expression on Lu Zhou's face. Lu Zhou's words and actions all revolved around his disciples. In the beginning, he thought this was some new trick of his master. However, it seemed like his master had truly changed. Loyalty, plus 1%. Lu Zhou saw the change in Mingshi Yin's loyalty. He stopped in his tracks and asked, "Are you willing to go?" Mingshi Yin fell to one knee. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm willing." "Good." Lu Zhou looked up and called out, "Ji Liang." Halfway up Golden Court Mountain, Ji Liang looked up and neighed joyously. It leaped into the air and flew toward the Evil Sky Pavilion's eastern pavilion. It slowly landed in the courtyard. "Ji Liang is a wonderful steed. Ride it there." "Nay." Ji Liang seemed to understand Lu Zhou's words. Mingshi Yin looked at Ji Liang excitedly. When he imagined how grand it must be to appear before the others on a legendary mount, he was beside himself with anticipation. Alas, Ji Liang trotted up to Mingshi Yin and lowered its head to take a whiff. Then, it shook its head and neighed. "Hey, are you rejecting me?" Mingshi Yin was speechless. Lu Zhou did not expect Ji Liang to be so picky. Bayan! Bayan came on the clouds and landed in the courtyard. Compared to Ji Liang, Bayan looked more ferocious. However, it was more obedient and not as picky about its riders. Mingshi Yin smiled and said, "Bayan will do as well. Although it's ugly, it'll be able to scare others off." As soon as Mingshi Yin finished speaking, Bayan became clearly reluctant to carry him. After being insulted and praised in the same sentence, it retreated 3 steps before it lay on the ground. Mingshi was speechless. He looked at his master pleadingly. Lu Zhou shook his head. He wanted to summon Wizard, but when he thought about his own old bones, he decided to leave a mount for himself that could provide him with a smooth ride. After mulling over it for a moment, he called out, "Ji Liang!" "Nay." After it shook its head, it reluctantly took a few steps forward. Mingshi nodded. "That's more like it." Ji Liang listened to Lu Zhou's orders. "Go!" Mingshi leaped onto Ji Liang's back. With a solemn tone, he said, "Don't worry, master. With me around, nothing will happen to second senior brother. I swear it. On your horse." "Nay." Ji Liang lifted its front hooves and flew into the sky as soon as Mingshi finished speaking. In just a second, it vanished into thin air. Perhaps the disturbance Ji Liang caused was too big. The other disciples gathered outside the eastern pavilion as well. Soon enough, Zhao Yu, Zhu Honggong, Little Yuaner, Conk, and Duan Mushang entered. "Master, I'm willing to go to Liang province as well." Lu Zhou glanced at them before he said, "If you want to help, work hard on your cultivation." His disciples were rendered speechless. Old Third. "Yes, master. You're in charge of overseeing their progress. Everyone will be cultivating for twice the amount of time they're cultivating now." "Yes, master." In the Evergreen Palace in the divine capital, the Imperial City, Lu Gu opened his eyes. "Men." An internal attendant walked in timidly. Before he could kneel, Lu Gu said, "Why hasn't the Big Dipper Academy sent 10 leaf-sprouting pills today?" Why, your majesty." The Big Dipper Academy's president Zhou said that they ran out of ingredients and are in the process of gathering them. They think it's unlikely for them to produce new leaf-sprouting pills this month. The internal attendant said fearfully. Lu Gu's brows knitted together. "I treated him well. Is he harboring some ulterior motive?" The ingredients were supplied by the palace. He was no fool. He knew how many ingredients were needed to refine a certain number of leaf-sprouting pills. He said, "Bring me the Big Dipper Academy's 10 elders." "Understood." "Also, what's the situation with the Nether sect?" Lu Gu asked. The internal attendant shivered as he said, "Your Majesty, the Nether sect has gained control over the 9 provinces. I'm afraid the Nether sect will attack the divine capital with all their might soon." Upon hearing this, Lu Gu rose to his feet and placed his hands on his back as he looked out the window. "It seems like I've underestimated you. Just as well. It's time to settle old scores." A tense atmosphere loomed the imperial city. The 9 provinces had fallen under the Nether sect's control. Many eunuchs and palace girls in the palace had fled. The internal attendant did not know where the emperor's confidence came from. However, when he recalled the 2 academies had been supplying the palace with leaf-sprouting pills for the past 6 months, a thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that His Majesty has a game plan? The internal attendant dared not dally and left the room respectfully at once. He exited the imperial city and made his way to the Big Dipper Academy. Then, he went to the Sky Conduct Academy to pass on Lu Gu's decree. The academies were located near the imperial city after all. How could they ignore a summon from the emperor? In the afternoon, 20 elders from the Big Dipper Academy and the Sky Conduct Academy, escorted by guards, entered the imperial city. Then, a few eunuchs led them past several places to the Evergreen Palace. One of the eunuchs said, "Everyone here is a core member of their respective academies. I'm sure His Majesty has something important to discuss with all of you. I humbly implore that you refrain from going against His Majesty's wishes, dear elders. These are exceptional times and circumstances. That's all I can say." "Thank you for the reminder, Eunuch Chen." The 20 elders followed the eunuch into the Evergreen Palace. 10 elders of the Big Dipper Academy entered from the left while 10 elders from the Sky Conduct Academy entered from the right. As soon as they entered the palace, they saw Lu Gu, the emperor, seated on the throne as though he had been waiting for them. The 20 elders kneeled in unison. "All hail your majesty." Perhaps Lu Gu had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He was no longer as strict about etiquette. He rose to his feet and descended the stairs. "Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The 20 men rose their feet. Lu Gu walked to the other end of the 2 rows of elders before he turned around and walked to the other end. He stared at them intently before he nodded and lightly asked, "Do you know why I summoned you here?" The 20 elders shook their heads. Lu Gu said in a clear voice, "Under the vast heavens, there isn't a single cultivator who isn't fearful of the divine capital. This is because the entire divine capital is under the protection of the 10 terminal formation. The rebellious armies of the Fiend Path are wreaking havoc across the lands. You shoulder the responsibility of activating and keeping the 10 terminal formation up and running. Without all of you, the 10 terminal formation is meaningless. I want to guarantee your safety. Your Majesty, this matter should be discussed in the Imperial Court. There are many elites in the divine capital that's defended by the Imperial Guards. Under normal circumstances, there's no need for the 10 terminal formation to be activated," the first elder on the left said. Lu Gu's eyes fell on the elder immediately. "You think there's no need to activate the formation? I merely believe in the Imperial Guard's abilities. If the Imperial Guards are useful, why is it that only 2 of the 8 great generals are alive?" Lu Gu asked. Lu Gu spread his arms and said, "I've summoned you here, not to ask for your advice." Swoosh! The magistrate brush on the table shone with a red light and flew out, slashing the first elder's neck. He did not stand a chance to fight back at all. As the dead elder fell, the expressions of the other elders changed drastically. They shuddered inwardly as they looked at their fallen comrade. "Anyone else has any questions?" Lu Gu's gaze shifted back and forth between the remaining 19 elders. The Evergreen Palace was as silent as a graveyard. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. "You're my officials, but you're inclined toward the rebels?" Lu Gu said coldly. This accusation was so severe that the others were frightened until they fell to their knees. "We dare not." Lu Gu looked at the kneeling elders and took several steps forward. He said, "Just because there's a 9-leaf cultivator in the Evil Sky Pavilion?" The others shivered. They dared not say anything. Lu Gu flipped his palm. There was a resonance of some unique power. A miniature avatar appeared before him. 8 shining golden leaves could be seen spinning under the avatar. The 19 elders' eyes widened in shock and an expression of incredulity appeared on their faces when they saw Lu Gu's avatar. The numbers of leaves were clear despite the glaring light. The emperor, the master of the imperial city and the person with the highest authority in Great Yen, had successfully recultivated to the 8-leaf stage after severing his lotus. What an amazing speed! Lu Gu pulled his palm back. His avatar vanished as well. He was pleased with the intimidating effect he had. He looked at the shaking elders who were too afraid to speak and said in a gruff voice, "Soon, I'll be at the 9-leaf stage as well." The elders said in unison, "All hail your majesty. Long live the emperor. All hail your majesty. Long live the emperor. All hail your majesty. Long live the emperor." They chanted thrice. Lu Gu chuckled, sounding slightly terrifying to the ears. It seemed like his prolonged cultivation in seclusion had caused some changes in his personality as well. "Men!" Swoosh! 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 The Imperial Guards gathered outside the Evergreen Palace. Lu Gu ordered, "Take these elders away. Make sure they're safe. They're not allowed to leave." "Understood." 3 days later, the sun rose in the east. A thick mist hung over the river. When the sunlight pierced the mist, the human settlement seemed to be covered by gauze. Outside the settlement, huge trees covered in snow extended for miles. On a certain beaten path in the forest, rows of chariots traveled toward the divine capital. Above the forest, a huge black flying chariot could be seen flying slowly. The deck of the flying chariot was full of cultivators. There were 1,000 cultivators flanking the flying chariot as it advanced. On the flying chariot, Xianxia was seated in front as he surveyed the land below. As the sun higher, the mist receded. Soon enough, The divine capital appeared before Yu Zhenghai's eyes. At this moment, Hua Chongyang reported the nether sect situation to Yu Zhenghai. Sect Master, there are 200,000 men at the western side of the divine capital. They're led by the branch masters Ning Jinshui, Qian Hu, Meng Juishan, and Gong Feng. On the southern side, there are also 200,000 men led by the branch masters Ran Zhe, Lu Yun, Tian Quan, and Feng Wenjie. On the northern side, 15,000 men are led by the branch masters Shi Haiqing, Tang Jijuan, Tao Ruo, and Ko Qinghao. On the eastern side, there are 15,000 men led by Yu and Mr. Seventh. After listening to the report, Yu Zhenghai nodded. Very well. Sect Master, we're about to attack the divine capital. What should we do with the neutral cultivators? Hua Chongyang asked. There were many elite cultivators in the divine capital. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons here. Talented cultivators from all over the land were gathered here. Nobody could say for sure how these neutral cultivators would choose. Who knew if they would stab the nether sect in the back without warning, maintain their neutral position, or fight the divine capital with the nether sect? Yu Zhenghai said, Tell them that they are to run for their lives. They have 2 hours. Anyone who remains in the divine capital will be treated as an enemy. Everyone in the imperial city will also be treated as our enemies. Yes, Sect Master. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The nether sect members advanced majestically. The divine capital. On the city walls, the soldiers defending the divine capital saw the horde of nether sect members marching toward them, so they immediately sounded the horns. As the alarms blared, clouds of smoke that indicated the presence of hostile forces rose from the city walls as well. The cultivators inside the tea shops, taverns, and brothels in the divine capital stopped what they were doing when they heard the sound of the horns that were laced with primal chi in the distance. The sound of the horns rolled forth in sound waves, alerting everyone in the divine capital of the nether sect's impending arrival. Chaos descended on the divine capital immediately. Many elite cultivators disregarded the no-flying rule in the divine capital and flew on their swords to leave the city. The nether sect's flying chariot hovered outside the divine capital's gates. It remained 1,000 meters in the air. Everything was quiet at this moment. The area 10 miles around the divine capital was shrouded in a rich killing intent. The nether sect's flag flapped in the air. 2 hours later, 000 meters away from the eastern gate of the divine capital, a 7-leaf avatar appeared from the nether sect's flying chariot. The avatar that had a 7-leaf golden lotus under its feet was 90 feet tall. Boom! Several palm seals struck the city wall. This signaled the start of the Battle of the Divine Capital. Meanwhile, the nether sect forces at the southern, northern, and western gates of the Divine Capital began their assault as well. Boom! 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 In the skies above the eastern gate, Hua Chongyang hovered in the air and studied the city walls. All of a sudden, he saw hundreds of huge projectiles shooting toward him. Break! Hua Chongyang summoned his avatar and made it spin. It released a strong blast of energy, repelling the projectiles. The projectiles were instantly destroyed, and the shrapnels fell to the ground. The nether sect members on the ground attacked the city swiftly. All of a sudden, 5 bow-wielding cultivators flew up from the eastern city wall. They pulled on their bowstrings and shot at the nether sect disciples on the ground. Swoosh! 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 Every fired arrow would take out 1 nether sect disciple. The 5 archers continued to fire their shots. In no time at all, they claimed the lives of dozens of nether sect disciples. On the flying chariot, Yu Zhenghai frowned slightly when he saw this. Godly archers? The advantages of godly archers in a defensive battle were greater. Wuxia smiled and said, They're sending their godly archers out now. Looks like the divine capital isn't too well equipped with defense mechanisms. You have a point, wise brother. Yu Zhenghai frowned slightly as he glanced at his fallen brethren on the ground. Such was war. It was impossible for there to be no casualties. This was the price they had to pay. If he stopped now to mourn the dead instead of attacking, it would be the greatest insult to the fallen. What he needed to do now was to take down the divine capital, to achieve the goal everyone was working for. I'll deal with them. Wuxia leaped out. The peacock plume spun out from his hand with a dazzling light. Plume spreading. When the peacock plume was attached to his back, Wuxia spread his hands out. A pair of golden wings unfurled from his back at the same time. He dove down and flew past the city wall. Be careful, Mr. Seventh. Hua Chongyang looked up and cautioned. Don't worry. When the 5 golden archers saw the pair of huge wings diving toward them, their eyes widened. They hastily put their bows away and descended. Retreat! Dozens of garrison soldiers covered the godly archers as they retreated. Wuxia smiled coldly. Avatar! His 6-leaf avatar expanded swiftly. His peacock plume disintegrated into energy arrows at this moment and shot at his 5 targets. Block it! Every energy needle was extremely sharp. Bam! 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 The energy needles were like golden icicles during winter. They penetrated the chests of the soldiers. All of a sudden, a loud explosion rang in the air. The energy needles hit the godly archers. The godly archers stared at their bloody chests incredulously. Soon after, they fell to the ground. Their eyes were brimming with shock as they looked at the city wall. The energy needles had cleanly pierced through their chest and were embedded on the city wall before slowly fading away into thin air. Thud! When they fell, they saw that their other comrades had fallen prey to the same fatal technique. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 100 merit points. 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 Lu Zhou opened his eyes. He stopped meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls and walked out of the eastern pavilion. He called out softly, Hua Yueshing. Hua Yueshing was cultivating in the western pavilion. When she heard Lu Zhou calling out to her, she stopped cultivating immediately and swiftly flew to the eastern pavilion. Greetings, Pavilion Master, Hua Yueshing said with a bow. What's your cultivation base now? A remorseful expression appeared on Hua Yueshing's face as she said, I've recultivated to the 2-leaf stage. Lu Zhou flipped his palm. The golden Taishu mirror materialized in his palm. There was a surge of primal qi before the golden Taishu mirror glowed. Then he pointed it at Hua Yueshing. A projection of her avatar appeared immediately. It was just as she had said. It had 2 leaves. Not bad. Lu Zhou nodded, pleased. What do you mean, Pavilion Master? Head to the divine capital. Remember to prioritize your safety, Lu Zhou calmly said. Yes, Pavilion Master, Hua Yueshing responded. Before Hua Yueshing could leave, Hua Wudao walked into the eastern pavilion, bowed, and said, Pavilion Master, I'm willing to go to the divine capital with Yueshing. Lu Zhou did not immediately agree to Hua Wudao's request. Instead, he pointed the golden Taishu mirror at him. Hua Wudao's avatar was revealed in the golden Taishu mirror, 4-leaf. After considering for a brief moment, he said, Hua Wudao, your orders, Pavilion Master? You'll protect Hua Yueshing. Remember to prioritize your lives in the battle of the divine capital. Yes, Pavilion Master. Hua Wudao and Hua Yueshing bowed in unison before they turned around to descend the mountain. Lu Zhou shook his head and cursed under his breath. Rascal! Soon enough, the other elders appeared outside the eastern pavilion. Lu Zhou turned to look at the 3 elders and asked, You wish to go as well? Zui Yushu bowed and said, If you need me to, big brother, I'll go. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, The divine capital has the 10-terminal formation. Even I am not confident I'll be able to break it. You'll only be rushing to your deaths if you go. Hua Yueshing is a godly archer, and she has the falling moon bow. Outside the divine capital, she'll be a great help. Hua Wudao is skilled in defense, and he can protect Hua Yueshing. If the 2 of them work together, they can fight against a 1,000-man army. The 3 elders nodded. They were bags of old bones. Well, they could have displayed their might if there were no 10-terminal formation. With the 10-terminal formation in place, the three of them might not even be capable of defeating young people in the body-tempering realm inside the divine capital. They could not possibly linger around the perimeter of the divine capital with their avatars. After all, indeed, it was rather pointless for them to go there. At the end of the day, it all depended on the Nether sect to conquer the divine capital. At this moment, Conk and little Yuaner walked in while holding hands. They greeted Lu Zhou in unison. "Greetings, Master." Lu Zhou looked at the two young girls and asked, "What is it?" Little Yuaner mumbled, "Master, I heard about eldest senior brother from fourth senior brother. I feel sorry for eldest senior brother. Should I go and help him out?" "Behave yourself." "I know what you mean, Master. The divine capital has the 10-terminal formation, but Conk can do something about it." Little Yuaner turned to look at Conk. "Isn't that right, Conk?" Little Conk nodded. Master, I can ask the beasts to help." The three elders brightened up. Indeed, this was a great weapon. Lu Zhou raised his hand and pointed the golden Taishu mirror at Conk. A miniature avatar appeared before the golden Taishu mirror. 6 recombinant trigram lines. When they saw this avatar, the three elders were shocked. This little girl is a rare talent. To think that her avatar is already at the 6 recombinant trigram lines. Come to think of it, the little girl's cultivation base is already in the divine court realm. She directly entered the mystic enlightening realm before taking 5 months to enter the Brahman Sea realm, and finally entering the divine court realm after a month. "I'm starting to think she's not human," Zuiyushu said. Upon hearing this, Conk took 2 steps backward. She was slightly afraid of Zuiyushu's gaze. Lu Zhou remembered the red avatar. There were still great secrets regarding Conk's identity. Hence, he said, "Enough." The others bowed. "Since Conk is my disciple, I'll naturally protect her. From this day on, nothing about her is to be known beyond this mountain. I'll only say this once." His voice was not forceful, but it carried with it an absolute air. The three elders bowed at the same time. "Yes, Pavilion Master." Something stirred in Panlydian. He could not help but cough as a thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that this little girl is truly the Pavilion Master's daughter born out of wedlock? "You have a question, Elder Pan?" Lu Zhou looked at Panlydian. Panlydian was slightly taken aback. He hastily said, "I have no questions. I'm just shocked by this little girl's talent. If Pan Zhong is so talented, I'd die a happy man." "Old Pan, you're too greedy. Pan Zhong is talented enough. He has mastered his 3 Yin technique and 6 Yang technique. Moreover, he has already reached the 2-leaf stage over the last 6 months. I'm sure he'll be able to inherit your legacy soon enough," Leng Luo said with a smile. Panlydian cleared his throat and asked, "Are you jealous?" "Get lost." Leng Luo turned around coldly. Zuiyushu looked at Panlydian, but her words were clearly addressed to Lu Zhou. "You're comparing her talent to Pan Zhong when I think it's better than mine?" Panlydian shook his head at once. Fine, I've misspoken. Everyone, please accept my humble apology." He could endure the veiled insults from the 2 elders anymore. At this moment, a female cultivator pushed a wooden wheelchair that carried Yi Tianxin to the eastern pavilion. Soon enough, the white-haired Yi Tianxin appeared before everyone's eyes. 6th senior sister. Aside from her weak life aura, Yi Tianxin's breathing and condition were stable. When she saw Lu Zhou in front of the eastern pavilion, she rose to her feet immediately and bowed. "Greetings, Master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He studied Yi Tianxin. Her life aura was weak, but the flow of her aura was normal. This was not something he saw every day. "What is it?" Yi Tianxin said, "I'm willing to head to the divine capital and help eldest senior brother." "Behave yourself." Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and went up the stairs. When he arrived at the entrance of the eastern pavilion, he stopped in his tracks and said, "Nobody else is allowed to go without my permission. All communication with the outside world shall be done by letters." "Yes, Master." Lu Zhou turned around and entered the room. 3 days later, above the eastern side of the divine capital, the nether sect's huge chariot hovered in the air. After 3 days of assaults, the entire eastern wall was riddled with holes. Corpses were strewn all over the city walls. Many of them were still bleeding. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air. The nether sect disciples had occupied the city walls. The flying chariot moved slowly. The nether sect disciples followed the flying chariot as they marched on. Xianxia, who was looking down at the divine capital, could see the overall situation of the battle. Wise brother, when is the divine capital activating the 10-terminal formation? See, Wuxia was the grand tutor in the palace for a period of time. He studied the 10-terminal formation before as well. He was slightly knowledgeable about this. There's no need to worry, eldest senior brother. Even if Lu Gu activates the 10-terminal formation, we have nothing to fear. The 10-terminal formation will block all incoming primal chi. Everyone inside the formation can only fight with their own physical strength and techniques. We have several 100,000 members. We're at least on par with the divine capital. With you here, wise brother, we can hold off an entire army, Xianxia said with a sincere smile. At this moment, Hua Chongyang flew back toward them. He landed on the flying chariot. With a bow, he said, Sect Master, we've gained control of the eastern wall. Very good. Xianxia glanced at the situation below and said, Hua Chongyang, reinforce the northern gate. Report to me at once should anything occur. Yes, Sect Master. Wait. Your orders, Sect Master? Ride my Kuei Nyo there, Xianxia said. Hua Chongyang started. He immediately fell to one knee. How can I? You can. Xianxia stepped forward and held Hua Chongyang's arm. He said, You fought alongside me for many years without complaining about the hardships. That's how we're able to arrive here today. Now that success is only one step away, I won't be able to rest easy if something were to happen to you. Hua Chongyang was greatly moved. He said, Don't worry, Sect Master. Go. Xianxia patted Hua Chongyang's shoulder. Xianxia unleashed a sound technique. Behind the nether sect's forces, Kuei Nyo rose into the air and flew toward Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang leaped onto Kuei Nyo's back and flew toward the northern city gate. Currently, apart from a handful of bold characters, the divine capital was practically deserted. The divine capital's garrison soldiers were the only ones hurrying along the streets. The Imperial Guards are moving out. It's the Imperial Guards. Look out! The Imperial Guard flew out in formations from the Imperial City at a low altitude. All of them wore black armor. It was said that 30,000 Imperial Guards defended the Imperial City all year round. These 30,000 men were the strongest force of the Imperial City. Their leaders, the 8 great generals, were elites among those in the cultivation world. Although only 2 of the generals were left, the Imperial Guards were not to be taken lightly. At this moment, a group of them moving in a neat square formation summoned their 10 worlds avatars as they sped toward the northern gate. At the northern gate, the 4 branch masters of the nether sect hovered in the air. Keep at it, brothers. The city gate is falling. At the base of the city gates, the nether sect disciples attacked in an orderly fashion. At this moment, Kuei Nyo's cry reached them. Mu! The 4 branch masters looked in the direction of the sound. An expression of joy appeared on their faces. They bowed and said, Welcome, Protector. Hua Chongyang stood on Kuei Nyo's back. He looked at the teetering city gate and at the top of the city wall. The towering man-made wall was a manifestation of man's greatest wisdom. Continue with the attack. Understood. Hua Chongyang rose higher as he looked at the south of the city. He saw several hundred cultivators speeding here with their 10 worlds avatars. Incoming. Understood. At this moment, hundreds of Imperial Guards flew up the city wall. They leaped off the wall and dove toward the nether sect disciples. Hua Chongyang shouted coldly, Kill! 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 The 4 branch masters summoned their avatars in the air. 400 tribulations insight avatars with 2-leaf golden lotuses appeared in the air. The avatars swept through the Imperial Guard, causing a shower of blood to rain down. Half of the Imperial Guard's forces were gone. Hua Chongyang no longer paid attention to the Imperial Guard soldiers. He returned his gaze to the city. Although the Nether sect had a huge advantage now, he did not let his guard down. After all, up until now, the elites of the Imperial Guards had yet to show themselves. Boom! A thunderous noise rang in the air as the northern city gate opened. The Nether sect disciples swarmed into the divine capital and began killing the Imperial Guards. Hua Chongyang flew forward. Just when he was about to cross the city wall, a gray figure suddenly appeared. He cried out coldly, "I've been waiting for you." There was a blur of movement as the figure struck with his palm. The Taoist Cut's hand seal. Great Blitz treasure seal. Swoosh! A shining golden palm seal sailed in the air. Hua Chongyang's expression darkened as he blocked with his arms. Bam! Hua Chongyang reeled back with Kuei-nyo. Kuei-nyo cried out as it flew backward and landed on Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang grunted. He struck at the air to stabilize himself. Then, he looked at the elite who had suddenly appeared above the city wall. He released a sound wave. Stop! The Nether sect disciples at the northern gate stopped and looked up. Hua Chongyang stood atop Kuei-nyo. He suppressed his boiling blood essence as he faced his opponent from a distance. You are one of the 8 great generals of the Imperial Guards, Xian Jingyun. Oh, it's Senior Xian, a Taoist elite. Your reputation precedes you. I didn't expect you to only be superficially wounded after taking a hit from me. Xian Jingyun hovered in the air with his hands on his back. He looked at the Nether sect disciples on the ground. Senior Xian, the divine capital's time is up. Why must you go against the will of the heavens? My sect master is meting out justice on behalf of the heavens. He wishes to remedy the evils and help the people. If you're willing to surrender, you'll enjoy endless glory, Hua Chongyang said. I'm sorry, I have that already. Whiz! An 8-leaf avatar towered in the air. The Nether sect members dared not advance. By decree of the Emperor, everyone from the Nether sect is to be killed without exception. There was a flurry of movements as Xian Jingyun flew toward Hua Chongyang. He launched another huge palm seal. No! Hua Chongyang did not expect this 8-leaf elite to be in such a hurry to fight. He immediately launched dozens of palm seals in retaliation. However, the difference between the 8-leaf and 7-leaf stage were too huge. His palm seals merely managed to slow down the incoming attack. It was not long before he was overwhelmed by Xian Jingyun's palm seal. Swoosh! Fall back! Fall back! The Nether sect disciples retreated from the city gate. Bam! Hua Chongyang reeled from the 8-leaf elite's attack. With his hands on his back, Xian Jingyun sped forward. The Nether sect's 4 great protectors? Is that all you've got? He dove forward slightly. A hint of killing intent glinted in his eyes as he flipped his palm. I'll be taking your life. Whoosh! Xian Jingyun disappeared into thin air. In the next second, he appeared next to Hua Chongyang and struck with his palm. First seat. First seat. The Azure Dragon Hall's Hua Chongyang was in trouble. When the 4 branch masters saw this, they summoned their avatars at the same time. They shot toward Xian Jingyun like fired arrows. Bam! Xian Jingyun sent Hua Chongyang flying with a single palm strike. He looked at the 4 branch masters coldly. You overestimate your own strength. Xian Jingyun struck with both palms. He struck 4 times consecutively. 4 palm seals were launched in the air. The Soul Diamond Seal, the Great Blitz Treasure Seal, the Outer Circle Mystic Seal, and the Inner 8-Word Seal sailed toward the 4 branch masters. Boom! 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 The 4 branch masters were sent flying back and spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood. They were only in the 2-leaf nascent divinity realm, after all. How could they have held their ground against an 8-leaf cultivator? They merely wanted to save Hua Chongyang by charging at his opponent. Indeed, they managed to buy Hua Chongyang a moment to catch his breath with their attacks. Hua Chongyang flipped backward and stabilized himself. His expression was ghastly and his face was pale as he looked ahead. Moo! Kuei-nyo flipped several times in the air and dug its front hooves down before it charged at Xian Jingyun. Kuei-nyo? A fierce expression appeared on Xian Jingyun's face when he saw the incoming Kuei-nyo. He moved his hands and circulated his primal chi as he cried out, "Die, you livestock!" Kuei-nyo lowered its head and focused its strength on its horns. Moo! Boom! Xian Jingyun grabbed Kuei-nyo's horns. However, due to the huge impact, he was sent flying back for more than 100 meters. As he held onto Kuei-nyo's horns, he condensed his primal chi into energy. Bam! Two palm seals pushed Kuei-nyo away. Kuei-nyo flipped in the air. It was unclear if it was hurt. Hua Chongyang shouted, "Kuei-nyo, return!" Moo! Kuei-nyo heard the command. It adjusted its footing and flew to the eastern gate. Xian Jingyun did not mind the livestock. Instead, he looked at Hua Chongyang. "You'll die today." Xian Jingyun unleashed his grand technique decisively. Hua Chongyang's face fell. He summoned his avatar and flew into the distance. "You won't get away." Xian Jingyun scoffed as he pursued Hua Chongyang wildly. Meanwhile, near the northern city gate, in a corner of the streets, a figure looked up before making a sharp turn into the corner. A messenger bird flew out from his sleeve, and he fastened a letter to its foot. The person was none other than Li Yunzhao, an elite in the imperial city. Li Yunzhao sent the messenger bird off that disappeared into the horizon at lightning speed. "I hope that my speculations are correct," he muttered under his breath before he quickly disappeared at the end of the alley. Meanwhile, Xian Jingyun did not give up the chase. His eyes were trained on Hua Chongyang. Bam! A palm strike landed Hua Chongyang's back, causing him to plummet in the air. Still alive. Xian Jingyun did not expect Hua Chongyang to be so tenacious. 1,000 caddies drop. Xian Jingyun dropped down like a huge boulder. The nether sect whiz. Hua Chongyang summoned his avatar again and flew east. Without a second word, he raised his right hand and tapped his Dantian Sea of Qi. First seat, no. The four branch masters did not expect Hua Chongyang to burn his own Sea of Qi without any hesitation. The moment his Sea of Qi was ignited, Hua Chongyang's primal Qi surged out, and he unleashed his grand technique again. To everyone's surprise, Hua Chongyang began to laugh maniacally. "A mighty 8-leaf cultivator, being toyed in the palm of my hands. Xian Jingyun, is this all you've got?" Xian Jingyun frowned. He joined his palms together and said in a gruff voice, "There's nowhere for you to run off. Come at me if you dare. Come one. You shameless prick, hurry." Hua Chongyang kept taunting Xian Jingyun as he flew eastward. At the same time, he wiped the blood away from the edge of his lips and muttered under his breath, "I hope Mr. Fourth's trick works." Xian Jingyun thought the surprise attack from the city wall would kill Hua Chongyang instantly. He did not expect this battle to drag on for so long. He was annoyed to no end. He lifted his head to look at Hua Chongyang, who had ignited his Sea of Qi. At this moment, Hua Chongyang was clearly flying closer to the ground. He said with a sneer, "You'll die." With swift movements, Xian Jingyun struck with his right hand, the Taoist soul diamond. The shining golden palm seal shot out in a straight line. A chill ran up Hua Chongyang's spine. He turned around and faced the palm seal. He raised his hand to defend himself. He gritted his teeth as a determined expression appeared on his face. "It seems like, in the end, I won't be able to dodge this. Sect Master, I wish that I'll be able to fight by your side again in the afterlife." When the shining golden palm seal was about to land on Hua Chongyang, bam! A huge energy saber spun toward Hua Chongyang and destroyed the palm seal. The energy saber circled around him before returning to where it came from. Who was that? Xian Jingyun immediately looked around himself. A hint of dread welled up in his heart when he discovered he was too far from the northern part of the city at this moment. His eyes followed the trajectory of the energy saber as it returned to where it came from before he finally saw a figure standing in the air with his hands on his back. The person was looking at him with a pointed gaze. Soon enough, he saw the person lift his hand before catching the energy saber. When the energy saber disappeared, It revealed an emerald saber that glinted coldly in the sunlight. An expression of joy appeared on Hua Chongyang's face as he cried out, "Sect Master! You're here!" Xian Jingyun's heart sank. He looked up and said in a gruff voice, "Yu Zhenghai!" Swoosh! Yu Zhenghai disappeared into thin air without any warning. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xian Jingyun and struck with his palm, the great dark heavenly palm. Yu Zhenghai launched 5 palm strikes in rapid succession. Bam! 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 Xian Jingyun was struck on his chest. He immediately spat out blood and plummeted to the ground. Boom! In just a moment, Xian Jingyun crashed on the ground. Yu Zhenghai's expression remained indifferent as he stood with his hands on his back. He seemed as steady as Mount Tai. He stood on an energy seal as he descended. The powerful diving motion caused despair to flood Xian Jingyun's heart as he lay on the ground. The great dark heaven energy seal. Yu Zhenghai's feet were covered with energy seals as he shot down. No! Xian Jingyun wanted to dodge, but Yu Zhenghai's speed was too quick for him. Boom! Yu Zhenghai's feet connected with Xian Jingyun's chest. Dirt and dust stirred in the air. The battle ended, and the surroundings were silent. After what seemed like hours, the dust finally settled. Hua Chongyang looked down. He stopped his burning sea of qi and slowly landed. Under Yu Zhenghai's feet, Xian Jingyun was embedded in the ground. His chest and belly were under Yu Zhenghai's feet, clearly dented. Xian Jingyun stared at Yu Zhenghai with widened eyes as blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Yu Zhenghai looked down at Xian Jingyun and coldly asked, "Is this all you've got?" Xian Jingyun spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Zhenghai's protective energy layer prevented the blood from dirtying him. He lifted his feet and walked away. 2 footprints flattened Xian Jingyun's body. Hua Chongyang was shocked. Xian Jingyun's eyes were wide. The air in his chest cavity was leaking out as he struggled to say, Why you are so powerful?" Then his head lolled to the side lifelessly. He was dead. One of the 8 great generals of the Imperial Guards, Xian Jingyun, was trampled to death by Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai sighed as he looked at Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang immediately fell to his knees. "I was useless. You can't be blamed for this. You're no match for an 8-leaf opponent." Kuei Nyo. Kuei Nyo merely suffered light injuries. It'll heal in no time. You, on the other hand, have burned your sea of qi. "I am sorry," Yu Zhenghai said. "My life is of no regard to me, Sect Master." Hua Chongyang lowered his gaze. "It's impossible to have no deaths in a war. Please continue to command us, Sect Master." Yu Zhenghai looked at Hua Chongyang. He suppressed his emotions before he said, "Let's go." In the skies, the Nether Sect's flying chariot slowly advanced. Meanwhile, the Nether Sect disciples at the eastern and northern front swarmed into the divine capital. Yu Zhenghai brought Hua Chongyang back to the Nether Sect's flying chariot. Inside the flying chariot, Wuxia glanced at Hua Chongyang and said, "You burned your sea of qi?" Yu Zhenghai remained silent. Instead, he walked toward the helm with his hands on his back and looked down at the divine capital. Hua Chongyang said, "This is nothing. It's a shame that I won't be able to fight anymore. Leave the rest to us." Wuxia walked away. He looked at the divine capital as well. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Hall's second seat, Yu Hong, flew toward them and landed on the flying chariot. "Sect Master, only the eastern and northern gates are breached. The southern and western gates are guarded by many Imperial guards. It's difficult for us to advance." Yu Zhenghai sneered. "I'd like to see how long they can last." Yu Zhenghai looked at Wuxia, who seemed to be deep in thought, and said, "Wise brother, how should we deal with the stalemates at the western and southern gates?" Wuxia smiled and said, "Just leave a few thousand of our men there and continue to cause a scene. If the enemy advances, we'll pull back. If they retreat, we'll march forward. The others should gather at the eastern gate." "Nice." Yu Zhenghai beckoned a nearby subordinate over and had him pass on the message. Wuxia looked down at the divine capital and said, "However, The divine capital is huge. There might be elites in hiding. It's dozens of miles from the divine capital's eastern gate to the imperial city. If there's an 8-leaf expert, we can only count on you, eldest senior brother. Do you think you can do it? Yu Zhenghai was calm and confident. Si Wuya wondered where Yu Zhenghai's confidence came from. For some unknown reason, he felt like his eldest senior brother's attitude toward the people and matters around him had changed. However, he could not quite put his finger on it. He had worked hard on their campaign to conquer the world. Although his comrades from the Nether sect had contributed as well, the person who was going to face the 8-leaf Lu Gu in the end was still Yu Zhenghai. Half a day later, at the western city gate, the Nether sect's 4 branch masters, Ning Jinshui, Qian Hu, Gong Feng, and Meng Juishan, gazed at the distant western city gates and city wall. As expected of the divine capital, it remains standing even after all we've thrown at it. There's no rush. It's only a matter of time before we breach it. Keep at it, everyone. 100 Nether sect disciples flew up to the walls at the same time. At the same time, many Brahmin Sea realm cultivators leaped onto the walls. Both parties began a round of killing. There were clashes of energy. Many avatars flew in different directions. The sounds of intense battles could be heard everywhere. Look out for the Imperial Guards. Ning Jinshui pointed at the armored troops flying toward them. The soldiers leaped onto the city wall and summoned their avatars before they attacked. Dozens of cultivators summoned their 10 worlds avatars. On the other hand, the members of the Nether sect were only in the Brahmin Sea realm. The Imperial Guard overwhelmed them with a crushing momentum. Dozens of Nether sect members instantly fell from the sky. Ning Jinshui frowned and said, "The Imperial Guards are strong. Charge." 4 of them flew forward. Among the dozens of Imperial Guards, an inconspicuous and small cultivator suddenly summoned his avatar before he flew toward the 4 branch masters from the Nether sect. Bam! 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 A 4-leaf golden lotus. The avatar that suddenly appeared swept the dozens of Nether sect members off the city wall. He deliberately concealed his cultivation base? Ning Jinshui led the other 3 branch masters and charged toward the soldier. The 4 of them launched several palm seals at the soldier. Whiz! Seeing one's nature, an Arhat golden body appeared around the soldier. Diana Madra. The soldier combined 2 techniques and effectively parried the palm seals from the 4 branch masters. A Buddhist. Both parties stared at each other from a distance. The 4 Nether sect branch masters regarded the elite with a complicated expression on their faces. Bald donkey. You should be chanting sutras inside a temple. What business do you have here going against the Nether sect? Are you sick of living? Ning Jinshui cursed. The soldier looked up, straightened his palm and said, Amitba, my Buddhist title is Zhi Shui. My master is Kong Yuan, the abbot of the Temple of Great Emptiness. My master was killed by old villain Ji in the Mausoleum of Swords. With the fiend path wreaking havoc, how can I stay idle and do nothing? So, you're Kong Yuan's disciple. For every grievance caused, there's someone responsible. For every debt, there is a debtor. Why aren't you seeking revenge from Senior Ji at the Evil Sky Pavilion? Ning Jinshui was amused. The monk, Zhi Shui, smiled faintly. Is it inappropriate for me to assist the divine capital when it's in trouble? Regardless, today will be the day you die. The fiend path hasn't changed at all. There's too much violence in all of you. Today, I will teach all of you a hard lesson on my master's behalf. As soon as Zhi Shui finished speaking, he activated his Arhat golden body again. His shone with a golden light as he charged toward the 4 branch masters. The 4 branch masters struck with their palms. Their palm seals collided with Zhi Shui's seeing one's nature. Boom! The Diana Madra was activated. The 4 of them were pushed back. At this very moment, on a towering tree beyond the western gate, an incredibly exquisite energy arrow sailed forth. The energy arrow was as thick as a person's arm. It shot in the air like a comet toward the monk, Zhi Shui. Zhi Shui was shocked. He hastily joined his palms together to intercept the energy arrow. Alas, the energy arrow continued to push forward. Bam! Ji Shui flipped backward. A godly archer? The Nether sect members turned to look at the towering tree. An old man and a young girl stood on the tree as they looked at the divine capital. Hua Yueshing maintained her posture as she pulled on the bowstring until the bow resembled a full moon. Meteor after the moon. Whoosh! 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 Several energy arrows burst forth from between Hua Yueshing's fingers. She fired them at the garrison soldiers above the city wall. Every arrow took down one soldier. Hua Yueshing ignored Ji Shui and launched a frenzied attack at the city wall. In no time at all, the top of the city wall was drenched with blood. Many corpses lay in the pool of blood with a gaping and bleeding chest. What excellent shooting techniques! Ning Jinshui was full of praise. Attack, my brothers! Someone's helping us. The Nether sect members' morale was boosted as they launched another wave of attacks. Meanwhile, Ji Shui looked at Hua Yueshing, who was standing on the treetop, with a frown on his face. Without a second word, he leaped off the city wall and flew away from the western gate. His speed was incredibly fast. Although it was far away for a nascent divinity realm elite, the distance of several thousand meters could be covered in a few breaths. Ji Shui said gruffly, "Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha now." He joined his palms together, casting Seeing One's Nature. At the same time, he unleashed his Dhyana Mudra. The great Vajra will hand sign shot out from between his palms. Hua Wudao looked at Ji Shui disapprovingly and said, "Bald donkey, just who do you think you are?" Hua Wudao leaped out and walked on air to intercept the attack. The 8 trigrams spread out from under his feet, while the 6 directions and 9 shining golden scripts spun around him. Then he summoned his avatar. After severing his lotus and recultivation, he had a 5-leaf golden lotus. Ji Shui's eyes widened. No! Bam! 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 The huge avatar's hand moved and grabbed the Dhyana Mudra. Retreat! Ji Shui hastily retracted his Dhyana Mudra. Bald donkey, if you're not going to go to hell, who will? The 9 scripts struck Ji Shui's chest at this moment. Bam! 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 Without the Dhyana Mudra, Ji Shui was as fragile as a piece of paper. The 6 compatible Taoist seal landed on him. Boom! Ji Shui fell to the ground with a loud crash and stopped breathing immediately. Hua Wudao glanced at the western city wall before he said, "You Xing, carry on. Nobody's getting close on my watch." Understood. Hua Yueshing was invigorated. Under Hua Wudao's protection, she pulled on her bow with greater fervor. So long as cultivators appeared on the city wall, she would immediately take them out with an energy arrow. The 4 branch masters formed the vanguard. Without high-rank cultivators among the enemy's ranks, they could only passively defend themselves. There was nothing they could do to the godly archer, Hua Yueshing, who was 1,000 miles away as well. The sect master has ordered that we leave 3,000 men here to continue harassing the garrison, while the others are to gather at the eastern gate. Understood. The next day, in the Evil Sky Pavilion's eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou opened his eyes and gauged his extraordinary power. It was almost completely replenished. Compared to when he only possessed the human scroll, Lu Zhou clearly felt that he could store more extraordinary power now. Based on his previous cultivation base, even without his extraordinary power, cultivators below the 5-leaf stage were no match for him. He stopped meditating and exited the eastern pavilion. He stretched his limbs when he was outside. At this time, Duanmu Sheng hurried in and said with a bow, "Master, a letter from Li Yunzhao." Li Yunzhao, kindly have a look. Duanmu Sheng handed him the letter. Lu Zhou opened the letter and read it. After scanning its contents, he frowned. "Have you read it?" Duanmu Sheng nodded. He immediately fell to one knee. "I'm willing to head to the divine capital." Lu Zhou considered this as he stroked his beard. This is his business, after all. "But he's also your disciple," Duanmu Sheng said. "Have you ever considered that if Li Yunzhao is telling the truth, your eldest senior brother will only hate me more?" Lu Zhou asked. Duanmu Sheng was stunned. There were those who were obstinate to the bone, and nothing could be done to change that. Hua Wudao, for example, had studied the 6 compatible seal for 20 years just so he could fight the evil Sky Pavilion's master and get over his obsession. Hua Wudao did not need the Yun sect's support. He even sent his disciple away. A person would have to finish what they started, no matter how difficult it was. A master for a day, a father for life. Based on this, there was no way Lu Zhou would stay idle when he knew his disciple was in danger. In any case, he had to make a difficult choice. Lu Zhou recalled Yu Zhenghai's words when Yu Zhenghai was kneeling behind the mountain. He recalled the hardships Yu Zhenghai endured, his twisted fate, and his 2 deaths. Wait! Lu Zhou raised a hand. Master! Duan Mushang looked at his master in confusion. He could tell what was going through his master's mind. Send word to Si Wuya. I'd like to confirm Yu Zhenghai's 2 deaths. Understood. 2 days later, the sun rose from the east as usual. The morning mist hung over Golden Court Mountain. Like always, Lu Zhou was stretching his limbs in the eastern pavilion. At this moment, Duan Mushang entered the eastern pavilion with a letter in hand. Master, 7th junior brother, has sent a reply. Bring it here. Lu Zhou took the letter. After reading it, he said coldly, A rascal will always be a rascal. Master, did eldest senior brother really die twice in the past? Duan Mushang was shocked. It's a characteristic of Wuxians. They can resurrect 3 times if they die. However, each resurrection would cost them 300 years of their lives. I'm afraid that your eldest senior brother might not have long to live, Lu Zhou said. When Duan Mushang heard this, his mind went blank. In the divine capital, the Nether sect successfully advanced from the eastern and northern gates. After 5 days of advancing, 100,000 Nether sect members arrived at the Imperial City. As far as the eye could see, apart from the Imperial City, the divine capital was riddled with fallen buildings and rubble. Land the chariot. The Nether sect's flying chariot groaned. After a few days of fighting, the flying chariot was teetering and full of dents and holes. Understood. The flying chariot landed slowly, stopping right before the Imperial City. Tens of thousands of Nether sect members fell on one knee in unison. Greetings, sect master. Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya, and Hua Chongyang emerged from the huge chariot. The Imperial City? They looked at the Imperial City above the towering red walls. This was the place that Yu Zhenghai had been dreaming of entering. Now it had become a reality. He could not help but feel emotional. He said, Those who follow me shall prosper, and those who go against me shall die. The large group of Nether sect members shouted as well, their morale boosted. Those who follow me shall prosper, and those who go against me shall die. The sound waves rocked the Imperial City. Creak. The gate of the Imperial City, which was more than 100 feet tall, slowly opened. It was only slit, but it seemed like another world in there. As the slit widened, they saw a large number of Imperial guards standing before them. Meanwhile, from the peak of the Imperial City, a white-robed cultivator announced in a clear voice, Activate the 10-terminal formation. The tens of thousands of Nether sect members looked at the skies at the same time. Talents of the world turned upside down. Nothing but corals do divination deduce. The gods on a journey, hellbound. Inside the formation, mortals to ashes reduced. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Clouds gathered above the divine capital, and the color of the sky changed. The eyes of the formation glowed. 10 different eyes of the formations shone at the same time in various directions around the Imperial City. The loud resonance indicated that the 10-terminal formation had been activated. The cultivators outside the divine capital stared at the divine capital intently. The members of the major sects flew up into the air. They saw a barrier covering the entire divine capital. Inside the divine capital, primal chi was completely cut off. Visibility was low. The air turned heavy, and breathing had become a chore. Even the cultivators outside the divine capital could not help but retreat. Although they were not in the formation, they could sense how terrifying the 10-terminal formation was. So, The 10-terminal formation is activated. In the end, apart from clones of the 10-terminal formations in other cities, the Divine Capital had never activated the 10-terminal formation in the past few years. The Divine Capital's 10-terminal formation imposed much stricter conditions compared to the clones of the 10-terminal formation. Since primal chi had been cut off, the airflow was cut off as well. As time passed, the temperature would continue to rise, and the pressure inside the formation would grow heavier. It was like hell on earth. Xianxia could feel his primal chi swiftly leaving his Dantian sea of chi. It surged out of his body and out of the 10-terminal formation. The primal chis in every cultivator were forcibly drained by the 10-terminal formation. Some cultivators tried to struggle and seal their Dantian seas of chis. However, their primal chi was still forcibly drained by the barrier in the sky. As soon as the last of their primal chis drained out of their bodies, they fell to their deaths. Wuxia looked at his peacock plume that lost its glow. It was like a shadow of its former self now. The tens of thousands of members of the Nether sect seemed slightly discouraged. Stay calm. Everyone is equal inside the 10-terminal formation, Hua Chongyang said. His voice was not loud, but it calmed the members down. Before they marched against the Divine Capital, they had undergone dozens of simulations of fighting inside the 10-terminal formation. Wuxia looked at the cultivator dressed in a long robe at the Imperial City's peak and said, "The 10-terminal formation has been activated. Where's Lu Gu?" At the peak of the Imperial City, the long-robed cultivator turned around and bowed at someone standing below. "All hail, Your Majesty!" Inside the Imperial City, the Imperial Guards fell to their knees. "Hail, Your Majesty!" A dragon chariot emerged from the Imperial City. Clack, clack, clack. The wheels rolled along the Imperial City's stone ground, leaving the Imperial City. On the dragon chariot, a man wearing dragon robes and a crown appeared before everyone's eyes. "We finally meet again." Lu Gu stood up slowly on the dragon chariot. His tone was cold as he fixed his eyes on Xianxia. "I told you that I'd stand before you," Xianxia said. The duo faced each other from a distance. At the same time, tens of thousands of Imperial Guards swarmed out. The two armies were at a standoff. Lu Gu spread his arms. His dragon robes looked exceptional under the glaring sun. He asked, "Indeed, I have underestimated you, but is it worth it? My men are already at your doorstep. Do you think it's worth it?" Xianxia replied with a question. Lu Gu nodded. Then he looked up and laughed before saying, "You haven't changed at all. You're stupid and shallow." Xianxia laughed as well. His laughter was more unbridled. His voice was loud as he said, "Well, should I call you Ping'in or Lu Gu?" After several days and nights of battles, the city was a mess of rubble and smoke. It bore no semblance to the flourishing settlement it once was. There was nothing left here aside from stillness and desolation. Xianxia did not need primal chi to make his voice loud and clear. A hint of shock flashed in Wuxia's eyes when he looked at Xianxia, who was standing next to him. He had once asked his eldest senior brother why he was so intent on conquering the Divine Capital. However, his eldest senior brother had never given him a direct answer. Was it ambition? Was it his wish to have the people on the land bow under his feet? Did he desire to stand at the peak of humanity? However, it was clear today that there was a hidden story. His instincts were right. "Who's Ping'in?" Lu Gu chuckled. He placed his hands on his back as he looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, it's meaningless to use words to frighten me. I'll ask you this. Inside the 10-terminal formation, the Imperial Guards are the strongest. How are you going to win? You'll find out soon enough." Lu Gu waved his hand and said, "After this battle, I'll have your name inscribed on the post of shame, Xianxia. People will curse and spit on you for generations to come." At this moment, 1,000 Imperial Guards next to Lu Gu charged forward. Xianxia said loudly, "Alas, you're not a member of the Imperial family. The blood that flows in your body is that of a Wuxian. Kill!" The Nether sect members roared in unison, "Kill!" When the members of the Nether sect shouted the word "kill," Their fighting spirits were roused. They shouted themselves hoarse as they charged with all their might, brandishing their long sabers and bringing it down on their enemies. Inside the 10-terminal formation, primal chi had disappeared, the air was stifling, and the temperature was rising. The battles were primal, instinctive, and fierce. The shouts of the men shook the heavens. Both sides clashed fiercely in battle. Yu Zhenghai looked at Lu Gu, who was on the dragon chariot. He did not avert his gaze. Lu Gu returned Yu Zhenghai's gaze. At this moment, realization dawned on Si Wuya. He recalled a story his eldest senior brother had once told him. His eldest senior brother had two brothers of the same race. One of them was Ping En, and the other was Jiang Lai. They were the last three surviving members of the Wuxia tribe. They endured countless trials, including being trampled upon by the nobles, being hunted by the other tribesmen, tortured by death, and tormented by cold and hunger, as they wandered about in a desperate plight. How did it come to this? How did Ping En become the high and might emperor? Swoosh! Something shot before Si Wuya's eyes. A shower of blood rained down, pulling his thoughts back to the present. For what seemed like hours, Yu Zhenghai and Lu Gu stared at each other from a distance. The number of casualties increased. The number of imperial guards was dwindling. Time seemed to flit away swiftly amid shouts and killings. Another day had passed. In the Evil Sky Pavilion's eastern pavilion, Duanmu Shang hastened toward the eastern pavilion's hall with a letter in his hand. He bowed and said, "Master." Li Yunjiao sent another letter. Smack! The doors of the eastern pavilion were blown open by an energy wind. Lu Zhou crossed the threshold and emerged with his hands on his back. He calmly asked, "What is it?" "I'm afraid that eldest senior brother might be in danger. The 10-terminal formation has been activated. Both sides are fighting with brute force. The Nether Sect and Imperial Guards have suffered great losses. If what Li Yunjiao says is true, eldest senior brother will certainly suffer a great loss." Li Yunjiao had been by the Empress Dowager's side for many years. When the battle in the Divine Capital began, the Empress Dowager had revealed something to Li Yunjiao. A mother certainly understood her child best in the entire world. The Empress Dowager knew early on that Lu Gu was not the old Lu Gu. However, she knew nobody would believe her even if she spoke of it. In fact, it would only be detrimental to her and cause chaos in the empire. Nobody would have believed her even if she had told them this secret. In fact, she would only obtain the opposite result and cause chaos in the empire. The world was absurd. Nobody on the noble path could be trusted. Li Yunjiao was only left with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Sending the letter was his final hope. As for the outcome of the battle under the heavens, he could only leave it to the gods. Yu Zhenghai had died twice before. His great limit was at hand. If Lu Gu was also from Wuxia, how was Yu Zhenghai supposed to fight him? "Master!" That dog of an emperor summoned 20 elders from the Sky Conduct Academy and the Big Dipper Academy the night before the battle began. One of the 8 great generals is still alive. There are many hidden elites in the Divine Capital waiting to reap the benefits. Even if eldest senior brother survives his battle with Lu Gu, he would certainly be killed by those who want to take advantage of the situation, Duanmu Shang said with a sense of urgency. Lu Zhou looked at the sky. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "Fine! You rascals won't allow me to rest in peace. Gather everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion." Duanmu Shang was delighted to hear his master's order. He said, "Understood. I'll inform the others at once." Soon after, the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples in the 4 pavilions on Golden Court Mountain received Lu Zhou's order from Duanmu Shang. Inside the southern pavilion, apart from Hua Wudao, the 3 elders sighed. Under the heavens, it has always been the elderly who protect the young ones. That child, Yu Zhenghai, he's always making the pavilion master worry. He's the master of the greatest fiend path sect under the heavens. What do both of you think if he comes back? Meanwhile, the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples rushed toward the northern pavilion as soon as they heard the order. Soon enough, the cloud-splitting chariot left the Evil Sky Pavilion. After a day and night of fighting, The battle between the Nether sect and the Imperial Guard was dying down. The lack of primal chi and the stifling air due to the 10-terminal formation caused everyone to feel more and more suffocated. The high temperature made the divine capital feel like a furnace. Many people were already numbed to their mixture of blood and sweat. Xianxia stood with his hands on his back, from the beginning until now, as he stared at Lu Gu, who was standing on the dragon chariot, in the distance. The clashing of weapons, the sounds of killing, and the shouts seemed as though they would never end. Xianxia briefly swept his eyes around his surroundings. A slight frown appeared on his face. Wuxia had always been by Xianxia's side, so the minute change in Xianxia's expression did not escape his notice. He said in a hushed voice, "Don't worry, eldest senior brother. Our members who are fighting are mainly body-tempering cultivators. None of our high-rank cultivators have made a move yet. I told them to lie in wait at the rear. The Imperial Guards will only fall into a disadvantageous position if this continues. We can't avoid casualties during a war, eldest senior brother. You must steel your heart." Xianxia nodded. He shifted his eyes and looked ahead. Wuxia continued to say, "The only ones we have to guard against now are hidden cultivators inside the city who are on the fence. They might be looking for an opening to take advantage of the situation." "Vermin," Xianxia spat. He said, "Wait till I cut Lu Gu down. I'll kill all of them in one fell swoop. Eldest senior brother, you only need to deal with Lu Gu and Wang Yu. I'll deal with the others." "All right." Of the Imperial Guard's 8 great generals, only Wang Yu, the Southern Gates garrison general, was left. He was known for his cunning personality, and he preferred to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. Wuxia had been trying to locate Wang Yu since the 10-terminal formation had been activated. Unfortunately, Wang Yu still had not shown his face up until now. Was activated. Whiz! The barrier in the sky darkened at this moment. Wuxia looked up and said, "This is when it's the hardest inside the 10-terminal formation. Take down the Imperial Guard at this hour." Xianxia wielded his jasper saber and looked up before charging toward the dragon chariot. Several armored Imperial Guards tried to stop Xianxia, but he slashed with saber out without any hesitation or expression on his face. Bam! 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 The blade drew across the soldiers' armors. The armor instantly fell apart. If one were to compare who made the most preparations for a fight in the 10-terminal formation, the answer would undoubtedly be Xianxia. His clean and thorough method of killing was the perfect manifestation of this. Every single swing of his sword was the result of countless training hours. Charge! Take down the Imperial City within the hour. The remaining tens of thousands of Nether sect members swarmed forward. Whiz! The curtain-like barrier in the sky dropped. The air grew even more stifling. "Stop them! You're my finest warriors!" Lu Gu waved his hand. The Imperial Guard charged forward as well. Whiz! The gravity seemed to amplify in this instant. The Imperial Guards on horseback fell off their steeds. Nay! The war horses fell to their knees. Crack! 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 The rock on the ground cracked. "Remove your armor! Everyone! Remove your armor!" Lu Gu's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's. He looked at Wuxia and said, "You know about the 10-terminal formation? Apart from keeping primal chi out, the 10-terminal formation's other effects occurred at random. The temperature could be freezing cold or scorching hot. There could also be a tempestuous wind capable of killing. After gravity was amplified, most of the soldiers with lesser physique and willpower sat limply on the ground after fighting for a long time. They were drenched in sweat as they sat panting on the ground. Among the Nether sect members, several muscular individuals dressed in a simple attire sauntered toward the Imperial Guards with their blades in their hands. "How could this be?" Wuxia said, pleased and satisfied. "We've prepared this just for you. Kill them." The muscular individuals' movements were slow. However, it was enough to deal with the immobilized soldiers. Every single swing of their blades claimed a life. The place looked like an execution ground at this moment. Xianxia looked at the dragon chariot and made his way over with resounding footsteps. Thud! 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 In just a moment, Yu Zhenghai stood in front of the dragon chariot. He wielded the saber with both hands before bringing it down on the dragon chariot. Dong! The dragon chariot shook when the saber landed on it. Yu Zhenghai focused his attention and brought his saber down again. Dong! Well, I guess I'll have to fight you to the death. Lu Gu turned around and drew a sword from his bodyguard before leaping off the chariot onto the ground. Boom! The stone slabs on the ground within dozens of meters cracked. Lu Gu's feet were planted in 2 deep pits. Yu Zhenghai raised his saber and pointed at Lu Gu. Very good. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Without his cultivation base, primal chi, and under the influence of the amplified gravity, there was no room for graceful or majestic movements. All they could rely on were brute force and techniques. Bam! 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 Yu Zhenghai swung his saber. Lu Gu showed no weakness. The two of them fought fiercely. Si Wuxia was slightly shocked. The ruler of an empire has such physical strength? He surveyed his surroundings. Apart from a few nether sect members who could kill while swinging their blades, the others were sitting limply on the ground and could not move. The majority of the Imperial Guards wore armor and could hardly move as well. When they finally removed their armor, they were already killed by the others. However, Lu Gu could move just as Yu Zhenghai did. Bam! Lu Gu gripped his sword with both hands and swept out. Yu Zhenghai parried it with his saber. He took 2 steps backward before he swung it again. After several rounds, both opponents' faces were drenched with sweat. Their eyes were trained on each other. Wuxians are born with courage and strength. There's no need to be startled by this, wise brother, Yu Zhenghai said. I'll help you. Si Wuxia tried to take a step forward. At this moment, he discovered his legs had turned extremely heavy. Cultivators who had not undergone the body tempering stage would be killed by the gravity in the 10-terminal formation. There's no need to help me. I want to end Lu Gu with my own hands, Yu Zhenghai said. Lu Gu said, We'll see about that. Swoosh! Lu Gu suddenly moved swiftly with his sword. Bam! 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 Yu Zhenghai parried with his saber. He kept retreating. His arms became numb due to the impact. The two opponents continued to exchange blows. Dozens of rounds ended in just a blink of an eye. Bam! Sword and saber collided. Both opponents retreated. Their faces glistened with sweat as they stared at each other. Yu Zhenghai calmly said, You've lost. Your Imperial Guards are almost completely destroyed by me. Even if you have the formation, you're no match for me. Ping'an, I told you that I want to behead you, didn't I? Swoosh! Yu Zhenghai pointed at Lu Gu with his jasper saber. Lu Gu chuckled and said in a low voice, If I can kill you once, I can kill you again. At this moment, the curtain-like barrier seemed to change again. Whiz! The formation shifted. The pull of gravity vanished completely. Si Wuxia immediately cried out, Hold on to each other in small groups. Lu Gu nodded in satisfaction. He pushed away from the ground and moved as lightly as a swallow, slashing his sword at Yu Zhenghai. There were no primal chi and cultivation base. This was purely the effect from the lack of gravity. Everyone was as light as feather at this moment. Bam! 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 Lu Gu attacked with his sword thrice. Yu Zhenghai stomped his feet on the ground and leaped 10 meters up into the air. Lu Gu followed close behind Yu Zhenghai. The two opponents, armed with a saber and a sword, fought with the most brutal and primitive method. At this moment, the long-robed cultivator at the peak of the imperial city shouted again, Get ready, 15 minutes more. Si Wuxia looked around his surroundings and said, The 10-terminal formation will disappear in 15 minutes. Those in the Divine Court realm and above, get ready. Understood. Meanwhile, there was another commotion in the imperial city. Many archers began to appear. Standing behind the archers, a stocky man looked down at the battlefield with a fierce gaze. Prepare to fire. Si Wuxia looked up at his eldest senior brother and Lu Gu, who were fighting fiercely. He reminded his eldest senior brother immediately. Wang Yu has appeared. Eldest senior brother. Look out. Bam. 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 Yu Zhenghai seized this opportunity to slash 3 times with his saber and sent Lu Gu flying. However, the recoil sent him flying back among the Nether Sect members as well. Sect Master. I'm fine. However, the truth was one of Yu Zhenghai's arms was already paralyzed. Lu Gu turned to look at his men and cried out, "Fire! Fire! Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!" Yu Zhenghai raised his arm and swung it, breaking the arrows that were flying toward him. At this moment, Wuxia leaped 5 meters into the air and pressed a button on his peacock plume. Several golden needles shot out immediately. Each golden needle landed accurately on an archer. Wang Yu looked down at Wuxia and exclaimed in shock, "You!" Wuxia landed slowly. He looked up with a smile and said, "General Wang, you finally appeared. Traitor." Wuxia had been an official in the palace. It was not strange for Wang Yu to recognize him. The Emperor, Lu Gu, looked up. He was slightly annoyed at his general for bickering at this moment. He said, "What are you waiting for?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Wang Yu stood at the peak of the Imperial City and looked down at the Nether Sect members. He looked at the color of the curtain-like barrier in the sky before he loudly announced, "Elders of the Big Dipper Academy and the Sky Conduct Academy, assemble." 2 white-robed cultivators occupied each of the 10 eyes of the formations. Only one was occupied by 1 cultivator. However, this did not stop the 10-terminal formation from functioning. The 19 elders looked at the skies. Every time the 10-terminal formation is activated, it'll only last for 2 hours. We will have to wait for another hour before we can reactivate it. Everyone, heed my call. Kill those on the fiend path. Glory to the Emperor. Kill those on the fiend path. Glory to the Emperor. Kill those on the fiend path. Glory to the Emperor. The voices seemed capable of shaking the heavens. The remaining Imperial guards in the Imperial City ran out. With the gravity weakened, the armored Imperial guards became extremely brave. Since they were as light as swallows now, the Nether Sect members were surely on the losing end. Upon seeing this, Wuxia ordered, "Form groups of 3s and kill them." The Nether Sect members were well trained. They formed groups of 3 swiftly and advanced instead of retreating. They charged at the Imperial Guards fearlessly. The Imperial Guards had been heavily injured to begin with, so the Nether Sect had the advantage in numbers. With this strategy, the Nether Sect members were not afraid to clash with the Imperial Guards. They overwhelmed the Imperial Guards with sheer numbers. No matter how powerful each Imperial Guard was, they could not fight off multiple opponents at once. Bam! 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 In the crowd, the most brutal fists and blades were unleashed without care. Yu Zhenghai stomped his feet on the ground and charged at Lu Gu again. Bam! A saber clashed with a sword. Crack! After the prolonged battle, the sword could no longer withstand the repeated attacks from a heaven-grade weapon and broke. Die! Yu Zhenghai raised his saber with both hands and brought it down toward Lu Gu's face. Lu Gu's expression darkened as he flipped back. At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air. The curtain-like barrier disappeared, and the clouds dispersed. A strong gust of wind was stirred up as primal chi surged. The 10-termination formation was gone. With this, everyone regained their cultivation bases as their primal chis were quickly restored. Yu Zhenghai pushed both palms out, launching 2 palm seals in the air. Bam! Yu Zhenghai flipped backward and stabilized himself. Yu Zhenghai, not even the heavens are on your side. Give it up. Whiz! An avatar appeared. The 100-foot-tall, lotusless 8-leaf avatar towered in the air. The cultivators inside the divine capital looked up at it. Yu Zhenghai was inwardly shocked. He did not expect Lu Gu to be capable of recultivating back to the 8-leaf stage in such a short time. The appearance of Lu Gu's avatar shocked everyone in the divine capital. At this moment, Wang Yu cried out and summoned his 8-leaf avatar as well. Whiz! Wang Yu leaped off the Imperial City's peak and swept his gaze across the Nether Sect members. What would the Nether Sect now that there were no other 8-leaf cultivators to deal with him? At this moment, The 19 white-clad cultivators rose into the air and hovered above the imperial city. Yu Zhenghai hovered in the air and surveyed his surroundings. The Big Dipper Academy? The Sky Conduct Academy? The 19 elders looked down from the skies. The fiend path is wreaking havoc in the world. All of them should be eliminated, an elder said. With the elder setting the precedent, the other chanted along with him. The fiend path is wreaking havoc in the world. All of them should be eliminated. Si Wuya looked up and said, "Eldest senior brother, it's up to you now." This was the reason Si Wuya had asked if Yu Zhenghai was confident before the battle began. After all, once the 10-terminal formation was gone, Yu Zhenghai would have to fight against multiple opponents. This was as far as the tens of thousands of Nether Sect members could accompany him. Yu Zhenghai turned around with his hands on his back. He said frostily, "8-leaf." The 19 elders were not 8-leaf cultivators. On the Imperial City's side, only Lu Gu and Wang Yu were left. Suddenly, Yu Zhenghai seemed to vanish into thin air. Wang Yu did not expect Yu Zhenghai to attack without warning. In the next second, Yu Zhenghai appeared above Wang Yu. The jasper saber in his hand glinted brightly in the sunlight. Great Dark Heaven Memorial, the Sovereign Descent. With Yu Zhenghai in the center, the entire Imperial City was instantly covered by energy sabers. They rained down like water from the sea, seemingly unending. The Imperial Guards were powerless to defend themselves. They were instantly killed. Wang Yu brought his avatar toward the horizon in an attempt to dodge the attack. Yu Zhenghai unleashed his grand technique again. He caught up to Wang Yu swiftly and rained down blows on Wang Yu. Bam! Yu Zhenghai's energy sabers landed on Wang Yu's avatar. Crack! The avatar's arm was sliced off. A wretched wail rang in the air. Wang Yu began to panic. He wanted to run away. He did not hesitate as he turned tail and fled. Yu Zhenghai unleashed his grand technique again. He dove like an eagle catching a chick. The dark heaven starlight. The energy sabers had sealed off Wang Yu's routes of escape. He turned around, trying to put up a fight. The jasper saber spun as it flew in a cutting motion toward Wang Yu. Boom! Wang Yu reeled back. He was powerless to defend himself. They were both 8-leaf cultivators, and yet, their strength was as different as the heavens and the earth. The cultivators inside the divine capital were stunned by this sight. Why does Wang Yu seem like a 7-leaf cultivator instead of an 8-leaf cultivator? Is he for real? Are my eyes deceiving me? Has Wang Yu been pretending all along? Impossible! How can you fake an 8-leaf avatar? It might be possible for a low-rank avatar. For a high-rank avatar, I'll eat shit before I believe the avatar can be faked. After Yu Zhenghai unleashed his grand techniques thrice, Wang Yu lost the power to fight. Yu Zhenghai flew up. From the beginning to the end, Lu Gu had been watching the battle. He did not interfere at all. After the battle ended, he applauded as he said, "My horizons have been widened. Alas, you've wasted too much primal chi. Wang Yu has already served his purpose. Show me what you've got after hiding in the palace all these years." Swoosh! Yu Zhenghai unleashed his grand technique again. In the next instant, he appeared before Lu Gu and struck with his palm. The great dark heaven palm seal. Bam! Lu Gu lifted his hand to block the attack. However, he was still pushed back by the impact from the palm seal. Everyone watched with their mouths agape. They finally understood Yu Zhenghai's every move was done with his full strength. On the other hand, a frown appeared on Si Wuya's face as he continued to watch the battle. Although Yu Zhenghai's movement was slightly reminiscent of his master, he knew Yu Zhenghai's primal chi would soon be depleted. How was Yu Zhenghai supposed to fight at that time? The 19 elders were shocked by Yu Zhenghai's domineering attacking style. They dared not join in the fight. They could only look at them blankly. Boom! 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 Yu Zhenghai kept pushing forward. The buildings in their path crumbled as they flew westward. The area was soon flattened. "You're mad." Lu Gu frowned and kept sending out palm seals. "I've told you. I'll kill you today." An energy saber appeared. Great dark heaven energy. You're a madman. Without a second word, Lu Gu fled from the divine capital and the imperial city. Upon seeing this, Si Wuya said at once, "Send word to the evil sky pavilion. Quickly, Cloud Rage River." Understood. Si Wuya looked around before he called out, "Hua Chongyang. Here. Stand up. Stay by my side." Si Wuya's voice was filled with strength. Hua Chongyang did as he was told. Whiz! A seven-leaf avatar suddenly appeared, expanded, and disappeared. Among the Nether sect, the cultivators with avatars summoned their avatars in unison as though they had a tacit agreement. Whiz! A mystical and resonating sound rang in the air. Unlike the sound that resonated in the air when an avatar appeared, the combined appearance of avatars produced a powerful sound. The 2-leaf and 3-leaf avatars of the 12 branch masters and the 10 worlds avatars of the dozens of Nether sect members shone at this moment and illuminated the entire divine capital. Hua Chongyang forced himself to look optimistic and uninjured. He looked at the sky and said, "Let's see who dares to make a move." The 19 elders were stunned by what they saw. They looked at Wang Yu, who was heavily wounded and lying on the ground, before they looked at each other meaningfully. "Wait for His Majesty's return." All right. After what seemed like hours, Yu Zhenghai and Lu Gu were still fighting. It was only when the duo passed through the city gates that the cultivators in the divine capital sighed in relief. Nobody could keep up with the duo. They could not observe this shocking battle. They could only sigh helplessly and direct their attention to the Nether sects Si Wuya and the 19 elders. Meanwhile, Yu Zhenghai chased after Lu Gu. His energy saber shone brilliantly as it swept through the forest, rivers, and mountains. "You have nowhere to run to." Boom! 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 Lu Gu suddenly released countless rune seals. The rune seals collided with the energy saber. He suddenly stopped moving, turned around, and looked down. "Cloud Rage River is where you'll die." Yu Zhenghai, without Si Wuya, your wits are no match for mine. This was how it was back then and how it is now, Lu Gu said as he hovered in the air. Nonsense. Yu Zhenghai disappeared and reappeared above Lu Gu. The sovereign descent. Countless energy sabers fell down like an outpour of rain. Lu Gu shouted, "Do you really think that I have no techniques?" He waved his sleeve that shone with a red light. Magistrate brush. A red brush that shone with red rune seals hovered in midair. The red rune seals formed a wall-like shield that stopped the energy saber. Yu Zhenghai's eyes flashed fiercely as he said, "You and I were sold to Lulan back then. I treated you as a brother, ready to go through thick and thin with you. I even saved your life. Yet, you killed our kin, Jiang Lai, for glory and riches. You even snuck up on me when I was injured. How can I face my deceased kin if you're still alive? How can you face me alive? It only goes to show that I made the right choice. The Lulan Grand Shaman has promised me and given me the looks of the Emperor. You said that you didn't want to be bullied anymore. You wanted to trample on those who bullied you. I've done all that on your behalf. Aren't you supposed to be happy?" Lu Gu said. "Happy? You can say all that to our ancestors when you go to hell. I've already cleared the graves of our ancestors a long time ago. From this day on, there are no longer Wookieans in this world." Swoosh! Yu Zhenghai kept unleashing his grand technique. The dark heaven starlight instantly sealed Lu Gu's routes of escape. The huge spinning energy saber shot toward Lu Gu. Gifted writing. Lu Gu tossed his magistrate brush out. The tip of the brush shone with a red light before shooting out red rune seals that scattered into the surroundings. It seemed to be drawing red flowers in the air as it shot toward the dark heaven starlight. Boom! 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 Yu Zhenghai summoned his avatar. His 8-leaf avatar descended from the skies and crashed down. Lu Gu scoffed as he summoned his avatar as well. His 8-leaf avatar suddenly raised both palms and grabbed Yu Zhenghai's avatar. At the same time, the 8 leaves spun out like energy blades. Yu Zhenghai had not fought a Lotus-less elite before. He, naturally, found it strange. Bam! When the leaves were almost upon him, Yu Zhenghai quickly flipped backward. He could sense a threat to his life and quickly dodged the attack of the remaining 7 leaves. Lu Gu said tonelessly as he unleashed sound waves. There's no way for you to come back to life if you die in Cloud Rage River. You'll sink to the bottom forever. I'm protected by witchcraft. Even without water, I can still be resurrected. How are you going to fight against me? Yu Zhenghai frowned slightly. Lu Gu continued to say, Moreover, you can never win against me. Yu Zhenghai. Open your eyes wide and look closely at my avatar. Yu Zhenghai's avatar was higher while Lu Gu's avatar was lower. The 8 leaves were spinning around freely and without restrictions. One of the leaves seemed to be splitting. 8.5 leaves? Yu Zhenghai was shocked. I have the Big Dipper Academy and Sky Conduct Academy research avatars. For me, I know all about the ways to fight with this new avatar. I've only put up with you for so long to lead you here. Lu Gu raised his hand slightly and said, Is the 8-leaf stage powerful? Yu Zhenghai did not hesitate. He produced a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Lu Gu was slightly stunned. He wondered what Yu Zhenghai was doing. Yu Zhenghai said coldly, The 8-leaf stage is indeed powerful. He sped forward and disappeared from sight. He flew into his avatar and became one with it. At the same time, his body glowed with a golden radiance as though he was set aflame. You're still as wild as ever. I'd like to see what you can do with a primal fiend potion. Whiz! The 2 avatars collided. The sound of the collision resounded through the forest, causing the birds and the beasts to flee and the fishes to swim away. The water surged, and the wind blew violently. Yu Zhenghai had consumed the primal fiend potion. This was his source of confidence today. This was why he had confidently released grand techniques after grand techniques without holding back earlier. Saber! Yu Zhenghai's Jasper Saber flew up toward Lu Gu's avatar at a peculiar angle. Lu Gu tossed his magistrate brush out again. The 2 weapons collided. Boom! Lu Gu descended while Yu Zhenghai flew upward. The 2 of them engaged in a fierce battle above Cloud Rage River. Yu Zhenghai had been attacking with his full strength since the beginning. Under the frenzied attacks of a peak 8-leaf cultivator, even the 8.5-leaf Lu Gu felt the pressure. Boom! Yu Zhenghai unleashed his sovereign descent again. The energy sabers struck Lu Gu's avatar. At this moment, Lu Gu could not stand it anymore. He cried out, Enough! Then, he unleashed all his might and moved his avatar. His avatar grabbed Yu Zhenghai's avatar. The magistrate brush shone with a unique red radiance. Sweep away an army with a brush. Abandon wisdom. The magistrate brush swiftly wrote 4 scripts in the air. The red scripts from the abandoned wisdom swirled around the sharp brush tip and flew toward the avatar's palm. The avatar grabbed the abandoned wisdom scripts and thrust out. Yu Zhenghai lowered his avatar and advanced instead of retreating. He bore down with his saber. Swoosh! The magistrate brush was embedded into the chest of Yu Zhenghai's avatar. The Jasper Saber formed a huge energy saber that partially sliced down Lu Gu's shoulder. Bam! The 2 opponents fell at the same time. Their avatars dissolved in the wind. Yu Zhenghai wiped away the blood from the edge of his lips. Then he tapped his Dantian Sea of Qi again, burning it. He struck with his palms and flew into the air. He hovered in the air proudly as he spread his hand and the Jasper Saber spun back into his hand. He brought his saber down again. He was not giving Lu Gu any opportunity to catch his breath. You're trying to take me down with you? Lu Gu already had a sneaking suspicion that Yu Zhenghai was trying to do just that. He would never throw his life away like Yu Zhenghai. Pingyan! Look at me. Remember the look in my eyes. Die! Yu Zhenghai bore down with his energy saber. I won't die. Lu Gu gritted his teeth angrily and raised his arm. He instinctively stabbed upward with his magistrate's brush. The duo faced each other before they fell down. The brush stabbed into Yu Zhenghai's heart. The Jasper Saber cut into Lu Gu's internal organs as well. At this moment, the wind slowly died down, and the energies scattered. Yu Zhenghai gripped the hilt of his Jasper Saber tightly and pushed it into Lu Gu. Lu Gu did the same with his magistrate brush. Blood gushed out. The blood of the Wuxians fell into Cloud Rage River like blooming flowers, dyeing the river red. Yu Zhenghai was expressionless, saved for a smile on his face. He seemed to be satisfied with the outcome of the battle as he said, "You've lost. I haven't lost. You're the one who lost." Lu Gu's eyes were filled with contempt. He would lose one of his lives now. Bam! The opponents separated. Yu Zhenghai looked at the surface of Cloud Rage River. He never thought that the blood of a person could be this beautiful. It was as dashing as the red flowers in spring. At this moment, the effects of the Primal Fiend potion were beginning to fade away. His primal chi was dissipating as well. He felt his life slipping out of his body at this moment. "I've already died twice anyway. I've been studying on the mountain for 300 years. My great limit is already near at hand. No matter how I look at it, I'm the winner." Yu Zhenghai chuckled and said, "You, on the other hand, died once in Lulan. Now you're dying again. You've been honing your skills for 300 years, and yet all you're left with is one life. What good would that do you?" Lu Gu glared at Yu Zhenghai. "You've studied the 9-leaf stage for so long. Did you think that I didn't study it myself? The golden lotus absorbs life. Without the golden lotus, you won't be able to extend your life. You'll still die, and you'll be kneeling by my side before our ancestors to atone for your sins. You're the one who needs to atone for his sins." Lu Gu stood on the river as he unleashed a blast of energy. Yet Yu Zhenghai only smiled. It was one that spoke of satisfaction and contentment. He looked at the horizon. Compared to his other memories, it seemed like the time he spent being clobbered on the mountain was the most memorable. All of a sudden, Yu Zhenghai saw the cloud-splitting chariot at the horizon. "Master? Is this an illusion?" It was said that the illusion one saw at the brink of death was something that held weight in one's heart. "I'm sorry. I'll honor you in the next life." At this moment, a shining golden palm seal shot out at lightning speed from the flying chariot. The Great Seal of Fearlessness. Lu Gu suddenly sensed acute danger. He stopped what he was doing at once and looked up. The Great Seal of Fearless removed fear and unease from the people's hearts. Lu Gu raised his magistrate brush with both hands. The red radiance instantly formed a huge defensive rune seal. The shining golden Buddha-like hand seal struck the red rune seal. Boom! The palm seal pushed Lu Gu back on the surface of Cloud Rage River. Splash! Waves were stirred up as Lu Gu slid back. His eyes widened as he looked at the 5-fingered hand seal before him in fright. The power of a 9-leaf cultivator? He unleashed his primal chi wildly as he attempted to negate the power of the Great Seal of Fearlessness. Alas, the Great Seal of Fearlessness showed no signs of weakening. It was locked onto him and pushed him out of the Cloud Rage River and sent him crashing into the towering trees in the forest. Boom! In the end, Lu Gu crashed into the cliff face beside Cloud Rage River before he finally slid down to the ground. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 2,500 merit points. On the flying chariot, the Evil Sky Pavilion members' eyes widened when they looked down at the blood-drenched Yu Zhenghai. For a time, they were at a loss for words. Their 8-leaf eldest senior brother had been a peerless existence in their hearts. And yet, he was injured to this extent? Lu Zhou leaped down and pushed forward with his palm. To gain the power of immaterial existence so that we can visit many places without having to move, reaping many benefits. Zui Yushu tossed her weapon out. "I'll give you a hand, big brother." Coiling dragon staff. "How can I, Leng Luo, stand by and do nothing? I'll help as well." Pan Lydian tossed his golden gourd bottle out. 3 lotusless avatars appeared below the cloud-splitting chariot at the same time. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 3 elders worked together seamlessly. When they saw the heavily wounded Yu Zhenghai, they knew what the pavilion master wanted to do. They did not hesitate to unleash their most powerful healing techniques. The decorative runes on the coiling dragon staff dissolved into energy and formed a wide circular enclosure. This was the Confucian school's enhancing formation. The 3 huge avatars quickly grew in size. Lu Zhou pushed downward with his palm. A blue lotus blossomed in his palm. With the three avatars supporting it, it was a grander spectacle than when Conch was being treated in the Evil Sky Pavilion. The blue lotus descended from the skies. Yu Zhenghai blinked. As his consciousness faltered, a drop of water from Cloud Rage River fell between his eyes. The drop of water was glittering and translucent. It obscured his vision. The blurry blue lotus was exceptionally brilliant. As it fell, his consciousness finally faded away. Lu Zhou focused his gaze and pushed down as he maintained the blue lotus. The blue lotus blossomed above Yu Zhenghai. The blue light completely shrouded him. Lu Zhou could keenly feel life slipping away from Yu Zhenghai. He recalled the scene where Yu Zhenghai kneeled before him at the foot of the mountain. He remembered how Yu Zhenghai trained tirelessly, day after day, under the waterfall when he wanted to master the Great Dark Heaven Memorial. He remembered how he had beaten Yu Zhenghai when Yu Zhenghai made mistakes. All these things felt as though they had just happened yesterday. Was it worth it for his first disciples to throw away a life that would lead him to the peak of humanity to kill the wretched pig, Ping-en, who abandoned his ancestors for glory and power? Yu Zhenghai had died twice before. He had lost 600 years of life. Considering the time he spent on the mountain in his youth, he was, indeed, approaching his great limit. When his life was at its end, he used all his might to trade it for Lu Gu's life. Was it worth it? Lu Zhou thought to himself. It doesn't matter as long he thinks it's worth it. Lu Zhou pushed downward again. The three elders' avatars released a greater power. Under Zui Yushu's enhancement formation, the coiling dragon staff special effect was also unleashed without reserve. The blue lotus shone on Yu Zhenghai and the surroundings. The fishes leaped in and out of the water. The plants on the riverbed grew wildly. The flowers on the banks bloomed. The broken trees grew again. Lu Zhou clenched his fists. The blue lotus disappeared. He raised his left palm again. The fiend monk's hand seal reached down and brought Yu Zhenghai up. Then he returned to the flying chariot. The three elders withdrew their avatars at the same time. Eldest senior brother, Duanmushang, Zhaoyu, Yi Tianxin, Zhu Honggong, Little Yuaner, and Conch cried out in unison, clearly anxious. The others were ill at ease as well. Yu Zhenghai's eyes were tightly shut. They did not know if he was dead or alive. There was only a faint sliver of life aura surging in his chest. The wound on his chest had closed up and no longer bled after being healed by the blue lotus. However, he was still unconscious. His condition was truly worrying. Finally, he landed on the flying chariot's deck. Master, how's eldest senior brother's condition? Little Yuaner looked up and asked. The others looked at Lu Zhou as well, waiting for his answer. Lu Zhou said, "It doesn't look good." Zui Yushu exclaimed in shock. "Even you can't save him, big brother?" This outcome was rather difficult to accept. Those present had witnessed the blue lotus's power before. However, even with its healing technique, it was not enough to guarantee Yu Zhenghai's life. If that was the case, there was nothing the healing methods from the other sects could do. Pan Lydian said with a sigh, "Well, he did fulfill his dying wish. He's slightly stubborn, that's all. I don't think conventional healing methods can save him now. His life can only be saved by unconventional methods," Leng Luo said. Unconventional methods? I heard that Mr. Seventh found a rune that absorbs life after scouring the lands, including the territories of the other tribes, with the Darknet's resources. Perhaps we can ask him about this. The others nodded. Wookieans lose 300 years of their lives every time they die. He has died thrice. My guess is absorbing life would only work when the person's life is far from the great limit. I think that we should think of another way. At this moment, Lu Zhou raised a hand. Enough! He turned around coldly and looked at the palm print on the cliff face beside Cloud Rage River. Old Third. Yes, Master. Bring him up here, Lu Zhou said. Master, I'm afraid that he's already been reduced to ashes. Are you going to torture his corpse? Zhu Honggong was slightly puzzled. Then he nodded. Makes sense. We should torture him as much as we like since he did this to eldest senior brother. For something like this, there's no need to trouble yourself, Master. I'll do it. The atmosphere had been heavy and stifling with a hint of unease. However, as soon as Zhu Honggong spoke, the others were rendered speechless. Duanmu Shang said, "You dummy! That Lu Gu isn't the real Lu Gu. He's a Wuxian. Wookieans could die thrice before they died for real." Lu Zhou did not know how many times Lu Gu had died before. He wanted to send someone down there to confirm his death. After hearing this, Pan Lydian nodded and said, "I'll go with you." Duanmu Shang leaped off the flying chariot and flew toward the cliff wall. Pan Lydian followed right behind him. The two of them reached the cliff wall. They looked at the hole on the face of the rock in shock. Pan Lydian gulped. The Pavilion Master's palm strike is... An 8-leaf expert who was on par with Yu Zhenghai could not even withstand a single palm strike from the Pavilion Master. Was a 9-leaf cultivator truly so powerful? "I'll go and have a look." Duanmu Shang was skilled and brave. He approached the hole and poked it with his overlord spear. Nothing happened. Then, he circulated some primal chi and blasted the stone wall away. Lu Gu's corpse rolled out of the pit. Pan Lydian said gruffly, "Be careful. Leave this to me." He extended his palm. Energy wrapped around Lu Gu and lifted him up. "One more thing." Duanmu Shang saw a red brush. He pointed his hand at it, and it flew into his hand. Then, the duo returned to the flying chariot. When Zhu Honggong saw Pan Lydian bringing the corpse back, he cracked his knuckles as he said, "Master, leave the torturing of the corpse to me. Old Eighth, behave yourself. Be more serious." Duanmu Shang reprimanded Zhu Honggong. When Lu Gu landed on the flying chariot's deck, Lu Zhou studied him. Based on his experiences of using deadly strike cards, his targets were usually reduced to ashes with a single palm strike. However, Lu Gu's corpse was strangely intact. The system's notification would not be wrong. Lu Gu was indeed dead. The deadly strike card's effect had also been triggered. However, he had to worry about Lu Gu's possible resurrection. "Master, I found this near him." Duanmu Shang presented the magistrate brush with both hands to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou glanced at it, slightly shocked, before he took it. Ding! Received a super heaven-grade weapon magistrate brush. Needs to be refined again before use. A super heaven-grade weapon. A red brush. This reminded Lu Zhou of the red coffin, the red ornaments on the armor, and the red veins on the super heaven-grade high void. Was this brush also left behind by the mysterious 9-leaf elite? "Master, the situation in the divine capital is quite urgent. We've spent too much time here," Duanmu Shang said. "Keep an eye on him." Lu Zhou turned to look at the divine capital. "Head toward the divine capital." "Understood." The flying chariot sped toward the divine capital. Zhu Honggong walked up to Lu Gu's side. He said with a hint of viciousness, "I'll keep an eye on the corpse." Meanwhile, at the peak of the imperial city of the divine capital, the 19 elders looked down at the tens of thousands of Nether sect members. Only 1/3 of their numbers were left. As time continued to tick past, Si Wuya and Hua Chongyang looked up at the sky. The sun shone on everyone's faces and scorched the ground. The blood on the ground had hardened and turned black under the heat of the sun. The flies, lured by the stench of blood, buzzed noisily in the air. All of a sudden, Hua Chongyang grunted and staggered backward. "First seat." 2 Nether sect disciples hastily stepped forward and supported Hua Chongyang. Si Wuya knew this did not bode well for them. He hurriedly placed a palm on Hua Chongyang's back before channeling his primal chi to heal Hua Chongyang. Realization dawned on the 19 elders, and they exchanged a meaningful look. It has been 2 hours. The 10-terminal formation can be reactivated now. Reactivating the formation now isn't going to be in our favor. The Big Dipper Academy and Sky Conduct Academy have always served the Imperial Court. Now that the Divine Capital and the Imperial City are in trouble, how can we stand by and do nothing? The Fiend Path has plunged the world into chaos. They should be eradicated. Let's split up. 10 of us should head to the eyes of the formations while the remaining 9 will clear the battlefield. Soon after, the 19 elders reached a consensus. 10 of them returned while the other 9 continued to look down at the battlefield from the air. At this moment, several cultivators slowly rose into the air from the divine capital and summoned their avatars. 3-leaf, 4-leaf, 5-leaf. The avatars came flying from the various gates of the divine capital. There were many divine court realm cultivators making their way toward them with their 10 worlds avatars in tow. The sandpiper and clam fight, and the fisherman catches both. The 9 elders of the 2 academies nodded in satisfaction. The imperial family is in danger. When should we make our move if not now? This is the greatest chance to wipe out the Nether sect. One of the elders saw that the cultivators were still hesitant, so he added, His Majesty is almost at the 9-leaf stage. Those who bow down to him will enjoy endless prosperity. 9-leaf. Kill the Nether sect. Kill the Nether sect. When one person shouted, the others followed suit. Their voices shook the heavens. The Nether sect members were ghastly pale. Wuxia frowned deeply. He wondered why his eldest senior brother had yet to return. At this moment, 2 figures came flying from the western gate. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 energy arrows as thick as arms sailed through the air. Bam! Bam! The arrows hit 2 low-rank cultivators, piercing their chests. A godly archer. Let's see who dares to move. The others looked at the source of the voice and saw a godly archer above the city gate. Hua Yuexing and Hua Wudao hovered in midair. Hua Yuexing's posture was intimidating as she knocked another energy arrow. The situation was getting direr and direr. Nobody dared to make any rash moves. As expected of a 2-leaf godly archer. Send 3 elders to take her down. The others, follow me. We'll deal with Wuxia. Hua Chongyang is heavily injured. Victory is surely ours. Hua Chongyang was in extreme pain. He fought back his roiling blood essence and said, I'm useless. Now's not the time to blame yourself. Hua Chongyang, I'm asking you now, are you brave enough? To do what? Hua Chongyang was puzzled. Wuxia produced 2 pills from his pocket. The fiend primal potion? Hua Chongyang's eyes widened before it gleamed with determination. Yes. He took 1 pill and waited for the chance to consume it. Wuxia nodded. Good. Before the imperial city, Wang Yu tapped his meridian points and said gruffly, It's only a death struggle. Yu Zhenghai must be filled with regrets for not killing me. I'll... Bam! Wang Yu stomped his feet on the ground, shattering the stone slabs, as he shot toward Wuxia like a fired arrow. Although he was heavily injured, as the saying went, an emaciated camel is still larger than a horse. He was not someone that those at and below the 6-leaf stage could deal with. Wuxia launched palm seals into the air. Bam! 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 Wang Yu struck with both fists, pushing Wuxia back. Mr. 7th. Hua Chongyang flew out and caught Wuxia with a hand. Wuxia frowned. His arms were numb. When they landed, he staggered before he found his footing. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's sudden assault boosted the 19 elders' confidence. Hua Yuexing, who was standing in the distance, felt anxious as she watched the proceedings. Wang Yu wiped away the blood from the edge of his lips and said, I'll return the damage Yu Zhenghai dealt me on you 100-fold. He couldn't kill me, but I can kill you. Who's going to stop me in front of the imperial city? He howled and stomped his feet again. Wang Yu is so cunning. Some of the more observant members realized that Wang Yu had been concealing his strength all this time. He was waiting for the perfect timing to act. Mr. 7th, step aside. I'll deal with him. Hua Chongyang pushed Wuxia aside. He was about to swallow the fiend primal potion when a figure flew toward them from afar. The others looked up. What's that? Hua Chongyang could see it at once when he looked up. There was no disturbance of primal chi or any aura at all as the figure flew toward them at a strange angle. Wang Yu sensed it as well. He shouted, Vermin! Whoever dares sneak up on me shall die. He moved and launched a palm strike. Bam! The figure took the hit and fell to the ground. The others exclaimed in shock as they watched. How strange. Even Wang Yu found this strange. He focused his gaze. The figure was not anyone from the Nether sect or an ally of the Nether sect. It was none other than Lu Gu, the current emperor of Great Yen. Wang Yu felt his scalp tingle. He widened his eyes as he cried out, "Your Majesty!" An expression of shock appeared on the faces of the 19 elders and cultivators inside the divine capital. It was the emperor's corpse. Yu Zhenghai had won? Where was Yu Zhenghai? The others looked at the skies again. What they saw was not Yu Zhenghai, but a flying chariot that resembled a canoe. It was the evil sky pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot. Shortly after, a firm and gruff voice rang from the chariot. "Take them all down." His simple statement resounded across the entire divine capital. As soon as he finished speaking, many figures leaped out of the flying chariot. Duan Mushang unleashed 1,000 spear shadows as he dove toward the Imperial Guards and took out 100 of them with one single strike. The Imperial Guards were sent flying. Duan Mushang was the epitome of a brave man who could not be defeated by 10,000 men. Zhao Yu, Little Yuaner, Zhu Honggong, and the 4 elders moved in different directions and attacked as well, unleashing their 100 tribulations insight avatars. Apart from that, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng summoned their 100 tribulations insight avatars as well. Were there these many nascent divinity realm elites in the evil sky pavilion? The cultivators who initially planned to reap the benefit as both sides fought were now shaken. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the cloud-splitting chariot in the air fearfully. The 19 elders were frightened as well. Old Villain G? It's Old Villain G. The cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation felt their hearts race when they looked at the cloud-splitting chariot and Lu Gu's body on the ground. They were dumbfounded. The 19 elders had deceived them? Where was the 9-leaf Lu Gu? What happened to the imperial family that's supposed to be invincible inside the supposed 10-terminal formation? What happened to the mighty Imperial Guards who supposedly dominated the world? Lies. They were all lies. Run. The cultivators ran in all directions in the divine capital. When Hua Wudao saw the flying chariot, he was invigorated. He said, "Yueshing, this is the best time for you to unleash your skills." "All right." Hua Yueshing pushed away lightly and rose higher in the air. She turned a full circle as she released her energy arrows at the running cultivators. Swoosh! Swoosh! The energy arrows pierced through avatars, and the low-rank cultivators fell from the sky. On the other side, the Nirvana sash shone brightly as it danced like a dragon in the air. Everyone in the Nirvana sash's path was bound by it. As for the 4 elders who have slashed their lotuses, their peers were no match for them at all. The golden gourd bottle would claim 1 life every time it flew out. Lung Luo flitted through the ranks of the cultivators like a phantom. The scripts released by Zui Yushu's coiling dragon staff rained down in the divine capital like leaves in autumn. Upon seeing this, Si Wuya was overwhelmed with emotions. Everyone from the evil sky pavilion was making a move. With this, the battle turned utterly one-sided. The members from the evil sky pavilion easily took control of the situation. The enemies did not dare to move or attack at all. "I'll kill anyone who makes another move." Everyone looked at Hua Yueshing, who was high up in the sky. At this moment, Hua Yueshing summoned her 2-leaf avatar. A crisp sound rang in the air as her avatar sprouted another leaf. She had a breakthrough during battle. The bow and arrows in her hands were still wrapped in energy. For energy arrows were nested between her fingers. They could be fired at any moment. Now that the situation was under control, the Nether sect members cheered. All hail the Patriarch! The cloud-splitting chariot had become the beacon of hope for the members of the Nether sect. None of them remained unmoved. Si Wuya and Hua Chongyang were relieved. They did not have to use the primal fiend potion, after all. At this moment, Lu Zhou walked out of the cloud-splitting chariot with his hands on his back, flanked by Yi Tianxin and Conk. He looked down at the Imperial Guards before his eyes finally rested on Wang Yu. 8-leaf! Wang Yu took a step back. Lu Zhou descended. A collective gasp rang in the air. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at Lu Zhou, who was descending from the sky. Faint blue energy seals could be seen under his feet. Boom! As soon as Lu Zhou's feet touched the ground, 2 energy seals flew out from his feet toward Wang Yu's face. Wang Yu was greatly panicked. He tried to dodge, but the energy seals seemed to have eyes. It did not take long before they landed on his chest squarely. Bam! Bam! Wang Yu dropped to the ground immediately. He was in agony at this moment. I'm also an 8-leaf cultivator. For crying out loud. Why is that everyone's able to easily step on me? He could no longer control his surging blood essence. With a grunt, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He remained sprawling on the ground, his face red. The 19 elders on the peak of the imperial city, the supposedly neutral cultivators in the divine capital, and the tens of thousands of nether sect members in the imperial city held their breaths. They looked at the evil sky pavilion's patriarch who had just landed. He was also the master of the greatest fiend path sect. He was an old man who seemed unthreatening, but his aura alone held the entire divine capital in fear. Clearly, this was not an ordinary old man. He was the first 9-leaf cultivator, the patriarch of the evil sky pavilion, and the master of the evil sky pavilion's 9 great disciples. At this moment, the divine capital was as silent as a graveyard. Lu Zhou continued to stare at Wang Yu. Wang Yu flinched. After a long time, Lu Zhou still did not move his eyes away. This person before him was the final surviving 8-leaf elite among the 8 great generals. Wang Yu broke down. Lu Zhou's aura had completely crushed his mental defenses. Without a second word, he pushed away from the ground and shot toward the peak of the imperial city like a fired arrow. Running away? Lu Zhou raised his hand. A halberd on the ground thrummed before it flew into his hand. His fingers shone with blue radiance as he chucked the halberd out. Swoosh! The lightning-fast attack exceeded everyone's expectations. The halberd pierced Wang Yu's back. The huge momentum kept it going and penetrated his chest as well. Bam! The halberd flew out, carrying Wang Yu's body with it, and embedded itself into the imperial city's wall. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. The 19 elders felt their throats grow dry. They trembled uncontrollably when they looked at Wang Yu, who was pinned to the wall. Blood flowed along the halberd and onto the wall before dripping to the ground like a waterfall. Lu Zhou no longer paid any attention to Wang Yu. He turned around and swept his eyes across the peak of the imperial city before he tonelessly said, "Big Dipper Academy." The 9 elders felt their hearts sink. "Kill yourselves," Lu Zhou curtly said. The evil sky pavilion disciples looked at the 9 white-clad cultivators who were hovering in the air. These people were the ones who activated and maintained the 10-terminal formation. In other words, they were the ones who killed Yu Zhenghai. Senior G, are you going to commit the heinous crime of killing everyone? One of the elders said out of desperation as he fought back his fear. Casualties were expected during a war. However, to kill an entire city of people, that was inhumane. Lu Zhou glanced at the elder who had spoken. He did not respond to the question and only said, "Let's start with you. You'll be the first to pay for my disciple's life." Lu Zhou's voice was gruff and domineering. He stood on the ground with his hands on his back, seemingly as immovable as a mountain as he waited for the elder to end his life. However, how many people in the world were willing to end their own lives? Who would have the courage to take a knife to their hearts? How many in this world were willing to take their own lives? The elder's eyes widened in fear. He turned around and unleashed his avatar before he sprinted to the distance. "To Leaf?" Little Yuaner, who was standing closest to the elder, snorted. Another one trying to escape. "I'll beat you to death." Whoosh! 7 stars cloud treading steps. Little Yuaner's scarlet nirvana sash unfurled before her like a dancing dragon. Eh? How slow! Little Yuaner appeared in front of the elder and brought her foot down on him. Boom! The elder's chest was heavily hit. He dropped down and crashed onto the ground with a loud boom. Little Yuaner dove again. Bam! She sent him flying with a kick. 7 stars cloud treading steps. She appeared above the elder again at lightning speed. Then, she brought her foot down on him again. Bam! The elder crashed heavily onto the ground. He was no longer breathing or moving. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,000 merit points. The imperial city was as silent as a graveyard. Even a little girl from the evil sky pavilion was this powerful and violent. Everyone else despaired. Lu Zhou no longer looked at that elder. Instead, he looked at the other Big Dipper Academy's elders. Next, he said, sentencing them to death. With that command, the expressions of the Big Dipper Academy's elders turned ashen as they hovered in the air. There was only a single road left for them to take, and that was to die. Was there anything more depressing than this in this world? The energy arrows in Hua Yuexing's hand thrummed. She would adjust her aim frequently. It was clear that she would release the arrows at the slightest movement. Fine, fine. One of the younger elders from the academy could no longer withstand the pressure. He descended slowly. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he fell limply to the ground. Although he tried to suppress his fear with all his might, it was futile. The fear overwhelmed him as soon as he landed. His body trembled violently, his palms were wet with sweat, and his heart felt as though it was going to jump out of his chest. His fear was exacerbated when he saw Wang Yu's corpse pinned to the wall and Lu Gu's lifeless body that was dressed in the dragon robes on the ground. His despair made him abandon his pride, and he began to kowtow and beg for mercy. Mercy! Have mercy, old senior! Have mercy, old senior! Thud! 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 The elder's head made a loud noise whenever he kowtowed. There were all kinds of birds in a big forest. Some were timid and some were bolder. It was the same with people. There were many types of people. Some were blindly loyal, some were cowardly, and some would stand by their actions to the end. One of the older Sky Conduct Academy elders in the skies on the left began to curse. You're a complete disgrace to my academy. You're the elder of an academy, but you're kowtowing to a villain just to save your own skin. You're a great humiliation. Lu Zhou looked up at the old elder who was cursing, lamenting. Old villain G, the others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. What's there to be feared about death? If the Grand Great Yan's divine capital is truly covered in darkness, it'll become the greatest joke in the world. Where would justice be? Where would the heavenly path be? His outburst continued. The 10-terminal formation is restored. Even if I die, I'll bring all of you down with me. With a calm expression, Lu Zhou said, very well. He waved his right sleeve. A blue palm seal sailed toward the old man. Everyone looked at the palm seal. It was the sole diamond seal of the Taoist 9 Cuts hand seals. It looked unique and terrifying now that it had changed colors. Upon seeing this, the old elder summoned his measly 4-leaf avatar. Bam! The palm seal easily destroyed the elder's avatar and reached his face. Nobody was surprised by the outcome. How was a 9-leaf cultivator swatting a 4-leaf cultivator different from a person swatting a fly? The elder fell. Boom! The elder was grievously wounded and lost all power to fight. Lu Zhou had intentionally kept him with a dying breath. This was partly because he had spent half of his extraordinary power saving Yu Zhenghai above Cloud Rage River. With half left, it was equivalent to the full amount he had before he obtained the Earth Scroll. He wanted to conserve as much of the extraordinary power. Naturally, there were some targets like Lu Gu and Wang Yu whom he would not hold back in attacking. To kill Lu Gu, Lu Zhou had used his final deadly strike card. Against such a target, it was meaningless to consider the cost-performance ratio. It was more of a question of worth. Lu Zhou did not put much extraordinary power into this palm strike. However, it was enough to render the elder powerless to fight. He would die soon enough. The casual palm strike stunned the elders of the 2 academies. Unlike the elder who had spoken out, none of them were filled with righteous indignance or viewed death like an old friend. Si Wuya, who was standing before the crowd, bowed and said, Master, this person is one of Sky Conduct Academy's 10 elders, Chun Ranji. He's the guide for the 10-terminal formation. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. He stared at Chun Ranji and said indifferently, "You like to talk about justice? In that case, I'll discuss justice with you." He turned and looked at the other elders in the air as he continued to say, "I'll give you a choice. If any one of you can tell Chun Ranji what justice is, I'll spare that person. However, there's a limited quota. Only one person will be spared." As soon as Lu Zhou finished speaking, the Sky Conduct Academy elders hastily raised their hands. "Me! I'll go. I'll tell him what justice is." "Shut up. What do you know about justice? I should be the one to—" The Sky Conduct Academy elders began to quarrel among themselves immediately. Their faces turned red as they argued over who would get the chance to answer the question. Chun Ranji looked up with difficulty with wide eyes. At this moment, someone began to curse at Chun Ranji from the skies. "Chun Ranji, what right do you have to talk about justice when all you think about is your own fame and benefits? Didn't you get to where you are today because you bribed the president? I spit on you. Chun Ranji, you shunned your wife who was with you when you were poor. You did everything you could to get rid of her. You went so far as to personally kill her and took on new wives and concubines. How dare you talk about justice? Chun Ranji." There was nothing more destructive than being attacked by one's comrades. Their insults were grating to the ears. Chun Ranji pointed at the elders in the air. You. At this moment, Lu Zhou pointed at one of them and said, "You." The elder was overjoyed. He hastily dove. After landing on the ground, he kowtowed at Lu Zhou without a second word and said, "Thank you, Senior Ji." Si Wuya shook his head. Everyone in this world could see through a person's feelings, but it was impossible to fully understand the workings of a person's heart. If there were those who sought death, there would surely be those who sought life as well. "Master, this is one of the Sky Conduct Academy's 10 elders, Zhao Jianghe." Zhao Jianghe smiled ingratiatingly as he stood up. However, the instant he looked at Chun Ranji, his smile disappeared and his eyes flashed coldly. "Those who never seek knowledge but treasure riches without a sense of justice are barbarians. Chun Ranji, there's no need for you to stand on the moral high ground. Your crimes are now laid bare before you. Can you shamelessly preach about justice in front of everyone? You!" Chun Ranji was so infuriated that he was rendered speechless. "What? Those who work for the people are in the right. From what I know, the Nether sect has sacrificed many of their own men to protect the civilians in the city during the battle in Yen Province City. On the other hand, the garrison general, Ma Lupeng, took the common folk as hostages. Is that what justice is? Why aren't the people raising their flags to protest the Nether sect's dominion over the 9 provinces but are supporting them instead? Those who do not fear a righteous death and shun an ignoble existence are just. Those who loathe evil and strive to do good are just. Your ears are deaf to knowledge, your eyes are blind to experience, and your actions are devoid of justice. What bullshit justice are you talking about?" He spat at Chun Ranji's face after he finished speaking. Fine. You, what about you then?" "Me? I admit that I'm afraid to die. I have old folks and young ones to look after back home. I am not ashamed of myself, be it before the heavens or the people. However, I am not as shameless as you to preach about justice, make thoughtless remarks, and distort the truth. You're a humiliation to the Sky Conduct Academy. If I were you, I would look for a wall, bang my head against it to kill myself." Chun Ranji's eyes widened. He could no longer suppress the roiling blood essence in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood before falling lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou remained unmoved. Those of high office in the divine capital had stained their hands stained with the blood of others at some point in their lives. None of them could keep their hands clean. However, this raised another issue. Insulting another person required some level of intelligence. There was no need to fear a gangster who knew how to fight, but it was wise to fear an intelligent gangster. Lu Zhou found himself agreeing with Zhao Jianghe's words. When Chun Ranji died, the other elders fell into despair. There was no hope of them staying alive. At this moment, Lu Gu's body suddenly emitted purple smoke. Master! The others looked over. One of the elders in the skies saw this, and something stirred in him. He shouted, "Activate the formation!" Infinity was found in a pinch of red sand. Mystic occurrences increased in the 8 trigrams furnace. The red curtain-like barrier appeared in the skies again. Master! Get on the chariot! Little Yuaner shouted. Bring her up! The cloud-splitting chariot left the barrier. Primal Chi quickly left the area within the barrier. The Nether Sect disciples looked up at the skies. The 10-terminal formation is activated again. With the Primal Chi gone, everyone dropped to the ground. Naturally, none of them wished to fall to their deaths. Protect Master! Duanmushang cried out as he swept his overlord spear at the enemies. Dozens of Imperial guards were sent flying in just an instant. Duanmushang leaped toward Lu Zhou at his quickest speed and raised his overlord spear. The curtain-like barrier changed again. Layer upon layers dropped down one after another. The purple smoke around Lu Gu's corpse thickened. His body was lifeless before. However, with the appearance of the purple smoke, his body began to move. It was said that Wuxians lived in caves and ate dirt. When they died, their hearts would not rot. Once buried, they would resurrect as men. He's truly a Wuxian? After the Evil Sky Pavilion's 3 elders landed, they stared at Lu Gu. The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples landed as well. Si Wuya was worried. He looked to the side and asked, "Where's eldest senior brother?" "On the flying chariot." Si Wuya's heart sank. He suddenly recalled his master saying that he wanted the elders to pay for his disciple's life. He felt a lump in his throat. "Mr. Seventh?" Hua Chongyang bit back the pain as he walked up to Si Wuya. He supported Si Wuya, who was not looking too well at this moment. "I'm fine." Si Wuya willed himself to stand up straight. His eyes were red. When he looked at Lu Gu's body, they flashed coldly and fiercely. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Lu Gu stood up. Seemingly at the same time, the curtain-like barrier changed colors and closed. The primal chi was gone, and the air turned heavy again. The skies could hardly be seen. The 10-terminal formation had been activated again. The Academy elders who descended looked at Lu Gu's body. After twitching for a moment, Lu Gu stood up straight. He stretched his arms as though he was tied to a wooden frame. His head was lowered, and his eyes were closed. Si Wuya was slightly confused. As someone who understood Wuxians, he knew how difficult and strict the conditions were to resurrect them. If they could have come back to life so easily like Lu Gu, the Wuxi tribe would not have been so easily wiped out back then. Over a long period of time, the 10,000 tribes described in the history books had decreased by 90%. Many unique and mysterious ancient tribes had disappeared in the long river of history. There were many powerful tribes that once stood at the peak but were now gone, never to be heard of again. If one wanted to resurrect a Wuxian, they had to bury them in the soil and water them so that the body would absorb the essence of the natural world. Then, their bodies would slowly be reconstructed according to their tribe's special characteristics. Those with lesser luck would be reborn as babies, while those who were more fortunate would be reborn with their original appearance and continue on with their lives. His Majesty isn't dead? Someone laughed joyously. His Majesty isn't dead? His Majesty is alive. One of the Imperial guards kneeled and hollered, "All hail your Majesty! May the Emperor live to see 1,000 autumns." The remaining Imperial guards fell to their knees as well and began to chant, "All hail your Majesty! May the Emperor live to see 1,000 autumns. All hail your Majesty! May the Emperor live to see 1,000 autumns." Their voices reached the peak of the Imperial city. Outside the divine capital, the cultivators who initially wanted to head in to watch the show could only stare helplessly at the 10-terminal formation's curtain-like barrier. The statement that the Imperial guards were invincible inside the 10-terminal formation was not baseless. That was a painful lesson learned from the gruesome deaths experienced by countless men inside the divine capital. The cultivators outside the divine capital could not see what was happening inside the city. They could only climb up tall trees to try and have a look. Some of the cultivators with better hearing heard the cheers of the Imperial Guards and sighed. The evil sky pavilion is in a pickle now. The divine capital isn't a pushover. Over the years, many experts had attempted to establish their own factions inside the divine capital. Yet, they perished under the Imperial Guard. Such a shame to see the evil sky pavilion and the Nether sect, the greatest fiend sect, suffer the same fate. Inside the divine capital, in front of the imperial city, Lu Gu suddenly looked up. His eyes snapped open. They were lifeless. Creak. The bones on his neck seemed to have suddenly connected, and his eyes found their target. His memories returned to him as the scenes played out before his eyes. Lu Gu surveyed his surroundings. He looked at the divine capital, the imperial city, the 10 terminal formations curtain-like barrier, the imperial guards, the academy's elders, and his dragon robes. He had returned to life. Lu Gu inhaled deeply before he looked ahead at the Nether sect members, Si Wuya, and Hua Chongyang. I'm back. All hail your majesty. Long live the emperor. All hail your majesty. Long live the emperor. Lu Gu could not help but feel moved by such a spectacle. Master, he's really alive, Mingshi exclaimed in shock. Although he knew that Wuxians could come back to life, he was still stunned when he witnessed it with his eyes. To think that there was a race with such a miraculous talent in this world. The Imperial Guards were, naturally, unaware of this matter. They only thought the Emperor did not die and was just getting back on his feet. 8 Academy elders kneeled immediately. Your Majesty, please bring us justice. The dust settled. Lu Zhou had seen enough. He had stayed his hand because he wanted anything to see a Wuxian being restored to life. He might glean some clues from it, and in turn, help him heal Yu Zhenghai. Lu Gu turned around and swept his eyes across everyone until they finally landed on an old man standing before the Imperial Guards. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 3rd disciple stood in front of the old man. He chuckled, clearly unafraid. The Evil Sky Pavilion's Ji Tiandao? Lu Gu did not let his guard down. He took several steps back. He raised a palm and instinctively circulated his primal chi. It was empty. He had forgotten the 10 terminal formation had been reactivated. Nobody under the heavens could see the Evil Sky Pavilion's old villain Ji and remain calm. Even Emperor Lu Gu was no exception. He retreated into the ranks of Imperial Guard before he took a deep breath to calm down. Then he said, You forgo the road to heaven and chose to barge into hell. Old villain Ji, I'll end your life today. He spread his arms and continued to say, All beings are equal inside the 10 terminal formation. Imperial Guard, heed my command. Take down old villain Ji, and you'll be handsomely rewarded. Swoosh! The Imperial Guards straightened their bodies and raised their halberds. Tens of thousands of Nether sect members straightened their bodies in response. Protect the Patriarch. Protect the Patriarch. They were not stupid. If something were to happen to the Patriarch, they would all die. The simplest way to protect the Patriarch was to charge collectively. Once the time limit was over, the Patriarch would be unrivaled. Si Wuya shook his head and sighed. Alas, we missed the best opportunity to kill Lu Gu. The 8 elders stood on the side of the Imperial Guards. The remaining Imperial Guards inside the city were mobilized as well. Duanmuxing acted as though he was facing a great enemy as he said, Master, stand back. With eldest senior brothers, tens of thousands of members, we're sure to win. However, Lu Zhou calmly said, Stand down. Master. Lu Zhou did not respond. Duanmuxing was perplexed, but he did dare to question his master. He obediently stepped to the side. Lu Zhou stood before the Imperial Guards below the Imperial City. They were all mortals at this moment. If the Imperial Guards were to charge at this moment, nobody would be able to stop them. Killing old villain Ji came with a glory that was hard to resist. You want to kill me? Lu Zhou looked at the Imperial Guards. His deep-set eyes were filled with disdain. That's right. We're going to kill you. If not now, then when? Lu Gu waved his arm. Hundreds of Imperial guards swarmed toward Lu Zhou. They raised their halberds and charged at him. The Nether sect members charged as well. Duanmu Shang's expression changed slightly. He brandished his overlord spear, intending to advance, but Lu Zhou barred his path with an arm. The eyes of the 17 elders gleamed with anticipation. Even if they could not wipe out the Nether sect entirely, the Imperial family would still win if they could kill the greatest villain in the world. For a time, everyone held their breaths. The Imperial guards drew closer and closer. Just when the Imperial guards were almost upon Lu Zhou, "Even if you have 10,000 lives, it won't be enough to make up for my disciple's life. If I can kill you once, I can kill you again." Lu Zhou raised his hand and pushed it out. He did not want to drag the battle out. Instead, he attacked decisively without holding back and launched an impressive palm strike. The blue palm seal was not huge, but it was as tall as a man. Boom! The Great Blitz treasure seal easily struck the Imperial guards' faces and sent hundreds of them flying. The palm seal continued on its trajectory. The Imperial guards who were hit were sent flying back without any exception. In just a blink of an eye, it was in front of Lu Gu. How did he conjure a palm seal inside the 10-terminal formation? How is this possible? Lu Gu raised his hands. Boom! Lu Gu's arms were as fragile as a newborn. They cracked and snapped as the palm seal hit his chest. It stuck to his body and pushed him backward at top speed. Boom! Lu Gu crashed against the city wall. The palm seal faded away. Lu Gu was spread eagle stuck on the wall. His eyes were filled with fear and trepidation. The Nether sect members in the Imperial city, the 17 elders, and the neutral cultivators who wanted to take advantage of the situation were thoroughly shocked. Many present on the scene thought that their eyes were deceiving them. They were certain they were hallucinating. They rubbed their eyes before they looked again. The palm print on the wall was very clear. Emperor Lu Gu was embedded in the wall with an expression of despair on his face. The entire place was deadly silent at this moment. The silence was almost palpable. It was difficult to breathe. Their ears rang from the silence. After a moment, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind. How did he unleash a palm seal in the 10-terminal formation? What happened to all beings being equal inside the 10-terminal formation? What happened to everyone becoming ordinary when there was no primal chi? What happened to fighting with blades and brute force? Was that all a lie? Some people came to the conclusion that the formation was somehow damaged, so they tried to circulate their primal chis. Alas, there was nothing. There was no primal chi regardless of how hard they tried. What was a cultivator with the power from his cultivation base like in a crowd of mortals? Inside the 10-terminal formation, he was like God. Still stuck on the wall, Lu Gu coughed. The noise brought everyone back to the present. A hint of hope flickered faintly in the Imperial Guards' hearts. However, they despaired when they looked up and saw another blue palm seal sailing in the air. It was also a Great Blitz treasure seal. Lu Gu had just opened his eyes when he saw another blue palm seal flying toward him. "I will live." Its speed and route were similar to the previous attack, and it landed on Lu Gu's face again. Bam! A loud explosion rang in the air before it fell deadly silent again. With this palm strike, Lu Gu died. How was he supposed to live? There was nothing a palm strike could not solve. If it could not be solved with one palm strike, then all that was needed was another palm strike. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 2,500 merit points. When he heard this notification, Lu Zhou looked up slightly at Lu Gu. With Lu Gu's death, he did not suffer too much of a loss. The deadly strike card was now 10,000 merit points each. He killed Lu Gu twice, which was akin to spending 5,000 merit points. The strike at the lake had undoubtedly killed Lu Gu. Then he came back to life again. This should be his second life. It was wasted just like that. Perhaps I should do it again. Lu Zhou muttered to himself. Duan Mushang was puzzled. Master, I think Lu Gu is really dead this time. He doesn't even look anything like himself now. His body is completely destroyed. I mean, there's a possibility he might come back to life again. You should never let your guard down. Swoosh! When Duanmushang heard Lu Zhou's words, he immediately lifted his overlord spear again and pointed at Lu Gu. In fact, Lu Zhou simply came up with an excuse to cover up what was meant to be his inner monologue. There was no way Lu Gu could come back to life. Lu Zhou stepped forward and looked at the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards did not hesitate and threw their weapons away immediately, frightened out of their wits. They did not even dare to meet Lu Zhou's eyes. Lu Zhou looked at the Sky Conduct Academy's elders. Continue. One of the elders broke down instantly. He charged over and shouted, I don't believe this. I don't believe this. This is all a nightmare. I must be dreaming. To the surprise of the others, the elder was really bold enough to charge toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou lifted his hand again. Bam! The elder reeled back. Lu Zhou did not even deign to look at him. He looked at the others fiercely. Does anyone else have a problem? Anyone with a brain knew that it would be foolish to charge forward now. They were not even a match for Lu Zhou when their cultivation bases were not restricted. How could they be a match for him now that they were no different from mortals? The remaining elders slowly retreated. The neutral cultivators fell to the ground immediately. They kowtowed and begged for mercy. Lu Zhou did not sympathize with them. When Yu Zhenghai attacked the divine capital, he must have given them a choice. If they were bold enough to covet glory and riches, they would have to have the resolve to lose their lives should they fail. There was no such thing as a free meal under the heavens. Lu Zhou waved his arm. Take them down. The Nether Sect's branch master, Ku Qinghai, was invigorated. He immediately said, Understood. Then, he turned around and shouted, Take them down. Under Lu Zhou's watchful eyes, the neutral cultivators did not resist. They were all tied up. Similarly, the Sky Conduct Academy elders had completely lost all will to fight back. They lay limply on the ground. Since you're not going to end your lives, you'll all be beheaded. Ku Qinghai said again, Cut them down. Dozens of Nether Sect disciples swarmed forward. The Sky Conduct Academy elders had no choice but to submit to their fates. Inside the eyes of the formation on the Imperial City's peak, the 10 elders from the Big Dipper Academy were filled with regret at this moment. They regretted not listening to President Zhou's words. At this juncture, they could hardly turn back since they were already on the tiger's back. Regardless if it was pressing forward or backing off it did not bode well for them at all. The 10 of them exchanged a glance before they left the eyes of the formation at the same time. Wuxia had been keeping an eye on them, so he called out, Master! Lu Zhou looked at the peak of the Imperial City. The long-robed cultivators were already gone. He looked at the Imperial Guards coldly and stepped forward. The Imperial Guards retreated. There was no primal chi inside the 10-terminal formation. Hence, they could not run far nor could they leave the 10-terminal formation's barrier. At this moment, Duanmushang raised his overlord spear and stabbed the ground. Dong! Duanmushang's brute strength alone was shocking enough. Having trained under the waterfall for a long time, he was braver than most men. He shouted, The Dog Emperor, Lu Gu, is dead. You're still trying to resist. At this moment, Wuxia walked out, past the crowd, and stood by Lu Zhou's side. With a clear voice, he said, Actually, he's not your emperor. Wuxia would not rest until he revealed this shocking revelation. The real Lu Gu died a long time ago. This person is an imposter. The imperial family and their officials valued birthright and bloodline over everything else. Someone cried out hoarsely, Impossible! That can't be true. Hold them back. Fight! Lu Zhou continued walking toward the gates of the Imperial City. The Imperial Guards standing guard retreated again. When they were near the path, they were pressed tightly against each other. Lu Zhou struck with his palm again. A blue palm shot out in the air. Everyone watched with wide eyes as the palm seal flew toward the Imperial Guards. Boom! When the palm seal landed, it resembled the scene where corn was cooked and popped. The 100 Imperial Guard soldiers in the path were sent flying into the wall. With lightning movements, Lu Zhou strode into the Imperial City and stomped his feet. Boom! A light circle appeared under Lu Zhou's feet and rippled out. The floorboards around him were uprooted immediately. Nearly 1,000 Imperial guards were sent flying by the impact. Everyone froze when they saw this. Lu Zhou rested his hands on his back. He looked nonchalant as he stood among the Imperial guards. Shortly after, the Imperial guards fell from the sky like rain. Bam! 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 They crashed on the shattered limestone floor with a loud explosion. They could not even withstand a single blow. The Nether Sect members watched this scene excitedly. How thrilling and exciting! Inside the 10-terminal formation, the Patriarch of the Evil Sky Pavilion was like God. Follow the Patriarch. In the hearts of the Nether Sect members, Lu Zhou was currently as invincible as God. At this time, the other Nether Sect disciples entered the Imperial City as well. The towering palaces and buildings. They occupied everything. The Nether Sect disciples were well trained. They entered the Imperial City in neat rows and marched rhythmically. They swarmed toward the Evergreen Palace, the Eternal Palace, the Dajing Palace, and the Jinghe Palace. The Nether Sect had successfully reached the Divine Capital. At this moment, with the Evergreen Palace in the center and the other palaces at the sides, a golden formation seal glowed. It resembled an 8 gates formation seal. Formation inside a formation, the 8 gates formation seal. Si Wuxia ran forward. Lu Zhou pushed away from the ground lightly. He hovered in the air with a cold expression on his face. The 8 gates formation seal within the 10-terminal formation was like a translucent sky curtain with golden floral patterns. It was exceptionally brilliant. The others looked up again. Lu Zhou flew to the center of the 8 gates formation seal. To gain the power to silence everything, to maintain and manifest samadhi. Like light and shadow, permeating everywhere while staying still in samadhi. A blue lotus blossomed. The sky above the Imperial City was obscured by the huge blue lotus. The cultivators outside the Divine Capital looked at the Imperial City's 10-terminal formation in confusion. What happened? A blue lotus? Who cultivates a blue lotus? The cultivators looked at the sky above the Imperial City in shock. It seemed like anything was possible in the great and vast world. It was only natural that they would be shocked by things they had not seen before, however, they accepted it very quickly as well. After all, since ancient times, there were countless predecessors who created many new cultivation methods. The ancestors of the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist sects created the Taoist seals, the Buddhist seals, and various script and talisman seals based on various theories. The Fiend Zen created the black seals as well. Since the Evil Sky Pavilion's master was the first 9-leaf cultivator in the world and the person who kicked the door to the 9-leaf stage open, it was not strange if he had developed some new cultivation method. The cultivators could only accept this fearfully and respectfully. When the blue lotus bloomed, the glass-like 8 gates formation seal that appeared above the Imperial City instantly shattered. It gradually faded away like golden stars in the sky. Just like that, Lu Zhou easily destroyed the 8 gates formation seal. There was no doubting this fact. Lu Zhou descended slowly, casual and composed. At this moment, realization dawned on the Nether Sect members, Hua Chongyang and the branch members. This was undoubtedly the reason their sect master would scurry away whenever he encountered his master. How could he not run away when his master was so powerful? Indeed, their sect master was very smart to know when to run. The sun was setting at this moment. Lu Zhou could sense that he did not have much extraordinary power left. Whiz! The curtain-like barrier in the sky changed colors. A strong gust of wind began to blow in the air, and the clouds dispersed. The 10-terminal formation is disappearing again. Everyone, get ready. The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples stepped forward. Primal chi surged wildly into the city again at this moment, and the air was no longer so stifling that it was difficult to breathe. Everyone's cultivation bases were slowly being restored. They inhaled deeply and wasted no time in circulating their primal chis. Similarly, Lu Zhou could feel his cultivation base returning to him as well. Although he had almost exhausted his extraordinary power, he was now a 5-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm elite. In terms of combat experience, skill, and insights, he was a cut above the rest. I'm still peerless. Bam! 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 At this moment, several white-robed cultivators were sent flying out of the Dajing Palace. At the same time, black-robed cultivators appeared in the direction of the Eternal Palace. They grabbed two white-robed cultivators as they flew in the air before tossing them to the ground. The white-robed cultivators dropped to the ground with a loud boom. It did not take long before the 10 elders from the Big Dipper Academy were captured and tossed in front of Luzhou. Their faces were ashen. Then, the black-robed cultivators descended to the ground one after another. There were more than 10 of them. At this moment, Li Yunzhao emerged from Dajing Palace and greeted Luzhou respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Ji." Luzhou looked at Li Yunzhao and pointed at the individuals who captured the 10 elders before he asked, "Are they your people?" Li Yunzhao said, "I feel embarrassed. One must have some sort of way to protect oneself deep in the palace after all. Is this the Empress Dowager's directive?" The Empress Dowager has long discovered that this person was an impostor. Unfortunately, the impostor has full control over the divine capital. The Empress Dowager prioritized the bigger picture and did not expose him. The others nodded upon hearing this. No wonder the Empress Dowager was so bold as to visit the Evil Sky Pavilion previously. She even went as far as to give the longevity pill she had kept for many years to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Naturally, she did not know Luzhou had no need for the longevity pill. It was clear now that she had wanted to seize the opportunity to establish a friendly relation with the Evil Sky Pavilion. Apart from that, they understood now why the Empress Dowager had defended Zhao Yu so strongly back in the Obedient Villa. At that time, she had vehemently opposed switching the second prince, Lu Huan, with the fourth prince, Lu Bing. They understood now why Lu Gu had remained indifferent toward the prince's death and the Empress Dowager's illness, completely focused on opposing the Evil Sky Pavilion and unifying the 10,000 tribes. At this moment, Li Yunzhao said in a clear voice, "The Empress Dowager has ordered the Imperial Guards to stand down. No one is to resist the Evil Sky Pavilion." Since his cultivation base had been restored, his voice was loud and energetic, resounding through the imperial city. The remaining soldiers and officials sprawled on the ground. At this moment, the Evil Sky Pavilion's cloud-splitting chariot slowly lowered its altitude in the sky above the imperial city. One of the female cultivators stood near the helm and said, Mr. First." Si Wuya frowned and said, "I'll go and have a look." He pushed away from the ground lightly and flew up into the sky. After Si Wuya boarded the flying chariot and entered the cockpit, he saw Yu Zhenghai lying inside. There were bloodstains on Yu Zhenghai's neck. Although he had prepared himself for this, he still trembled. "Eldest senior brother?" Si Wuya tried to wake Yu Zhenghai up. Alas, Yu Zhenghai remained unresponsive. His eyes remained close. Yu Zhenghai's life aura was weak as well. Then, Si Wuya carried Yu Zhenghai and leaped out of the flying chariot. The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples cried out when they saw Yu Zhenghai. "Eldest senior brother." Meanwhile, the 10,000 Nether Sect members fell to their knees in unison. Sect Master! Their invincible Sect Master had been grievously injured. How could they not be worried? Hua Chongyang and the 12 branch masters walked up to Yu Zhenghai. Si Wuya's expression was grim as he approached Luzhou. "Master, eldest senior brother is..." Luzhou raised a hand to stop Si Wuya from speaking any further. It was difficult to tell if Yu Zhenghai could survive this. Nothing was absolute. He looked at the unconscious Yu Zhenghai. He extended his hand toward Yu Zhenghai and did not hesitate to channel all of his extraordinary power out. This was all he could do. He would leave the rest to fate. "Master." The grim expression on Luzhou's face did not escape Si Wuya's notice. Luzhou said, "You've saved him once. I'm sure you know about the Wuxia tribe's characteristics of the Wuxia tribe." "Yes. Yu Zhenghai would lose 300 years of his life every time he dies. Even if he survives this injury, he still can't escape his great limit." Conk looked at Yu Zhenghai contemplatively. Perhaps she remembered his words to her during their first meeting. She walked up to him and softly said, "Hang in there." The others lowered their heads. Lu Zhou looked at Conk and remembered the nine-leaf stage in runes. Then he said, "Si Wuya." "Yes, master. Where did you find your second senior brother's runes?" Si Wuya was overjoyed. He knew what his master's question meant. He replied at once, "I found it in an ancient grave. The runes can absorb life." "That's right, master. I'll take eldest senior brother to Liang province immediately." Lu Zhou glanced at Yu Zhenghai before he said with a sigh, "The runes can prolong his life, but if they're going to split it between them, they can't go about killing people." Si Wuya said, "So long as we can guarantee eldest senior brother's life for 49 days, there's hope. In truth, there are records in the ancient books about the death of the Wuxians. In fact, there's no proof that 3 deaths are the limit. They only came up with 3 deaths based on humans' great limits. Nevertheless, even if there's no way to overcome the great limit, even if eldest senior brother can only live for another 10 years, I have to save him." Lu Zhou felt something stir in him and asked, "Are you confident?" I wish to bring eldest senior brother to Lulan. Eldest senior brother has said that the location of his first death was an ideal spot, which aligns with favorable time, geographical and chronological conditions. I can't make any guarantees, but I'm willing to try." At this moment, Hua Chongyang bowed. "I'm willing to go with you, Mr. Seventh." The 12 branch masters said in unison, "We're willing to follow the sect master to our deaths." Then the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples raised their hands one after another. "I think I should be the one to escort eldest senior brother. I want to go as well." Lu Zhou looked at everyone. Although the Nether sect had conquered the divine capital, there were still many dangers lurking within the palace walls. They knew that the road to Lulan would not be smooth sailing. After pondering on it for a moment, Lu Zhou said, "Old Seventh, take the flying chariot to Liang province and look for your second senior brother. It would be much safer if they had Yu Shangrong's help." Yi Tianxin said, "Master, why don't I go accompany 7th junior brother to Liang province? I've traveled the entire Great Yen previously. I've been to the western regions and passed by Lulan. If we travel by flying chariot, we'd be too big of a target. We'll certainly attract the attention of the other tribes. That's very dangerous." Yi Tianxin had a point. With her accompanying Si Wuya, the journey would be much smoother. However, Si Wuya said, "Sixth senior sister, although you're an 8-leaf cultivator, you're not completely healed yet. You should stay here and help master oversee things in the divine capital. Moreover, I have my sources in Lulan." "Sources?" Si Wuya glanced at Yu Zhenghai before he said, "Master, time waits for no man. I'll take my leave now. Go." Lu Zhou waved his arm. Si Wuya pushed away from the ground and flew toward the flying chariot. The cloud-splitting chariot dragged a long tail behind it as it moved toward Liang province. In just a moment, it disappeared among the clouds. The cultivators outside the divine capital were shocked and baffled when they saw this. Perhaps their courage was boosted by the disappearance of the 10-terminal formation. They moved closer to the divine capital to have a look. There were no imperial guards, no curtain-like barrier in the sky, and no ballistae. The divine capital was in ruin. Dilapidated houses, corpses were strewn everywhere on the ground, and fly-infested pools of blood summarized the post-war divine capital. Upon seeing this, the cultivators sighed deeply. Rebirth would follow a war. Then, the cultivators in the air looked in the direction of the imperial city. In the end, who's the final victor? Nobody knew the answer, and nobody dared to enter the imperial city of their own accord. They merely flew around inside the divine capital. Inside Dajing Palace in the imperial city, Li Yunzhao supported the Empress Dowager to slowly sit down. The person seated opposite the Empress Dowager was the Evil Sky Pavilion's master, the greatest 9-leaf expert in the world. The palace was filled with people kneeling on the ground. The court officials and the elders of the 2 academies were bound and forced to their knees. When the Empress Dowager looked up, she saw Zhao Yu standing behind Lu Zhou. "Zhao Yu, you came." Zhao Yu lowered her head. "I don't blame you. The Empress Dowager could not blame Zhao Yu, nor did she have any reason to blame Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu did not grow up in the palace. She had also fulfilled her responsibility when she took care of the Empress Dowager while she was ill. In fact, it was a wonder that she did not hold a grudge against the palace. The Empress Dowager knew that she was in the wrong. How could she blame Zhao Yu? Then, she shifted her gaze to Lu Zhou. After studying him for a moment, she said emotionally, "It's been a while." Lu Zhou did not bother with small talks and directly dove into the heart of the conversation. There are tens of thousands of Nether Sect members outside Dajing Palace. They are the subordinates of my disciple, Yu Zhenghai. I know. I won't comment on Lu Gu. Ever since Lu Gu ascended the throne, he did not govern the country. He killed the fair folks, dumped their corpses into the river, and fished their bones from the river for a decade. The prince colluded with grand shamans from the other tribes and brought harm to the 9 provinces. The imperial family has ended up in this situation today because we brought it upon ourselves, the Empress Dowager said with a sigh. A resigned expression could be seen on her face. She turned to look at the court officials and said, "It's meaningless to talk about these things now. The change in governance is a part of the natural cycle. If the people of the 9 provinces can live peacefully, I won't have any complaints even if the ruler's surname is Ji." Upon hearing this, the court officials prostrated themselves and cried out, "Empress Dowager!" Their cries were brimming with despair. If there were a change in rulers, they would all become slaves from a subjugated nation. Lu Zhou shook his head. He was different from Yu Zhenghai. He was not interested in world domination. If his first disciple, Yu Zhenghai, truly wanted to sit on the throne, he would have to go through many obstacles as well. After all, Yu Zhenghai did not have the surname Lu. Among the 5 princes, only the 3rd prince, Jiang Aijian, and the 5th prince were left. It did not matter to Lu Zhou to whom the court officials wanted to push onto the throne. Nevertheless, Yu Zhenghai had gone through many troubles to conquer the empire. If Lu Zhou made a decision on his first disciple's behalf, would his disciple not feel disappointed? Therefore, he was not in a hurry to make a decision. Instead, Lu Zhou looked at the elders from the Big Dipper Academy and the Sky Conduct Academy and the court officials. How should we deal with these people? The evil Sky Pavilion can do whatever they want with them. The Empress Dowager no longer regarded this as an important matter. Since I'm asking you, it means I respect your decision. When Lu Zhou spoke, the elders from the 2 academies who were on death row kowtowed immediately. The Empress Dowager was taken aback. The divine capital had fallen. What more was there to be said? She looked at the elders who were kowtowing at her. The soft thuds of the foreheads hitting the floor irritated her slightly. Drag them out. Behead them. Since ancient times, monarchs had always been heartless. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's order, the elders' faces turned ashen. Have mercy, Empress Dowager. Mercy! The Imperial Guards charged in. These elders' cultivation bases had been sealed before they were bound. They were powerless to resist the Imperial Guards and were dragged out of the palace. Lu Zhou looked at the elders. What a waste! Should I be merciless and kill them myself? Although the remaining elders had weak cultivation bases, they were still worth something. I'm letting my mind wander again. Lu Zhou shook off the extraneous thoughts before he asked, "When did you find out that he's not Lu Gu?" The Empress Dowager looked up and said, "How could I not know my son? The day that impostor ascended the throne, I knew. Lu Gu was still around at that time. With his abilities, he should have been able to take that man down," Lu Zhou said. Indeed, Lu Gu had thought about it. Alas, the fake Lu Gu was already an 8-leaf cultivator at that time. He also had a super heaven-grade weapon, the magistrate brush, the Empress Dowager said. Lu Zhou flipped his hand, and a red-tipped brush appeared in his hand. This is a super heaven-grade weapon as well? The Empress Dowager was not surprised the brush was with Lu Zhou now. She nodded. That's right. Perhaps this was the reason the imperial family had firm control over the empire. Lu Gu had High Void, and Lu Gu had the magistrate brush. Moreover, they gathered the elites under the heavens inside the divine capital. The armor, the red veins, the red-tip brush. Lu Zhou asked, "Where did the imperial family get all these items?" The Empress Dowager turned to Li Yunzhai and said, "Send the others out." Li Yunzhao understood the Empress Dowager's intention. He turned to the court officials and said, "The Empress Dowager is tired. You're all dismissed for the day." Understood. The court officials looked perplexed. The divine capital had been conquered. What were they supposed to do next? Should they flee? Should they stay? They did not know what to do. Nevertheless, since the Empress Dowager had given her command, they had no choice but to obey and respectfully took their leave. When the court officials were gone, the Empress Dowager rose to her feet and said, "Follow me." "Where are we going?" Li Yunzhao said in a hushed voice, "The inner warehouse." Little Yuaner was shocked. She asked, "Is this the inner warehouse that the shameless fellow mentioned?" Zhu Honggong chimed in, "Are there treasures inside? We've won. By convention, I should be able to loot the place." The others looked at Zhu Honggong. He must be really used to being the leader of the bandit. He's out of his mind. Upon seeing the peculiarity of everyone's gaze, Zhu Honggong scratched his head and asked, "Is it something I said?" The others ignored him and followed Lu Zhou and the Empress Dowager. Zhu Honggong, who was still confused, asked, "10th junior sister, did I say something wrong?" Conk replied, "No." "Then, why are they looking at me strangely? Are they jealous of my intelligence?" Zhu Honggong was about to scratch his head again when he realized he had been wearing his boxing gloves all along. He immediately lowered his hand. "Indeed, I'm much smarter than before. Where's everyone? 3rd senior brother? 5th senior sister? 6th senior sister? Where did everyone go?" The vast Dajing Palace was now deserted. After the battle at the divine capital, many palace girls and eunuchs fled the palace. The path seemed lonesome and desolate. A moment later, the group arrived near the warehouse of the imperial family. They made several turns before they saw an old brown door that was 30 feet tall and 10 feet wide. The Empress Dowager stopped in her tracks and looked up. She said, "This is the imperial family's warehouse. It's located deep in the palace. That's why it's called the inner warehouse." Lu Zhou found the brown door familiar. He said, "I think I've been here before." Li Yunzhao smiled and said, "You were on good terms with the former emperor, Senior Ji. It's no surprise that you've been here. However, the inner warehouse isn't completely safe. Half a year ago, we lost the sword dragon song. It hasn't been recovered since." Lu Zhou acted as though he did not hear Li Yunzhao's words. "This has nothing to do with me." At this moment, the Empress Dowager took a key out and opened the door to the inner warehouse. Lu Zhou did not press her about the key. He followed behind her in a casual manner. Everything Emperor Yongshou obtained in the past was placed in the inner warehouse. The group entered the dimly lit inner warehouse. Despite the dim lighting, their visions were not affected. There were various treasures, weapons, and tomes inside. They made for a rather dazzling sight. Conk skipped as she walked, brimming with curiosity. Conk was not the only one. Everyone's interest was piqued by the treasures as well. Even Duanmu Shang, who usually conducted himself rather strictly, could not help but look around. Occasionally, he would poke the sabers and swords on the racks with his overlord spear. Meanwhile, the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders were abnormally quiet. They looked around and touched the things that attracted their interests, looking like a supervisor visiting a site. "This saber is amazing." Pan Zhong stared at a saber. After all, he did not have a weapon of his own yet. "This sword, is this the famed treasure of the now extinct Wind Riding faction, the Wind Rider?" Zhou Jifeng picked up a sword, clearly reluctant to put it back down. He was almost drooling. Pan Zhong moved closer to have a look. He nodded and said, "Good eye, little brother." Bam! The Overlord spear stabbed at Wind Rider's blade. After poking it, Duanmu Shang no longer looked at the sword. He shook his head slightly. How can an Earth-grade weapon be worthy of entering the Evil Sky Pavilion? Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng did not dare to retort. Of course, You wouldn't consider this when you have the heaven-grade Overlord spear. What choice do I have since I have no weapons? So what if I like Earth-grade weapons? Mr. Third, don't go overboard. Crack. Wind Rider snapped. Zhou Jifeng was taken aback. He said, "You have a point, Mr. Third. How can this third-rate rubbish enter the Evil Sky Pavilion?" The group continued to walk deeper into the warehouse. Lu Zhou did not expect the inner warehouse to be this huge. They had been walking for quite some time, and yet they were still not at the end. The Empress Dowager did not pay much attention to the items around her. It was as though she frequently came to this place. Li Yunzhao said, "The former emperor left the management of the inner warehouse to the Empress Dowager. All these years, the Empress Dowager has been cautious and conscientious in her duty. Even after the former emperor's passing, the Empress Dowager remained steadfast." At this moment, the Empress Dowager came to halt and turned to look at the others. Then, she slowly said, "You may take whatever you want from the inner warehouse." When Lu Zhou's disciples heard this, they were delighted. They behaved like a band of monkeys who had never seen the world as they hopped and jumped around. Li Yunzhao was baffled. Why would the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples be interested in the items in the inner warehouse when they possessed heaven-grade weapons? In the end, he reprimanded them. "Behave yourselves." The disciples started and no longer dared to move. The Empress Dowager said, "I almost forgot. Indeed, with your statuses, you might not be interested in the items here at all." Zhou Jifeng wanted to cry, "No, I'm interested. I'd love to take all of them back with me." The Empress Dowager pointed to a box in the corner and said, "When Lu Gu was still on the throne, he told me over and over again to look after this box." Li Yunzhao. "Understood." Li Yunzhao waved his hand. The box flew over. The light illuminated the box. It was a black box covered with a layer of dust. Li Yunzhao waved his arm again, clearing the dust from the box. Lu Zhou looked at the box. These familiar veins again. The veins on the box highly resembled those on Lin Xian's armor. However, why were these veins black? As though she could read Lu Zhou's mind, the Empress Dowager said, "So as to not attract unwanted attention, I painted this box black with ink." The older, the wiser. The original color? Red. As expected. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He looked at the box and asked, "From whom did this box come from?" The emperor had said this was from the imperial tutor. Before the imperial tutor left, he left a few items behind. A sword, a brush, and a box. The sword has been missing for some time now. Based on her words, it was clear she was unaware that Lu Gu had been very much alive up until recently. Perhaps, Lu Gu did not want her to know and deliberately kept the secret from her. After all, it was surely painful to depend on life-sucking runes to survive. It was like being a living dead. Nobody in the world could overcome their great limits. Although there were various methods, the most one could do was to delay one's death. In any case, since the Empress Dowager did not know, there was no need to tell her. The Empress Dowager continued to say, "A 9-leaf cultivator's power is needed to open the box. Nothing else is able to open it." She had thought someone from the imperial family would attain the 9-leaf stage first. Lu Gu himself thought so as well. He was of the opinion that if he could reach the 9-leaf stage and obtain whatever was in the box, he would be able to unify the 10,000 tribes and establish a long-lasting dynasty. Alas, he was one step behind. Outwardly, Lu Zhou appeared calm, but he was, in fact, inwardly fretting. "I'm only at the 5-leaf stage. Moreover, I've exhausted most of my extraordinary power. How am I going to open it?" Pan Zhong said, "Pavilion Master, this treasure box was made for you." Pan Litian said, "Whatever is in the box must be extraordinary. Please open the box, Pavilion Master. Let me gain some knowledge and experience." The others nodded in agreement. Even the Empress Dowager chimed in. "I've been looking after this box for centuries, and yet, I don't know what it holds. If the Evil Sky Pavilion opens the box, I'll be able to rest in peace." Lu Zhou had saved the Empress Dowager's life once. She would not say no even if Li Zhou wanted to take the box away. Lu Zhou gauged his own extraordinary power. He felt awkward. He remembered the chant of the heavenly writing scrolls and recited it inwardly. Let's give it a try. Even if I fail, they won't dare to say anything. Lu Zhou placed his palm on the box. Smack! When his broad palm landed on the box, Lu Zhou expected blue light to shine from between his fingers. Alas, nothing happened. My face. Lu Zhou was still inwardly struggling in embarrassment when a faint blue light briefly flashed between his fingers. It lasted for just a moment. Unexpectedly, a crisp clicking sound rang from the box. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened when she saw this. She sounded slightly emotional as she said, "I've tried many methods to open the box, but they were all futile. I didn't expect this." It was normal for the Empress Dowager to be moved. After employing different ways to open the box, she knew it was almost impossible to open the box. Li Yunzhao chimed in. "I can attest to the fact that even His Majesty failed to open the box. His Majesty tried hacking at it for an entire night with his 8-leaf grand technique. Alas, it was in vain." As expected. "You're amazing, Pavilion Master." The 4 elders were genuinely impressed. Lu Zhou was immune to their flattery. He pressed his palm down. The box cracked open, its sides falling apart. The heavenly writing's extraordinary power seemed like the key to the box. In just a moment, the box collapsed into a pile of debris, revealing 2 items that caught Lu Zhou's eyes. There was an envelope that was clearly made from unique materials and a rectangular brocade box. Lu Zhou picked the envelope up first. Apart from him, no one dared to touch the box. As soon as he touched the envelope, he felt a chilly sensation on his skin. It seemed like the envelope was no ordinary envelope. It must have been made to prevent decay. Lu Zhou opened the envelope. As expected, it contained a letter. "Stand back," Duan Mushang suddenly said as he raised his overlord spear. The others backed away. Duan Mushang's intention was obvious. His master was the only one who could read the letter. The letter read, "If someone managed to open this box, it means that the person reading this letter has attained the 9-leaf stage. Nice to meet you, the first, second, or maybe the 3rd 9-leaf cultivator. Anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. I have to tell you that you're leading the world to a huge disaster. If you're the first 9-leaf cultivator, I advise you to weaken your cultivation base to 8.5 leaves. If you're the second, please kill the first. I've left a brush, a sword, and armor. You can kill a 9-leaf cultivator with them. If you can't, then I'm sorry to say both of you will cause a huge disaster." After Lu Zhou finished reading that paragraph, he discovered a paragraph at the side with fine writings. It read, "An imposing tree grew in a forest. It grew upward with all its might in search of more sunlight and raindrops. Its thick trunk took up as much ground space as it could so that it could breathe the freshest air. Its roots dug deep to absorb the essences from the soil. Beside the huge tree, there were several weak trees struggling to survive. Their trunks were thin and fragile. Their leaves were yellowing and wilting. The small trees glared at the big tree and said, 'You're so powerful. Why must you limit our growth?' The big tree looked at them indifferently and replied, 'To me, your growth will forever be a threat.'" Lu Zhou was slightly puzzled. Was this paragraph about the law of the jungle? He suddenly remembered the super heaven-grade weapon, High Void, and the red magistrate brush in Lu Gu's possession, the red coffin, and the diary from the Rolian. Lu Zhou continued reading the letter. Many madmen searched for the truth behind the heaven and earth's shackles and their lifespan's taboo. There are also many madmen who ended up becoming food to beasts. I hope you're not a madman. I like Great Yen. It's peaceful and quiet here. There aren't many killings and there aren't many madmen. The lifespan of a cultivator is against the will of the heavens. To begin with, it's enough for 8-leaf cultivators to live for 1,000 years. That's why you should tell the people that there is no 9-leaf stage in this world and that men could only live up to 1,000 years. Snuff out their curiosity and avert the danger. Don't try to investigate this. The things I left behind will be able to prove my words. You must be curious and confused. What is the disaster I speak of? And where did I come from? I'm sorry, I can't reveal the answers to you. My friend, if it's possible, please look for someone on my behalf. She has the surname Luo and was here 300 years ago. Find her and give her the brocade box. If you can't find her, you can have the box. Lu Zhou was shocked. This mysterious elite was also searching for the Luo woman. He looked down at the letter again. I hope that everything is well. That was the ending. Is that all? The writer refused to reveal his origins or what the danger was. Did he really just leave an ominous warning behind without any context? That was all? Lu Zhou reread the letter several times. He checked, but there was nothing at the back of the letter. Based on the paragraph about the law of the jungle, he was sure it was written as an afterthought. The ink was lighter than the others. Although the writer did not reveal his origin or detail the disaster, it was clear the danger existed. Lu Zhou recalled the final sentences of the secret tome in the red coffin. The handwriting and the tone were similar. They must have been written by the same person. Lu Zhou would be lying if he said that he was not curious. Based on the content of the letter, the 9-leaf stage would bring disaster. Perhaps the disaster had something to do with the law of the jungle. Humans would not care about the ants crawling in the grass, but what if the ants grew into fist-sized spiders? Lu Zhou shook his head. I'm not an actual 9-leaf cultivator. The 4 evil sky pavilion elders were curious. They wanted to know what the letter said. However, they could not see anything. Lu Zhou put the letter away. At the same time, he remembered Si Wuya. Si Wuya liked pondering over such things. Perhaps Si Wuya would have a better idea about this. Then, he looked at the Empress Dowager and asked, "What's this imperial tutor's name?" The Empress Dowager shook her head. "He never told us his name. Did he leave anything else behind?" Inside Great Yan's imperial city, that was all he left. If there's nothing else, it must be somewhere else. Li Yunzhao chimed in at this moment. The 10-terminal formation was drawn by the imperial tutor himself. The others were inwardly shocked. Lu Zhou understood the writer's words about what he left behind being able to prove everything. If the writer was capable of drawing the 10-terminal formation, he must have been an incredible and cunning persona. The writer's words on the letter were airtight. He did not leave any clues about his origins at all. Perhaps the writer was afraid of humans' inherent curiosity and decided to directly cut the bud off. Where did he go? Lu Zhou asked again. The Empress Dowager sighed. The imperial tutor left without warning. He didn't even tell the emperor. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. The emperor has commissioned men to look for him everywhere. They went as far as the Blackwood Forest in the extreme west. They tried to pass through the forest but failed. Pan Lydian frowned and said, I've been to Blackwood Forest as well. I found my gourd bottle there. There are many treasures inside Blackwood Forest. There was a time where there was a treasure hunting trend among human cultivators. There were countless casualties, and many other tribesmen cultivators joined in as well. So that's all the doing of the imperial family. The Empress Dowager seemed regretful. Li Yunzhao said, The evil sky pavilions Mr. 7th, Si Wuya, set fire to a 10,000-mile area on the eastern side of Blackwood Forest. That stopped the treasure hunting. The others looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. He acted as though he did not hear anything. What does it have to do with me? He looked at the brocade box on the floor. He flipped his palm and drew the box to him with a surge of energy. His action attracted everyone's attention. They no longer paid attention to the topic before this or the letter's content. Now they were all curious about the brocade box's content. Master, what's in it? The brocade box was exquisite. It was rectangular with several red lines and patterns. A red lotus was carved onto one side of the brocade box. They were merely lines without any color. The cover of the box was designed to be slid off. There was no need for a key, nor were there sealing formation veins. Lu Zhou opened the box. Click! An unadorned but elegant and delicate red-stringed zither lay silently in the brocade box. Ding! Obtained weapon, 9 strings zither. State: Merits undetermined. Grade not activated. When he heard the system's notification, Lu Zhou counted the strings on the zither. Indeed, there were 9 strings. He took the 9 strings zither out of the box and placed it on his palm. The 9 strings zither was as long as the Lantian jade flute, and yet it was only as wide as his palm. A zither. The others were stunned. It's a zither. It doesn't look ordinary. Zhou Jifeng stared at it keenly. I feel like you're stating the obvious. When the 9-string zither touched his skin, Lu Zhou felt a faint cold sensation. It felt solid to the touch, and its aesthetics were stunning. Lu Zhou's disciples were baffled. How was anyone supposed to play such a small zither? It was only as wide as a person's palm. Was the player supposed to use a toothpick to pluck the zither strings? Anyway, that was not important. The point was, why did Great Yan's imperial tutor leave a zither behind? Lu Zhou turned to look at the Empress Dowager and asked, "Is the imperial tutor interested in music as well?" The Empress Dowager sighed emotionally before she said, "The imperial tutor knows the 4 arts, and he would play the zither from time to time. However, I've never seen him using this zither. This is an exquisite work of art. Perhaps it's some sort of ornament." Lu Zhou shook his head. "I wouldn't be so sure about that. The others might think it was a decoration." However, to the experienced and knowledgeable Lu Zhou, he knew the zither could be controlled with primal qi. The system's notification was proof of that. The other continued to look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou released the 9-string zither, and it hovered in front of him. He extended both hands. Whiz! The 9-string zither shone with golden radiance and enlarged. Then, an energy seal appeared and merged with the enlarged 9-string zither. The lines between his fingers were formed from energy. Everyone stared at it with wide eyes. Pan Lydian said, "Someone once said that sound techniques are skills that require vast knowledge. Most cultivators would only stop at the brutish and unrefined stage of howling or hurling. A true master of melody knows how to bewitch the heart and mind with musical notes and could affect another person's will. A masculine melody is speedy and fierce like a thunderclap, while a feminine melody was gentle and enriching like flowing water. Unfortunately, most cultivators would just go with the flow and cultivate the 18 arms. After all, if they had the time to listen to music, they would have preferred to spend it cutting down someone else. They find that much more fulfilling. Heh! Old Lang, you can't resist bickering with me, can you? I'm just discussing the matter. Under normal circumstances, many families would not have the resources to allow a member to learn elegant arts. If one were to place a zither or a knife before a child from an ordinary family, there was no doubt the child would choose the knife without any hesitation. Naturally, there were always exceptions. Pan Lydian asked, "How do you explain conch?" Then, Lung Luo glanced at Conch, who was standing at the side. He shook his head. "Although she's special, it won't change my views." "You argumentative geezer." Lu Zhou ignored the duo's bickering and moved his finger. A cacophonous noise rang in the air. Lu Zhou did not know how to play the zither at all. How could a modern young man who transmigrated here have time to learn to play the zither? Amazing! That's some fine playing, pavilion master. Pan Zhong applauded. Everyone turned to look at Pan Zhong immediately. Pan Zhong ceased his applause immediately as he mumbled, It was great." Zhou Jifeng looked at Pan Zhong scornfully. "You buttermouth. You're a far cry from Mr. Eighth. Wait, where is Mr. Eighth? It's not like him to miss such an occasion." Despite the cacophonous noise, everyone bore with it and listened. After a while, Lu Zhou shook his head. "Although I know how to control qi through melody, I've never practiced it. This 9-string zither will surely be extraordinary in the right hands." Upon hearing this, little Yuaner said, "Master, why don't you let junior sister Conch give it a try?" Conch looked expectant. Since the 9-string zither was revealed, she had not been able to tear her eyes away from it. It was obvious she liked the zither. Lu Zhou almost forgot that among his 10 disciples, he had one who knew how to control qi with melody. Lu Zhou retracted his primal qi. The 9-string zither reverted to its original appearance. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he sent the 9-strings zither to Conch. Conch was clearly much more excited than usual. She picked the 9-string zither up and would not put it back down. It seemed like she had forgotten that she had another instrument, the Lantian jade flute. The Empress Dowager and Li Yunzhao simultaneously turned to look at Conch. "Who's this?" "My latest disciple, Conch," Lu Zhou replied. Li Yunzhao praised. "Those you accept as a disciple are always extraordinary, Senior G." He could sense Conch's cultivation base and the flow of aura in her, but he did not underestimate her. "Focus your mind," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. "Oh." Conch did as she was told. She loosened her hands. The 9-string zither hovered before her. Lu Zhou did not have to teach her what to do next. She knew what she was supposed to do. Conch immediately condensed qi into energy. The primal qi that wrapped around the 9-string zither instantly turned into a red energy seal. A 9-string zither compatible with her size appeared in front of her. Red energy? Li Yunzhao was shocked. Lu Zhou knew this would certainly catch their eyes, but he did not mind. Meanwhile, the Evil Sky Pavilion's 4 elders, the disciples, and the others looked at Conch, puzzled. Red energy? How was this possible? Upon seeing their reactions, Lu Zhou gruffly said, "There's no need to be so surprised." The 4 elders instantly understood what Lu Zhou meant. Lu Zhou could unleash golden and blue energy seals. After all, was it really a surprise that his illegitimate daughter could unleash red energy? Everyone's eyes were trained on Conch as her fingers danced on the strings. The zither sang. Her fingers produced a mellifluous tune. Although Lu Zhou did not know how to play the zither, he knew that most zither had 7 strings. It was shocking that a 9-string zither could produce such a melody. The gears in his mind began to turn as he regarded Conch in shock. He connected the puzzles in his mind. Perhaps Conch was from that place. Shortly after, the notes formed by her energy drifted away and scattered into the surroundings like wind blades. "This is bad." Li Yunzhao immediately planted himself before the Empress Dowager. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The notes from the melody turned into sound blades that shot out into the surroundings. The melody was like a storm now. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Zhou activated his protective energy. Similarly, his disciples activated theirs as well and blocked the sound blades. After the short performance, the inner warehouse was in a mess. Conch hastily released her hands. She clenched them into fists. The song ended. The red energy lines faded away, and the delicate and exquisite 9-strings zither dropped back into her hands. Conch said apologetically, "Master, it wasn't my intention to do that." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "You've just entered the divine court realm. Although you're gifted in tune, you still have a lot to learn about controlling qi with sound." "Understood. I'll work harder." Lu Zhou raised his hand. His energy wrapped around the 9-string zither, and it flew back into his hand. Conch was crestfallen. Lu Zhou said, "The 9-string zither is something he left behind. I'll hold on to it for now." Conch nodded. When little Yuaner saw Conch was depressed, she quickly whispered into Conch's ear, "Don't worry. No one in the Evil Sky Pavilion knows how to play music. You're the only one. It'll be yours sooner or later." Conch thought little Yuaner's words made sense. She was in a better mood now that she heard little Yuaner's words. "Thank you, 9th senior sister." I wonder what's going on in that little girl's mind. The Empress Dowager looked at the box on the floor with a sigh before she said, "My mission is done. From this day on, this mission shall be passed on to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Mission? To protect the peace of the world. Lu Zhou found the Empress Dowager's words amusing. However, his expression was as calm as ever. "I'm merely making a suggestion. It's up to you what you want to do." The 9-leaf stage would bring disaster. If Lu Zhou were to do as the Empress Dowager suggested, did it not mean he had to deliberately weaken his cultivation base? Most importantly, he was only at the 5-leaf stage. In the end, he only said, "What if the tides of the time can't be held back?" After reading the letter, Lu Zhou felt that the imperial tutor was too narrow-minded. Throughout history, no dynasty had ever managed to align the thoughts and actions of every single person under the heavens. Free will, experiments, and curiosity were imperative in human improvement. Even if Lu Zhou did not transmigrate to this place, Ji Tiandao, Yun Tianluo, Lu Gu, and Gong Yuandu, all these people would still try to attempt the nine-leaf stage. Even his previously short-lived disciple, Yu Shangrong, had similar thoughts in the past. When the lotus-severing era dawned, many cultivators jumped on the bandwagon and cultivated. Half a year had passed since then. Even Lu Gu had recultivated to the 8.5-leaf stage. The others would certainly catch up sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. Who could stop everyone from attempting the 9-leaf stage? Even if Lu Zhou did not spread the theory of lotus severing, Yun Tianluo's chessboard, Lu Gu's research, and Yu Shangrong's successful attempt at severing his lotus would one day reveal the answer to everyone. The Empress Dowager sighed and said, "I'll leave it to the heavens. I, for one, think it's in our hands." The Empress nodded and did not continue the conversation. Lu Zhou remembered the Luo woman mentioned in the letter. He asked, "Have you heard of a woman with the surname Luo, Empress Dowager?" The Empress Dowager fell deep into her thoughts. Perhaps it was due to her advanced age. She needed some time to recall events of the past. After a while, she shook her head. "The imperial tutor never mentioned her to me. Perhaps he might have told someone about her. I heard the emperor say that the imperial tutor would frequently spend time on his own while thinking about his hometown. The imperial tutor had spoken about searching for someone. Perhaps he was referring to the Luo woman. So she had never appeared in the divine capital before? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Li Yunzhao said, "I've been serving the Empress Dowager for the longest time. I know about everything the Empress Dowager sees and hears. I can guarantee that we have no knowledge of a Luo woman being on good terms with the imperial tutor. However, the divine capital is huge, and there are many people with that surname. We can rule out the possibility that the person the imperial tutor was looking for is among them." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "I see." At this moment, an imperial bodyguard showed up outside the inner warehouse. He bowed and said, "Empress Dowager, the Big Dipper Academy's Zhou Yukai and the Sky Conduct Academy's Meng Nanfei request an audience." The Empress Dowager sighed and said, "Tell them to wait in Dajing Palace." "Understood." Dajing Palace. The Big Dipper Academy's president Zhou Yukai and the Sky Conduct Academy's president Meng Nanfei were shaking as they kneeled on the ground. The Empress Dowager sat on the right while Lu Zhou sat on the left. Zhou Yukai prostrated himself and said, "Senior Ji, please believe me. I didn't approve of the 10 elders' actions. I tried to dissuade them from interfering with the conflict between the divine capital and the evil sky pavilion. But they wouldn't listen." Meng Nanfei said with a sigh, "Ever since Yen province, I've repeatedly told my disciples to not leave the academy. I didn't think that." On the Twin Rocks Peak, Lu Zhou had met Zhou Yukai, and they had a conversation there. Among the two presidents, the others were naturally more suspicious of Meng Nanfei. "Give me a reason to believe in you," Lu Zhou said. Zhou Yukai shuffled forward on his knees. He produced a handful of talismans and said, "These are the talismans I've given my core disciples. If they stray too far away from the academy, the energy seal on the talismans will fade away. Senior Ji, you have a profound cultivation base. You can examine the time these talismans were created." Lu Zhou waved his arm. One of the talismans flew into his palm. Indeed, there was a faint trace of a talisman seal's power on it. This was the simplest tracking seal applied on paper. "What about you?" Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to Meng Nanfei. Meng Nanfei shuddered. His eyes were wide open as he said, "Senior Ji, I'm telling the truth. I thought of using the same method, but this was not convincing enough." On the Twin Rocks Peak, Meng Nanfei was dismissive of Lu Zhou's invitation. He only sent a disciple there. At that time, Lu Zhou had only intimidated him with a disguise card. At this moment, Hua Chongyang bowed and said, "Senior Ji, I have something to say. Let's hear it." When the Nether sect attacked the city, I saw many Sky Conduct Academy disciples, Hua Chongyang said. Hua Chongyang's words were akin to the final nail being hammered into the coffin for Meng Nanfei. He fell backward immediately. You must be mistaken. Hua Chongyang snorted before he said, I can differentiate between the Imperial Guards and the Sky Conduct Academy disciples. One group donned armor while the other wore long white robes. Hua Chongyang was not a blind man. Lu Zhou made up his mind. He looked at Hua Chongyang and said, How many Nether sect disciples died? We haven't had the time to tally the number yet. Before the Battle of the Divine Capital, we had close to 70,000 comrades. Now, we barely have 40,000. A frown appeared on Hua Chongyang's face when he said this. Swoosh! At this moment, many Nether sect disciples swarmed toward the entrance of Dajing Palace and glared at Meng Nanfei with bloodshot eyes. The 12 branch masters from the Nether sect fell to their knees at once. With the sect master's absence, please make a decision on our behalf, Patriarch. The members of the Nether sect echoed the branch master's words. Please make a decision on our behalf, Patriarch. Please make a decision on our behalf, Patriarch. Their voices resounded loudly in Dajing Palace. For every grievance, someone is responsible. For every debt, there is a debtor. Lu Gu was dead. There was nothing more to be said about this. Lu Zhou looked at Meng Nanfei. Even if I forgive you, the blood of tens of thousands of Nether sect disciples determine that you won't be forgiven. Meng Nanfei's heart sank. He hastily said, stumbling over his words, Senior G. H had no choice as well. We were only serving our master. Lu Zhou ignored him. He called out, Hua Chongyang. Yes, Senior. In Yu Zhenghai's absence, you'll be in charge of the Nether sect. I'll leave Meng Nanfei's fate to you, Lu Zhou said with a wave of his sleeve. When Hua Chongyang heard this, he fell to one knee. Thank you, Senior G. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, the branch masters grew visibly excited. Hua Chongyang looked at Meng Nanfei and said, Come with us. When Meng Nanfei did not move, Hua Chongyang went over and dragged him out. Hua Chongyang was injured to begin with. He did not have the confidence to take down Meng Nanfei. Meng Nanfei flinched instinctively. He cowered in fear. At this moment, Lu Zhou raised a hand and launched a palm seal. The 5-leaf Lu Zhou was already considered an elite among elites. Boom! Meng Nanfei did not dare to dodge. He took several steps backward and grunted. Blood spilled from the edge of his lips. Lu Zhou continued to ignore Meng Nanfei. He rose to his feet and said, Hua Chongyang, I'll be staying in the Imperial City for a few days. You'll be in charge of cleaning up the Divine Capital. So long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. Hua Chongyang had been worried that the Nether sect would have a hard time picking up the pieces if Lu Zhou left. After all, the Nether sect and the Imperial City had both suffered heavy losses in this war. With the evil Sky Pavilion around, he was beyond thankful. Hua Chongyang and the Nether sect members were overjoyed. They kneeled again. Thank you, Patriarch. On the city walls of Liang Province City, Huang Shiji looked at the green-robed swordsman on the turret. He cupped his fists together and said, Mr. Second, are you thinking about a method to kill General Carroll? With his arms crossed and body facing west, Yu Shangrong answered without turning back, No. Then, what are you thinking about, Mr. Second? I'm wondering why Carroll isn't attacking until now, Yu Shangrong replied. He must be afraid. Instead of passively defending, why don't we take the initiative and attack? Mr. Second, what do you mean? Huang Shiji was startled. At this moment, a figure flew down. He bowed and said, Island Master, a letter from Mr. Seventh in the Divine Capital. What is it about? Sect Master Yu is in trouble. Huang Shiji's eyes widened as he said, This is no time for a prank. Mr. Seventh penned the letter himself. I dare not lie. Mr. Seventh has asked us to wait for him. The person bowed as he presented the letter with both hands. Mr. Seventh is on his way to Liang Province. He will arrive tomorrow morning. Yu Shangrong looked up slightly in the direction of the other tribes. He did move or turn around, keeping quiet. Earlier, a faint smile could be seen on his face, but now, his face was devoid of expression. Huang Shiji could sense the change in the atmosphere, so he cupped his fists together and took his leave. Liang Province. The next morning, Huang Shiji, Jiang Aijian, Li Jingyi, and the masters of the 10,000 Poison faction, the Blossom faction, and the Fiend Temple gathered at the general's mansion. "Where's Mr. Second?" One of the disciples bowed and replied, "Mr. Second is on one of the turrets." "So early?" Jiang Aijin was shocked. "Mr. Second has been standing the entire night." "The entire night?" Huang Shiji frowned slightly. "I'll go and have a look." Jiang Aijian said, "Master, you're getting worried for nothing. Aren't you afraid of being flayed alive if you head there now? How can Mr. Second be fine when something like that has happened to Mr. First?" Huang Shiji was stunned. He said, "I thought they didn't get along." "Indeed, but they're fellow disciples after all," Jiang Aijin replied. "You have a point." Huang Shiji nodded. "Little Jian," Jiang Aijian said with a straight face. "Master, please address me as Aijian, AI for the love of all peoples and Jian for sword freak. If you can't call me that, at least refer to me as your good disciple. If you call me Little Jian again, I'm leaving." "Scram," Huang Shiji said. "If you're even 1/10,000th like Yu Shangrong, I wouldn't have fallen to such dire straits. Look at him and his world-renowned profound cultivation base, then look at you." "Master, that's not fair. I'm renowned all over the world as well. I'm one of the 3 great sword freaks in the cultivation world. When have I ever tarnished your good name? It isn't fair for you to compare me to him," Jiang Aijian said arrogantly. At this moment, the cloud-splitting chariot was speeding toward Liang Province City from the east, dragging a long tail behind it. Perhaps, due to it traveling at maximum speed, it buzzed and thrummed. A few people looked up in unison. "They're here. Mr. Seventh is here." Then the others rose to their feet and looked at the sky as well. In just a blink of an eye, a green-clad figure appeared before everyone. He crossed his arms as he looked at the incoming cloud-splitting chariot with a cold gaze. "Greetings, Mr. Second." The people from the 10,000 Poison faction, the Blossom faction, and the Fiend Temple bowed in unison. Yu Shangrong ignored them. He continued staring at the cloud-splitting chariot. Soon enough, the cloud-splitting chariot was above Liang Province City. Upon seeing this, Yu Shangrong stepped into the air. Wuxia, who was manning the helm, saw Yu Shangrong. He bowed and said, "Greetings, second senior brother." With just a glance, Yu Shangrong saw Yu Zhenghai lying in the flying chariot. He investigated Yu Zhenghai with his energy and failed to detect any aura. Yu Zhenghai was as good as dead. A slight frown appeared on his face when he discovered this. He asked, "Does Master know?" Yes, it was too late when Master arrived. Eldest senior brother fought Lu Gu valiantly above Cloud Rage River. The 2 of them were evenly matched and both of them died. Wuxia calmly replied. Yu Shangrong shook his head. He said indifferently, "I've told him that Lu Gu isn't a pushover. This wouldn't have happened if he had listened to me." Since Mr. Second from the Evil Sky Pavilion was sleeping, the others could only listen. Wuxia said with a sigh, "It's meaningless to discuss this now." Although Master spared no effort in healing eldest senior brother, he only managed to keep eldest senior brother's life hanging by a thread. Yu Shangrong entered the cloud-splitting chariot. He stood next to Yu Zhenghai and looked down at him. The cloud-splitting chariot was silent. Zing! All of a sudden, Yu Shangrong's longevity sword left its scabbard. A red light shot out from the sword into Yu Zhenghai's body before it returned to its scabbard. Yu Shangrong asked, "What else did Master say?" After Wuxia recounted Lu Zhou's words to Yu Shangrong, he continued to say, "I'll take eldest senior brother deep into Lulan and find the spot where he was first buried." The others were shocked upon hearing this. Jiang Aijin shook his head. He stepped forward, looked at Wuxia, and said, "I know you're resourceful, but the people of Lulan rule their nation with witchcraft. Emoli and Bama both died in Great Yin. Now that the divine capital is in chaos, they're just waiting for an opportunity to conquer our lands. Aren't you just seeking death if you go to Lulan now? Si Wuya said. That's the only way to save eldest senior brother. If I can save him, I'm willing to take the risk. The others nodded when they heard this. At this moment, Yu Shangrong said, Leave it to me. Second senior brother? I'll go to Lulan. Yu Shangrong raised a hand. A 5-fingered energy seal propped Yu Zhenghai up. But I have my longevity sword, and I can prolong his life. Can you? Yu Zhenghai looked at Si Wuya. Besides, your cultivation base is too weak. Say no more. I can promise that I'll survive as long as I have my sword. Yu Shangrong flew out of the flying chariot with Yu Zhenghai in tow. The others looked at the sword devil Yu Shangrong in confusion. Was he not being too hasty? Was he not going to plan his route or come up with a strategy first? Did he go crazy? By the way, what's the situation like in the divine capital, 7th junior brother? Lu Gu is dead. It's a great victory for the Nether sect. Master is personally keeping an eye on the divine capital. It's absolutely safe there, Si Wuya replied. All right. Yu Shangrong looked in the direction of the other tribes. Look after Liang Province City for me. Si Wuya was in a great dilemma. Isn't he taking this too lightly? He's switching players and departing at the drop of a hat. Nay! The cry of a horse sounded from below. The others were shocked and looked at the source of the commotion. They thought that the Rulians had invaded. However, they saw Mingshi approaching them on horseback. The horse had a ruby mane and snow-white coat. His eyes were golden. It truly looked outstanding. Nay! 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 Come on! I've not even complained about you, but you're complaining non-stop. The others were shocked. It's the Evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Fourth. Mr. Fourth has a mount like this? Si Wuya regarded Mingshi on the horse with a complicated gaze. He did not know why he was here. Mingshi stopped and leaped off the steed. Greetings, second senior brother. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, Why were you loitering about in the area these few days? Was I? You must have mistaken me for somebody else, second senior brother. Mingshi scratched his head and acted as though he had no idea of what Yu Shangrong was talking about. You have always been at odds with 7th junior brother. Now that there's a possibility of the other tribes invading, both of you must look past your differences and support each other, Yu Shangrong said. Got it. Mingshi reply was clearly insincere. He thought to himself, You're even more at odds with eldest senior brother. I'm sure that defending Liang province will prove much more difficult in my absence. If there are any troubles, ask Master for help. Don't be arrogant and underestimate your enemies, Yu Shangrong said. Got it. Contrary to his reply, Mingshi thought to himself, Why do I feel this advice is much more suited for yourself? Naturally, he did not dare to verbalize his thoughts. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, I'll leave it to all of you. Farewell. Yu Shangrong was about to turn around and fly away when... Nay! Ji Liang hurriedly flew in front of Yu Shangrong, blocking his path. Nay! Ji Liang kept lowering and lifting its head as though it was nodding. Hey, hey, hey! Ji Liang, what's the meaning of this? Don't stand in second senior brother's way. Mingshi was taken aback. Nay! 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 Ji Liang kept moving. Yu Shangrong made a guess. You want to bring me to Lulan? Ji Liang nodded. The others were shocked as they looked at Ji Liang. What an incredible horse! A horse with intelligence. It's a legendary mount. You're fated to be with this horse, Mr. Second. If it brings you to Lulan, victory will come on horseback. Mingshi. Every second counted on a rescue mission. Yu Shangrong had no objections to going with Ji Liang. He said, Very well. Then he leaped onto Ji Liang's back with Yu Zhenghai in tow. Ji Liang was extremely tame and obedient. Mingshi. Yu Shangrong said, I'm sorry, 4th junior brother. No, there's no need to apologize. This horse belongs to Master, after all. Just take it and use it. Inwardly, Ming Shirin had already cursed Ji Liang 1,000 times over. Yu Shangrong nodded and said no more. He rode the horse and dove toward the forest in the west. In just a blink of an eye he vanished. Meanwhile, behind a bunker north of the forest, a masked Rolian saw Ji Liang. He immediately returned to the campgrounds. At the campgrounds, when General Carroll learned the news, he smiled. Do you know who left Liang province? My lord. Although it was far away, I'm certain it's the Evil Sky Pavilion's second disciple, Yu Shangrong, who left on horseback. Apart from that, he seemed to have brought a patient with him. Good job, Carroll said. Notify Lu Lan to keep an eye on that man. If the situation permits, kill him. Understood. At the Rolian campground, the Rolian cultivators gathered around a bonfire as they drank wine and feasted on meat. They showed no indication of invading Liang province. Carroll stepped outside and looked at the skies. His eyes gleamed coldly as he murmured, Karen, I'll be able to avenge you soon. At night, the forest was quiet. After a day of traveling at full speed, Yu Shangrong planned to stop for a rest. Ji Liang's performance had exceeded his expectations. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Ji Liang should be able to take him across Heaven's Moat. Heaven's Moat was somewhere beyond the forest. It was the name of the mountain range that towered up into clouds between Great Yen and the western regions. To cross it, one's cultivation base had to be profound. Otherwise, one would need to travel by flying chariot. There were soldiers patrolling the borders all year round near Heaven's Moat to guard against the invasion from the other tribes. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult to cross Heaven's Moat. After the great disturbance in the divine capital, Wei Zhuoyan had recalled his troops. The area seemed slightly desolate now. Yu Shangrong glanced at Heaven's Moat outside the forest. Aside from the stars, he could not see anything. Then, he looked at the unconscious Yu Zhenghai whom he had propped against a tree trunk and said, Since you hate Lu Lan so much, why didn't you take them down when the Nether sect was at its strongest? You could even conquer the divine capital. Yu Zhenghai did not answer, nor could he answer. Back then, the two of us fought with Master and lost. After Master left, if I didn't hit you with that final palm strike, perhaps Lu Gu wouldn't have been able to sneak up on you. So, that death was on my hands, but I never regretted striking you. The enmity between the noblemen and Wuxians shouldn't be placed on our shoulders alone. Don't you think? In the quiet forest, Yu Shangrong spoke to the unconscious man. Since Lu Lan took your life, I'll take theirs and give them to you. We'll call it even. What do you say? Just tell me what you think. I'll take your silence as a yes, then. Yu Shangrong said no more. Nay. Ji Liang replied instead. Yu Shangrong noticed that Yu Zhenghai's life aura was weakening. He drew his longevity sword. When another scarlet light shot into Yu Zhenghai's body, he returned it to its scabbard. If we keep this up, we'll both die. A gentle smile appeared on Yu Shangrong's face as he said, However, I don't think the heavens will let us die so easily. Yu Shangrong suddenly lifted his longevity sword out of its scabbard with his thumb. Zing! His longevity sword suddenly shot past a tree in the distance. Swoosh! His longevity sword accurately impaled the cultivator hidden behind the tree. The sword absorbed a faint red energy before it flew back into its scabbard. As though nothing had happened, Yu Shangrong said with a smile, This is the first one. Then he stood up and carried Yu Zhenghai onto Ji Liang. The two men and one horse flew out of the forest. Yu Shangrong had just left when another person sat down limply behind another tree, breathing heavily. Is that Great Yan's sword devil? General Carroll wants us to intercept him? I have to tell the general quickly. He barely finished his sentence speaking when a voice rang from above. My friend. My apologies. You won't be able to send that letter. When the man looked up, he barely had the time to focus when the longevity sword that was wrapped in energy shot toward him. This is the second one. The sword returned to its scabbard. Yu Shangrong flew back onto Ji Liang's back. Ji Liang continued flying to Heaven's Moat. Heaven's Moat was an unbroken and towering mountain range that extended 10,000 miles. separating the western regions and Great Yen. Its unique height deterred many from conquering it. Many cultivators would rather take a detour from the northwest to reach the lands of the other tribes. However, that would mean a longer journey and was a waste of time. When Xianxia returned to Brackish Mountain, he spent close to 5 days traveling with his 8-leaf cultivation base before he reached the Melilot graveyard. Taking a detour was not a recommended option. Moreover, he was trying to save Yu Zhenghai, who was in imminent danger. How fortunate that he had Ji Liang. Ji Liang seemed to be compatible with Yu Xianxia. No matter what he did, Ji Liang would instantly understand what he wanted. Ji Liang flew upward with no fear of heights. Unlike cultivators who had a limit to how high they could fly, the forest was huge. Many who mastered flying would wildly test the limits of the heights. The strange thing was when cultivators reached a certain altitude, they would run out of primal chi. Since that discovery, cultivators no longer tried to fly at too high an altitude. Heaven's moat was not as tall as the limit. When Ji Liang was halfway up the mountain, the temperature dropped suddenly. The cold was biting. It seemed like a snowstorm was upon them. Yu Xianxia activated his protective energy that enveloped Ji Liang and Yu Zhenghai. I heard Old Fourth calling you Ji Liang. You suit me very well. If it's possible, what do you say to staying with me after this? Yu Xianxia asked as they climbed higher. Nay, Ji Liang replied as he continued to fly higher. That's great. Nay, there's no need to worry about Master. He has many mounts. He won't be missing you, Yu Xianxia said. Nay. Here it comes. At this moment, the snowstorm above Heaven's moat intensified. Yu Xianxia smiled faintly and said, Follow me? He pushed away from Ji Liang's back lightly and shot into the air as he summoned his avatar. Whiz! A lotusless 90-foot avatar kept the snowstorm at bay after it raised its hands. Yu Xianxia shook his head and said with a sigh, A golden lotus would have come in handy at a time like this. Regardless, his expression remained calm as he flew into the avatar. Then, the shining golden avatar shot toward the highest point of Heaven's moat. At this moment, the garrison soldiers near Heaven's moat and the civilians staying around the mountains stopped what they were doing and looked up at Heaven's moat. It was as though a sky lantern was slowly rising into the dark skies above Heaven's moat. On the western region side, the soldiers guarding the borders were spurred into the action by this sight. They mobilized their troops toward Heaven's moat. Yu Xianxia was focused on the skies. The snowstorm obscured his vision and blocked the golden radiance. Countless snowflakes fell on his avatar, covering its glow. However, his determination did not waver. Open! 7 shining golden leaves appeared and spun around the avatar as it flew upward. The accumulated snow on the avatar was instantly swept away by the lotus leaves, and it shone brightly again. Boom! The avatar pushed the snowstorm away and left a huge ring of light in the sky. Ji Liang synchronized its movements with him as it followed closely behind. They were finally past the most difficult part of Heaven's moat and landed on a peak. The cold wind raged on and on. When Yu Xianxia retracted his avatar, his hair, eyebrows, and robes turned white from the snow. He formed a barrier with his energy to keep out the raging cold wind. Ji Liang neighed. With Yu Zhenghai on its back, it landed beside Yu Xianxia. The man and the horse stood on the peak of Heaven's moat, nested between Great Yen and the western regions, and looked down at the hazy lands. The roar of the wind filled their ears. The mountains were hidden by snow. The boundless western region was lost in the darkness. When I just reached the 8-leaf stage back then, I've been here on my own. Now that I'm back, it seems boring. Nay. Yu Xianxia turned to look at Yu Zhenghai on the horse's back and said, Eldest senior brother, you've never been here. You can't enjoy the exquisite scenery from this vantage point. He looked down the mountain again. He knew this was not the time to be enjoying the scenery. Moreover, it was extremely dangerous for him to continuously waste his primal chi on this raging storm. He leaped onto Ji Liang and pointed at Lu Lan. Ji Liang, shake off those cultivators at the border. Nay. Ji Liang leaped into the air again. When it reached a suitable altitude, It adjusted its direction and maintained its altitude. Kept flying at lightning speed. Inside Dajing Palace, in the imperial city of Great Yan's divine capital. The palace was quiet at night. After 2 days of meditation, Lu Zhou had recovered some of his extraordinary power. Just when he was about to stop meditating, he could hear faint footsteps approaching. Sure, this is the imperial city. Our mission this time is to investigate and not assassinate. Evergreen Palace, Dajing Palace, the inner warehouse. Search every inch of this area. We must find the box. The divine capital is in disarray right now. We won't have another chance after this. Understand? We'll meet here in an hour. Move out. Lu Zhou's ears twitched. The silent palace made it even easier for him to use the listening power from the heavenly writing. He opened his eyes and looked at the skies outside the palace. A black figure appeared. The figure moved swiftly and nimbly as it snuck into the palace, traversed the corridors, and sniffed about like a dog. He seemed to have a unique talent for picking up scents. Whenever he stopped, a faint energy could be seen swirling around the tip of his nose before quickly disappearing. At this time, several imperial guards on patrol passed by outside the palace. The black figure scurried into a room and hid behind a screen. Again, a faint energy swirled around the tip of his nose before disappearing. His nose twitched. "Who's there?" He spun around. His eyes widened in shock. He saw an elderly man sitting on a rush cushion inside the room. The old man appraised him, seemingly unafraid. "What are you looking for, young man?" The black figure's heart was racing. He kept his eyes fixed on the old man. He gulped as his nose twitched again. He cried out, "F5, 5 leaf." Lu Zhou was taken aback. "You can tell that I'm at the 5-leaf stage?" The black figure did not answer the question. Instead, he said, "That's none of your business. From now on, you're not to make any sound. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Lu Zhou nodded. He stroked his beard and asked, "A deep-eye tribesman?" The black figure was slightly taken aback. "Huh? You know about us? I went to Rongbei when I was young. The deep-eye tribe isn't outstanding among the other tribes. What gives you the courage to infiltrate Great Yan?" Luge was said casually as though they were discussing the weather. The black figure chuckled and said, "Why not?" Great Yan's 9 provinces were in turmoil. The divine capital had been reduced to rubble. The imperial guards had suffered great losses, and the 2 academies were destroyed by the Nethersex attacks. Indeed, this was the best time to infiltrate Great Yan. Lu Zhou expected the other tribes to band together to invade the empire. He did not expect them to infiltrate Great Yan. It was no wonder that Liang province was peaceful and without large-scale battles. Lu Zhou asked nonchalantly, "What are you looking for?" "Don't ask about something that you shouldn't ask about." The black figure stood at a distance from Lu Zhou in a stance that showed he would attack at any given moment. "A box." Lu Zhou continued to bait him. "How did you know?" The black figure was shocked. "A box left by a 9-leaf elite, right?" The black figure's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Zhou. He hurriedly said, "If you tell me where it is, I'll spare you." He was naturally clueless to the fact that the old man seated before him was a tiger more terrifying than himself. With Lu Zhou's strength, he had no trouble taking down these other tribesmen. However, since they were capable of sneaking into the palace, they had surely resolved to sacrifice their lives for this cause. "If you tell me your objectives, I'll tell you." Lu Zhou's attitude was calm and firm. The black figure turned and looked out the window. The night was getting late. The imperial city was too huge. It was a tall order to find one box. He considered Lu Zhou's words before he finally said in a hushed voice, "There's something we want inside that box. As for what it is, we don't know as well. We're only here on orders." "Whose orders?" Alarm bells rang in the black figure's mind when he heard this question. He looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "Are you trying to dig information out of me? If you want the box, you'll answer me." Lu Zhou replied. The black figure replied, "Fine. It's General Carol. Carol is only a general of the allied army of Lulan and Roli. You're a deep-eye tribesman. Why do you obey his orders? Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, the black figure was suddenly certain of the knowledge that the old man seated before him was not a simple person. He said, somewhat warily, "Is it strange for Rongxi and Rongbei to be allied?" When Lu Zhou heard this, he stroked his beard and nodded. He said, "The palace has already been conquered by the evil Sky Pavilion. You've got guts coming here." Aside from old villain G, the others are a ragtag team of senior citizens and invalids. "There's nothing to fear about them," the black figure replied. "You've investigated the evil Sky Pavilion?" Lu Zhou was curious now. How did this man know that the evil Sky Pavilion was nothing but a group of old people and invalids? Although it was grating to his ears, he was forced to agree with the black figure's description when he thought about it. "That's easy. To tell you the truth, we have eyes inside and outside the divine capital," the black figure said. Lu Zhou was slightly speechless. Although it was common to plant spies in an enemy nation, it was rare to see a nation sending this many spies out. "Very well." Lu Zhou stood up slowly. His movements startled the black figure. He said with a gruff voice, "Don't move." Old geezer, where's the box?" The black figure's voice was low and hoarse. "I have it." When the black figure heard this, a delighted expression appeared on his face. "Nice. Give me the box and I'll spare you." "You? You'll spare me? You're refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit." In truth, the black figure had never intended to keep his words. After answering so many questions, he had long made up his mind to kill Lu Zhou. He stomped his feet and drew his dagger at lightning speed. He had to deal with his enemy in the shortest time possible to prevent a commotion. Lu Zhou raised his palm and pushed it forward, launching a great seal of fearlessness that shone with a brilliant golden light. A hint of blue light could be seen around it as well. It looked extremely eye-catching in the dark. The black figure was caught off guard by this. Bam! The great seal of fearlessness struck his face, and he reeled back. Bam! The hand seal's impact pushed the black figure out the door, causing him to roll down the stairs outside. His internal organs were heavily injured. He grunted before he turned to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. "He's really strong." The black figure pressed a hand to his chest as he struggled to rise to his feet. Then he quickly sped off. "I'd like to see how far you can run." Lu Zhou flew out. He summoned his 5-leaf avatar. Whiz! His shining golden avatar immediately illuminated Dajing Palace and the plaza before Dajing Palace. Drawn by the commotion, the Imperial Guards and the cultivators inside the palace who were nearby rushed over. Lu Zhou flew at lightning speed. He looked down and saw the Deep-Eye tribesmen flying at a low altitude. Then he sent another palm seal out. A frightened expression appeared on the Deep-Eye tribesman's face as he summoned his avatar. It was a 6-leaf leopard king. "I see." Bam! The palm seal hit the 6-leaf leopard king. At this moment, several figures shot up in the skies. Lu Zhou's disciples were drawn and alerted by this commotion and had rushed over. The Deep-Eye tribesman continued keeping low as he fled. He looked behind him and said, "Unfortunately, you're not old villain G. You have no hope of capturing me." The Deep-Eye tribesman's voice had barely faded when Lu Zhou raised his hand and launched a binding cage card. The card only had a 30% hit rate. When the binding cage card sailed out in the air, Lu Zhou threw a second card into the air. 2 square cages doggedly pursued the Deep-Eye tribesman. The Deep-Eye tribesman looked back and exclaimed in shock, "What are these things?" As soon as the Deep-Eye tribesman finished speaking, one of the 2 cages dropped down on him. Then, a shining golden net appeared on the ground. Bam! The first card shattered. Soon after, the second cage dropped and missed its mark as well. The Deep-Eye tribesman was stunned. When he regained his senses, he said with a smile, "You're all bark but no bite. It's just a flashy technique. Old geezer, we'll meet again. Farewell." Lu Zhou felt slightly speechless when he saw this. That fellow is incredibly lucky. Lu Zhou flipped his hand. An unnamed appeared in his hand. He rose into the air above Dajing Palace. He looked at the deep-eye leopard king running toward the distance under the moonlight. At this moment, his disciples were already here. The imperial guards and the elites of the inner palace had also arrived. They arrived just in time to witness this scene. After Unnamed turned into a bow, Lu Zhou calmly pulled on the bowstring until the bow resembled the full moon. Soon after, an energy arrow appeared between his index and middle finger. Swoosh! The energy arrow flew out at the deep-eye tribesman's back. There was no doubt about the outcome. The black figure was struck by the energy arrow and fell down from the skies. After the arrow struck the deep-eye tribesman, the palace's elites looked at Lu Zhou, who was hovering above Dajing Palace, in shock and fearful respect. Then, they turned to look at the spot where Thief fell and wondered inwardly, who's stupid enough to place himself directly in front of the muzzle of a gun? When Duanmu Sheng saw this, he cried out before diving down, "I'll go get him!" Lu Zhou put Unnamed away and looked at the palace's elites around him. Then he said tonelessly, "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to catch all the thieves in the palace for you?" "Yes, yes, yes, we'll go. We'll go immediately." The palace's elites hastily scattered. "Lock down the imperial city. Don't let anyone in or out. Catch the thieves." Based on the voices he heard, he speculated there were 5 other tribesmen who had infiltrated the palace this time. It should not be difficult to capture all of them after locking down the imperial city and combing the area. Shortly after, Duanmu Sheng brought the deep-eye tribesman, who was shot by the arrow, back. He landed in front of Dajing Palace and tossed the person onto the ground. Thud! The deep-eye tribesman cried out from the pain. His eyes were brimming with fear at this moment. The others were puzzled. How was he still alive after being hit by an arrow of a 9-leaf cultivator? They studied him for a moment before they figured out the answer. The arrow had only struck his abdomen. This meant that his Dantian Sea of Qi was damaged. He had merely lost his cultivation base, and he would not die just yet. Lu Zhou slowly landed. The others descended as well. Lu Zhou looked at the deep-eye tribesman. Name Lu Li. Identity, Deep-eye tribesman. Realm, Nascent Divinity Realm. What's your name? Lu Li cowered in fear. He did not answer the question. Instead, he said, "Why, you're not a 5-leaf cultivator?" Duanmu Sheng frowned. He went up and kicked Lu Li. After that, he fiercely said, "My master is already a 9-leaf cultivator. Are you insulting him?" 9-leaf. Lu Li trembled. Lu Zhou was not bothered by this. Instead, he said, "Answer me. Your old villain Ji?" As soon as Lu Li finished speaking, Zhu Honggong shot forward from among the crowd and punched Lu Li. His punch landed squarely on Lu Li's chest. Bam! Lu Li cried out in pain again. Zhu Honggong raised his fists and cursed. "I'll give you a chance to reconstruct your sentence." Lu Li bit back the pain and hastily said, "I'm Lu Li from the Deep-Eye tribe in Rongbei. I'm here to look for a box. It's said that the box contains the secrets of the 9-leaf stage. I brought 4 comrades with me. Each of them has different skills such as breaking formations, fleeing, climbing, and seeing in the dark. I'm the leader of the group. I have a keen sense of smell. Please don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." Zhu Honggong nodded. "Master, he has told us everything. He's useless now. I'll clobber him to death." "Stand down," Lu Zhou said. "Yes, master." Zhu Honggong obediently retreated to the side. Lu Zhou looked at Lu Li and asked, "The Deep-Eye tribe knows about the 9-leaf stage as well?" Lu Li said, "About 50 years ago, an expert came to our tribe. He said, he stayed in Great Yan's palace for some time." When Lu Zhou heard this, he said, "Great Yan's imperial tutor?" Yes, he's Great Yan's imperial tutor. He said that he was looking for someone. That's why he was traveling around to the lands of the 10,000 tribes. He stayed with us for 10 years. Lu Li replied. As expected, the 9-leaf elite was still alive. Lu Zhou pressed on. "Do you know where he is now?" Lu Li shook his head and said, "Although this man is on good terms with the king, he has a profound cultivation base. Nobody can stop him if he wishes to leave. He told you to look for the box? Well, bam. Zhu Honggong banged his boxing gloves together. Luli started, then he hastily said, Wait, wait, wait. The king sent me here. Everyone knows about the 9-leaf stage now. The 12 nations of Rongxi and Rongbei are trying to reach the 9-leaf stage. Whoever attains it first will have the advantage over the others. This reminded Lu Zhou of the practices of modern companies who sent spies to their competitors' companies to steal precious techniques. They would resort to anything to achieve their goals. It was not strange for the other tribes of Rongbei to do this as well. There are only 5 of you here? Lu Zhou asked. Yes, only the 5 of us, Lu Li replied. At this moment, the remaining 4 Deep Eye tribesmen were brought toward them by the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards pushed them. On your knees. Lu Li looked at the others with a stunned expression. Why were they so easily captured? The 4 of them kneeled next to Lu Li. Their faces were swollen and bruised. At this moment, Zhao Yu said, Master, I heard that the divine capital isn't too peaceful these days. There are many spies from the other tribes causing trouble everywhere. Lu Li hastily waved his hands and said, They're not from the Deep Eye tribe. They must be from Lulan or Roli. Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu and asked, Are the disturbances serious? It's not only in the divine capital. The other tribesmen are causing trouble in the 9 provinces as well. But the divine capital has it worse. Lu Zhou looked at Duanmushang and said, I want to see Hua Chongyang tomorrow morning. Understood. After saying this, Lu Zhou turned around and left. The next morning, inside Dajing Palace, Lu Zhou's extraordinary power had increased after a night of meditation. Hua Chongyang, who had received Duanmushang's message, did not waste time and rushed toward the palace. Greetings, Senior Ji. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Chongyang and asked, Do you know why you're here? Hua Chongyang bowed and said, I'm sure you've heard that the other tribesmen have infiltrated the divine capital and are causing trouble. They are robbing the civilians and committing atrocities of every kind. You have tens of thousands of members in the Nether sect, and yet, you can't even manage the divine capital? Lu Zhou asked, perplexed. They would go into hiding after they commit crimes. They would lay low before they strike again. They're too cunning. The other tribesmen are doing this on purpose. I caught 3 of them over the past 2 days. A troubled expression could be seen on Hua Chongyang's face when he spoke. At this moment, Duanmushang walked in. He bowed and said, Master, a letter came to the imperial city. Kindly have a look. Lu Zhou took the letter and opened it. Old villain Ji, release Lu Li and the others or we'll kill the people in the divine capital. We'll kill 5 people every day until they are freed. After reading this, Lu Zhou clenched his fist. Poof! The letter was instantly reduced into ashes that scattered in the wind. Threatening me? Duanmushang lowered his voice and tentatively said, Master, 5 civilian corpses were sent along with this letter. Upon hearing this, Hua Chongyang fell to his knees immediately. I'm useless. The Nether sect has just conquered the divine capital, so our foundations aren't stable yet. The despicable other tribesmen are using this opportunity to stir up trouble. Please give me some time, Senior Ji. I will certainly catch them and cut them to 10,000 pieces. Hua Chongyang knew if his sect master wanted to rule the empire, they would need to govern the empire well and ensure the civilians' safety. The civilians were the foundations of the city, after all. With the foundation in chaos, how could the empire prosper? None of the court officials are doing anything? Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. They're indifferent to the situation. The Nether sect alone is maintaining basic order in the divine capital. However, the 9 provinces are chaotic as well. I've sent the 12 branch masters back to take care of their respective cities. The military force is concentrated in the divine capital, and it's proving difficult to suppress these other tribesmen spies. Hua Chongyang replied. Duanmushang bowed and said, Master, he's not to blame for this. I went out for a stroll this morning. The divine capital is still in the midst of recuperating. Many buildings are being reconstructed. At the end of the day, the court officials would not align themselves with the fiend path. Those other tribesmen spies dressed up like great Yen civilians. It's difficult to tell them apart. After hearing their statements, Lu Zhou felt that this was indeed a problem. At this moment, Zhao Yu appeared in front of Dajing Palace. When she entered, she said, "Master, many civilians are kneeling in front of the imperial city." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou said, "I'll go and take a look." The others left Dajing Palace as well. Soon after, Lu Zhou appeared above the imperial city and looked at the kneeling civilians. There were hundreds of them. Pieces of papers were littered around them. They were kowtowing and shouting at the same time. "Please help us, Evil Sky Pavilion. Please help us, Evil Sky Pavilion." Lu Zhou pointed at the paper on the ground and asked, "What do the papers say?" "They're left by the other tribesmen. Their contents are the same as the letter you read. That's why all the civilians are panicking," Hua Chongyang said with a frown. The civilians continued to kowtow. Lu Zhou looked at the civilians again. Those spies are cunning. Even if the spies were singled out, they could not do anything if the spies refused to confuse. If they recklessly kill people, it would only worsen the situation in the divine capital. As the saying went, it's easy to conquer a country, but it's difficult to govern it. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he thought of a countermeasure. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, "I'll do something about this." After saying this, he heard a ding from the system's notification. He checked the system's mission list. As expected, there was a new mission. Solve the divine capital's hidden problem. With Senior G making a move, victory is in the bag. Hua Chongyang bowed. Inwardly, he wondered how Lu Zhou would solve this difficult matter. Force alone would not be able to solve anything. "Notify Big Dipper Academy's Zhou Yukai that I want to meet him,"